לחם היית לארץ ענן, מן האדמה פירותייך נותנת. יודע שבכל לב, יספרה כל נפלאותייך. זורמת היפים, באמת כתהילים, זורמת על הים, נוצרת צפנים, פורצת חר ושקיעה עונה יום וליל, אמרתה היכלתי בתורת חלקות לחיים. רק נשלח ובאמת נקרא, ונחה לפני פורתנו, אילנות מכאן נתמודד, מפלצות הסלע, נשים ירו במים, שרית בקודש נשים, נמור איתך נהיה, חסון ימי. לחם היית לארץ ענן, מן האדמה פירותייך נותנת. יודע שבכל לב, מספרה כל נפלאותייך.
So welcome everyone. So I was planning on actually doing this a lot earlier, but unfortunately number of things, but it's not important. But yeah, so finally we've reached the end of counting the Omer, and with that, we've reached Shavuot. Sorry, I'm also just trying to find. Oh, this should be good. Here. Share screen. Here we go.
Good morning from the market, the Shoot here in Jerusalem. I'm Kayla Sprague, and welcome to All Israel 101. Shavuot, also known as the Feast of Weeks, is one of the three major pilgrimage festivals in Judaism, along with Passover and Sukkot. But where is it found in your Bible? And how is it celebrated in Israel today? We want to show you and tell you these things, and stay tuned to the end, because we're going to be asking people here in Jerusalem how much they know about Shavuot. Shavuot is biblically described as an agricultural festival marking the end of grain harvest. Key scriptural references for Shavuot include Exodus 23:16. You shall keep the feast of harvest, the first fruits of your labor, of which you sow into the field. You shall keep the feast of ingathering at the end of the year, when you gather from the field the fruit of your labor. Compared with other scriptures throughout the Bible, Numbers 28 and Leviticus 23, we learn that Shavuot biblically commemorates the end of grain harvest and includes offerings and a day of rest dedicated to the Lord. In modern Israel, Shavuot is celebrated with various customs that reflect both its agricultural roots and its religious significance. One of the most popular traditions on Shavuot is the consumption of dairy products. This tradition could be linked to the idea of purity and innocence, as the Israelites were considered pure like newborns as they received the Torah. Common foods include cheesecake, lasagnas, quiches, and other delicious dairy-based dishes. Another important tradition is the all-night Torah study, known as Tikkun Lil Shavuot. Many stay up all night studying the scriptures to commemorate God giving the Torah at Mount Sinai. This practice is rooted in a legend that the Israelites overslept on the morning they were to receive the Torah, and now they stay up all night as a way to rectify this. The book of Ruth is also read during Shavuot because its events take place during the harvest season. It highlights themes of loyalty and conversion, which are very significant to this holiday. In agricultural communities like kibbutzim, Shavuot is marked with ceremonies showcasing the first fruits of the harvest even to this day. Children participate in parades wearing white and carrying baskets of produce. A unique and fun tradition in Israel involves water fights. Likely due to hot water during this holiday, the custom is popular, as you can imagine, among younger Israelis. For believers in Yeshua, Jesus, Shavuot holds additional significance as it coincides with Pentecost on the Hebrew calendar. Pentecost is a Christian holiday commemorating the descent of the Holy Spirit upon the apostles. It's described in the New Testament in the book of Acts. On the day of Pentecost, the apostles were gathered when a sound like a rushing wind filled the house, and tongues of fire appeared and rested on each of them. They were filled with the Holy Spirit and began to speak in different tongues as the Spirit enabled them. Acts 2, 1-4. For Messianic Jews and Christians, Pentecost is seen as the fulfillment of the promise of the Holy Spirit, marking the birth of the Christian church. It's celebrated as a time of spiritual renewal and empowerment. Now we want to do something fun on this special occasion and ask people here on the streets of Jerusalem how much they really know about Shavuot. Let's go.
Every year we receive as an individual and as a nation the whole Torah. And the people of Israel, when Moses came, he said, here is the deal. God offers you to receive the Torah. He says, do you want it? Nobody asked, what's written there? Let us discuss it with our lawyer. Everybody says, Na'aseh v'nishma. We will do, and then he will explain us. We are ready to do everything. So the fact is, it was one time in history, human history, that God revealed himself to millions of Jews.
And also it's a holiday that we celebrate the fast of the weeks. That's the time of the year. We have a few holidays that it's connected to the routine of the fields and the fruits and everything we have. So that's basically it.
Amazing. So why do people eat dairy?
Because we said that there's a say that the Torah is like a milk or something like that. And so that's why we eat it. Like many traditions, someone said something or someone wrote something many years ago, and we just go with it.
So what book or what scroll is usually read on Shavuot?
So it's called Megillat Ruth. It's about Ruth, who left her whole family to help the Jewish woman, Naomi. And it's actually a really interesting story. My sister's named Ruth, after her. And it's about like how brave she was, leaving her whole family for this community. And that's about it.
Amazing. Well, I hope you have a happy Shavuot.
I bless everybody may we merit to receive the Torah with joy and eternally.
Shavuot is a vibrant celebration in Israel. It's deeply rooted in biblical significance, and the joy of experiencing these customs here within community and celebrations and unique local expressions highlights the enduring heritage and rich biblical faith of the Jewish people. Thank you for joining us for All Israel 101. For more Israel-related content and coverage, visit us at allisrael.com. Happy Shavuot. Chag Sameach.
I'm trying to wrap my head around the idea that lasagna is a traditionally Jewish dish.
Hey, I'm about to have some chicken chicken Alfredo. So, I mean, it's dairy, but
I'm just saying that's not one of the ones that I traditionally associated with the Jewish community in town. I had a lot of Italians, old school Italians too. So they got the credit for lasagna from me, not the Jewish people.
It's also interesting because I think I touched on this before, but I connected something in a way I hadn't before. So before I was like, okay, hot Torah, rearrange it, you get Torah. But on top of that, because in Semitic languages, I forget which ones, I think it's Aramaic and Hebrew that commonly switch through this, but basically sometimes tavs and shins are interchangeable, and so sometimes shor, which means bull, is tor. And so tor, which also there you have some, a lot of similarities with the Indo-European root tor, like Taur or Tor. But that with that, you actually have the potential that Hator within a Semitic context could just be Hator, the bull.
No, and that would make some sense.
Especially because Hathor was the bull goddess, or not bull goddess, but actually, wasn't she? I think she was depicted with.
She was depicted as a bull. Yeah.
Interesting. So you have the female bull, represented by Hathor, which also kind of goes in with some of these other ideas as, you know,
And if she's red, do you get to sacrifice her as the red heifer?
oh yeah, I definitely think that's probably connected. Especially because Hathor was also connected with like I think blood, right?
Yep, that was with the Sekhmet, with the turning the Nile red.
It's fascinating. I do wonder though, because trying to think. Actually, I don't know where I was going with that, but let me find something else in the meantime. Let's see. Where did it?
Yeah, those are ones I always find, those intercultural connections.
Let's see. Let's see. Surprised it's just difficult to find. So, right here.
Day of the Omer. It's a day that all the dinim, all the judgments are sweetened. Mamash, I can't say like Yom Kippur. Yom Kippur, the Satan doesn't have power. They say that it's very close to Yom Kippur. The dinim, 49 days, Baruch Hashem, we were working on ourselves, and the world was fixing. That's why it's a very, very special day. It's suggested to spend that day as much as possible in learning Torah and Tefillah, preparing ourselves to Chag HaShavuot. On Chag HaShavuot at night, there's a very special tikkun. It's called Tikkun Leil Chag Shavuot. It's brought down in Sha'ar HaKavanot, the book of Rabbeinu Ari, that if a person stays all night and learns Torah, he's promised from Shamayim that year he wouldn't die. It's insurance, life insurance. Today, life insurance, it's not really life insurance. It's a money insurance. They give you money if Chaz v'Shalom someone dies. This is mamash a life insurance. Staying up all night, Ben Ari says, all night you stay up and you learn Torah, you have the segula of Bezrat Hashem being alive that year. Also, he adds, V'yinatzel minezek gadol. Chaz v'Shalom, if a person has big damages, problems in his life, he can avoid it by staying all night in the Leil Shavuot. Leil Shavuot, Chachamim tell us that whoever all night in the Leil Shavuot. Leil Shavuot, Chachamim tell us that whoever stays all night in Leil Shavuot and learns Torah, if he stays up all night the same way as he was up, his mazal, his luck the whole year will be up. And if he went to sleep, also Chaz v'Shalom, his mazal can go to sleep a little bit as well. They say it's a big segula to stay up all night. And Baruch Hashem, Am Yisrael Kedoshim, most of them, a lot of them, those who come to Bet HaKnesset, they try to stay up all night and learn Torah. Ashrei v'ashrei chelkam. And we have to spread it and to add more people with this very good custom. Back in the days, Chachamim tell us that this was a very, very strong minhag. In Baghdad and other places, everybody was staying up. That was mamash, it was like a moda. Yeah, it's a fashion to stay up all night in Leil Shavuot. I think it was the Shla Kadosh, if I'm not mistaken, that says that to stay up all night of Shavuot, the Shulchan Aruch brings it as minhag tov. It's a minhag tov. It's a sgula. He says that if the Shulchan Aruch would say it's a sgula to put tefillin, maybe more people would put tefillin. As he said, it's minhag tov to stay up in Shavuot. A lot of people stay up in Shavuot. But be'emet, our souls feel that we want to stay up all night of Shavuot. There's a reason why we want it. There's a reason why a lot of people, they really value it. It says, also in the book of Rabbeinu Ari, that if a person make a sin of karet, we have different types of sins in the Torah. One of them is karet. Nichreta hanefesh ha'i me'amea. Karet is known to be a very, very big sin. People that lo alenu eat kazait chametz on Pesach, says v'nichreta hanefesh ha'i, also eats on Yom Kippur. Nichreta hanefesh ha'i, nida, nichreta hanefesh ha'i. There's a lot of different sins that a person does, and it says karet on it. Shabbat. So, how do we fix the karet? Of course, if someone does repentance, shuvah, chatati, aviti, pashati, doesn't do it anymore, Kadosh Baruch Hu, forgive. That's for sure. But if you want to fix it from the root, to do plumbing work, to fix everything, you need to do tikkunim. Rabbeinu Arizal says, if you want to fix one karet, you have to stay up all night. One night during the year, doesn't matter what night, all night you don't sleep. This suffering that you suffer, you fix one karet. Rabbeinu Bineta Shapira, he has a book, Megale Amukot, very deep book, like its name, Megale Amukot. I think he has, this book is a whole book, basically, is an interpretation on one pasuk. Vayetchanan el Adonai, ba'et ha'im el emo. The pasuk, Vayetchanan el Adonai, ba'et ha'im el emo, he gives this pasuk 1,000 interpretations. Bineta Shapira, zchuto tagen aleinu. And he writes in his book that it's right what Rabbeinu Ari wrote, if you stay up one night and you learn Torah, this is fixed one karet from the root. However, if you stay up all night in Shavuot, it's fixed few karetim. That's what it says there. Not one karet, few karet. So you have, Baruch Hashem, such a segula, such a big thing. Just stay up all night. You can have coffee. You can stand up. Rabbeinu Achidah says, if you're falling asleep, stand up. Learn when you stand up. Maybe you should take a small nap. That was the minhag before Shavuot. To be a little bit more strong for that. Rabbi Chaim Palaji adds to all of this. Rabbi Chaim Palaji, the rabbi of Turkey, he says that a person that learns all night of Shavuot, you learn with your eyes. Your eyes wants to close because you want to fall asleep. It's very hard. But you keep them awake. You keep the eyes open. It says, "V'zeh tikun lepgam ha'einayim." This is fixing what a person was looking where he shouldn't look. And of course, we all need this tikkunim. We all need this fixing, this cleaning to our eyes. Chachamim tell us when your eyes are damaged with bad things that you see, after that, when you come to learn Torah, this is affect the Torah that you learn. You less remember, you less understand. If you want to be scholars of Torah, if you want to be, Bezrat Hashem, big people, and each one of us should have this goal to be like Moshe Rabbeinu. We need to fix our eyes. Fixing our eyes, also Leil Shavuot, can help us with that. We see how many things a person get in one night. That's why you should do everything you can to stay up this night and Bezrat Hashem make mikveh right before and pray shacharit, because we get a very high level called Keter HaElyon. The same level that we got on Pesach, we got it for a little bit of time in Leil HaSeder and it left. Now we get it back, but after working hard for that. So you get it in a lot higher level on Shavuot. So basically Shavuot has a higher place, higher blessing than even Pesach, Leil HaSeder. בעזרת השם שנזכה לקבל הכתר העליון בשמחה, אמן כן יהי רצון. בעזרת השם, ברשות הרב אני אגיד את הזמנים. Tomorrow night, the tefillah has to be almost on time, because the kiddush needs to be at the end of the day. That's why the tefillah will be at 8:10. 8:10, that's going to be Tfilat Mincha. Right after that, in our minyan, we will start right in Shkia. 9 o'clock is Shkia. 9 o'clock we will do Arvit. It will take 15 minutes, and then we will go home. You should prepare your wives that Bezat Hashem, 9:30, of course, you will be Bezat Hashem at home. After that, the night after, we're going to do Plaga Mincha. The Plaga Mincha is going to be at 7. Okay. 6:45, Bezat Hashem, we're going to do Mincha. And accepting the next Chag in Plaga Mincha.
I will continue soon.
We will do Bezat Hashem Shiur. Okay. They will do Shiur. There will be Bezat Hashem also ice creams and stuff like that. Everybody is welcome. Rabbi Azaria will write the schedule. סליחה?
All right. Let's see what else I can find real quick. Let's see.
Shalom. This week we begin our weekly Torah readings in the book of Numbers, Sefer Bamidbar, literally the book of the wilderness. It was at Mount Sinai, in the middle of that wilderness, that God gave the Torah to the children of Israel, the day we're going to be celebrating this coming week as the festival of Shavuot. In preparation for this event, the first parasha of our book of Numbers, the Torah portion of Bamidbar, is generally read each year on this Shabbat, the Sabbath before Shavuot. So we have quite literally been counting the days leading up to the event of the giving of the Torah, Ma'amad Har Sinai, counting the days of the Omer. We've been counting with anticipation, with joy and excitement, because we understand that the concept of the giving of the Torah is not just a historical memory of something that happened in the past, but that every year we have the capacity, we have the opportunity to receive Torah anew, to connect with it more deeply, and to illuminate our souls with its light in a new and profound way. After completing our readings in the book of Vayikra, which was the manual for the divine service in the temple and the general guide to holiness for Israel, the book of Numbers now returns us to the present reality. Israel is preparing to soon enter the land that God swore to their forefathers. This week, as our first portion of Parshat Bamidbar opens, the nation of Israel is trekking through the wilderness, camped surrounding the tabernacle, home to the Shekhinah, the divine presence. And there in the desert, God instructs Moshe to take a census of each of the families of the children of Israel. Indeed, our entire portion focuses on the numbers of the children of Israel, with an emphasis on the family unit, the family lineages, how the tribes are to be arranged in their desert encampments around the tabernacle throughout their travels on their way into the land, and the duties and responsibilities of the Levitical families with regards to the parts of the tabernacle. Chapter 2 of our Parsha begins with Hashem's instructions for the arrangement of the encampment of the children of Israel. God instructs Moshe and Aaron in a very specific formation as to who goes where. The Levitical families of Kehat, Gershon, and Merari surrounded the tabernacle, with Yehudah, Issachar, and Zevulun on the east side, Reuven, Shimon, and Gad on the south side, Ephraim, Menashe, and Binyamin on the west side, and Dan, Naphtali, and Asher on the north side. So the children of Israel were instructed by divine decree to maintain this pattern throughout their desert travels on their way into the land, and each tribe camps under its own flag. So the entire camp of Israel surrounds the tabernacle, constantly reminding them, focusing their attention on their purpose in this world, with the Ark of the Covenant at its inner heart, the innermost point of light and truth, place of the Shekhinah, the divine presence which sustains and empowers them along their journey. So open up your heart. An amazing tradition related by our sages in Midrash Tanhuma informs us that this pattern of the Israelites' desert encampment had been foreseen, had been known much earlier. It was actually established long ago by Yaakov Avinu, the patriarch Jacob, and now affirmed by God. When Jacob's sons gathered around his deathbed at the time of his passing, this was the pattern in which Jacob commanded his sons to take up his coffin when he would be departing this world. The children of Israel surrounded the tabernacle in the same pattern, in the same manner that Yaakov commanded his sons.
Are you picking up on
Reuven, Shimon, and
I don't know that they're doing that even before the Torah is given. Is that what you're going with?
Okay, well, what is the Torah?
Well, the Torah is the first the books of Moses, and again the commandments and such.
Yeah, but within the more esoteric frame.
Word of God. If you're looking for something else, go ahead and share it.
Okay, so you have this idea of the Torah as the bride of God.
Okay, you're going that angle. Okay.
Yeah. Oof. Sorry, I'm just multitasking. But so what I'm thinking is you have in one case you have this framework of the Torah as the bride of God. Sorry, mine's in a few places. So in one case, you have the Torah as the bride of God, or almost like this embodiment of God in a way that, like, because traditionally, at least within how Judaism turned out, there's this idea that God, at least not in a sense of like, not in a way beyond just Enod Milvado, that there's nothing besides God, so everything is a part of God, but in more of the sense of of humans as God. There's this idea that Judaism develops that the two are fundamentally distinct, and that while there might be a little bit of overlap in some ways between maybe like humans and angels, it's like it gets to be an issue in some circles to say that God and humanity have any sort of overlap beyond this spark. But basically with that, I wonder, because there is this have you ever heard, it's kind of bizarre. So there actually, let me see if I can find this real quick, because it'll give a lot of context.
Along that front, I was going to sit there and say, usually that whole image fits, most people have to concede beyond just the spark.
Let's see.
That mankind was made in the image of God, not just that they have a spark of God. There's also an image aspect going.
Okay, so let's see. Trying to find it. Okay. Here.
Hello, and in this episode, I want to look at a verse which has often perplexed Muslims and others for centuries. And it's a very brief verse in the Quran, Surah number 9, Surah Al-Tawbah, verse 30. And I'll just read to you what it says. And the Jews say, Uzair, Ezra, is the son of God, and the Christians say, Messiah is the son of God. That is their saying with their mouths, resembling the saying of those who disbelieved aforetime. God's curse be on them, how they are deluded away from the truth. So what is this Ezra or Uzair, as it's usually translated Ezra, but the Arabic says Uzair. What is this Uzair character? And I've just been looking at what Professor Tim Winter at Cambridge University has been saying about this. I'm relying on his research, and he says that Muslims often get this wrong. It's important to be aware of what it really says. Now, what Jew, you may ask, has ever believed or believes that Uzair or Ezra is the son of God? I've never come across a Jew who believes that. It's not a focal point of Jewish spirituality or worship that I've come across anyway. Some Muslims say that it is Ezra, the scribe, who arrogated to himself semi-divine prerogatives when he re-established the text of the Torah after the Babylonian exile. And that story is told in the Jewish texts and in the Old Testament. But Uzair in the Arabic and the Quran and Ezra doesn't actually work if you look at the languages.
So, let's see. Wait, one second. Yeah, so with Uzair, because the root is Azar, which means to help, it would probably be something like Azir. But Uzair, like, well, I don't know where he's going with this, but I can't wait to find out.
The best explanation which has been developed.
Well, so just my proposal, I forget how much of this is my own, how much of this is seeing part of it or something similar somewhere, and then kind of expounding upon it on my own. So I do want to, give a preface that I don't actually know how much of this is my own idea, but so I'm not claiming this is for sure mine. I'm also not claiming that I had nothing to do with it, because I've not heard a lot of people making this claim, but it is also not that difficult to jump to this. So
I understand where you're coming from there. That's sort of where I go. It's like, here are the people who I try to draw my scholarship from. Any of the mistakes that are beyond that are all mine.
But yeah, more or less. So what I think is it's possible that Uzair is actually just enough. For context, so the way that Israel or the children of Israel get referenced or rendered in the Quran and in Arabic is you have Bnei Israel in Hebrew, Bnei Israel, and then it gets not changed, but it's vocalized in Arabic as was it Bnei the oh my god, I'm blanking all of a sudden. It's the Bnei Israel. Oh my god, how am I? It's extremely close, close enough that I'm questioning if I'm reconstructing it because it sounds so similar. But yeah, I think it's Bani Israel, Bani Israel. But what's interesting is that the root for the root for Ezra is Azar. The root for Yisrael is Yasar. Azar Yasar. And so it's it's close enough that it's possible, especially with this Son of God language, because you do have a point in, I think it's Psalms, where it references Jacob as the son of, it's poetic. It's referring to Israel as an entirety. But that being said, it still raises a question of how can an entire community be the son of a god, or the son of God, rather. And so it ended up being understood completely figuratively, but I wonder if there was a community that was around at the time of the advent of Islam that did hold that Israel, that their forefather was the son of God. And I mean, it kind of fits within the narrative, because with Isaac you have Abraham, who the interesting thing is, because the implication isn't that Abraham was infertile, because if that were the case, then he wouldn't have been able to have Ishmael. But I mean, anyway, it's it's kind of a rabbit hole to get into. But I do think that's possible that this reference to Uzair as the son of God has an origin with that tradition, but I don't know.
By many Western historians recently, in the last few years, including Professor Gordon Newby in his book A History of Jews in Arabia, is that it's not Ezra at all. It's about Metatron. Yes, Metatron.
Huh?
Not the Hollywood character.
It's about Transformers.
In medieval rabbinic Judaism, it was assumed in their theology that in order to preserve the absolute unqualified unity of the Godhead, you had to presuppose there was a kind of secondary emanation of God that was the conscious personal God that created the world and to whom you could pray. It's a bit like Greek philosophy with the demiurge, if you're familiar with that. It was a kind
But
of
Islam
subordinate
convinces
deity,
themselves
a
there's
kind of
nothing
lesser
polytheistic
Yahweh.
about that.
Metatron
About what?
About having a second lower god, sort of the mini Yahweh thing.
Wait.
Nothing polytheistic about that.
What are you talking about? I'm pretty sure they do consider that to be polytheistic.
Well, he's just saying that's how he's describing what Islam believes.
How does Islam believe that?
He's saying that Islam inherently had that Islam they're attributing it to Metatron, and it's the concept of Metatron as the mini Yahweh.
No. So that's
what I was getting out of what he was saying. Okay.
So from what I understand, he's saying that's what scholarship is saying that it actually was, and that Islam misunderstood it as Ezra. But basically, it's saying that Ezra in some form had Metatron like go into him or something, because how would he be able to transmit the Torah without, this like divine status? And so it's kind of like not that dissimilar from a Gnostic understanding of Christ, or like the spirit of Christ entering Jesus rather than Jesus being the Christ.
Okay, if you don't mind backing it up just a hair there, because I'm curious. I thought he was trying to say that's what the Islamic scholars were saying Islam thought. And I was saying, it's like, how did they manage to do that and say that that's not polytheism? So
interesting. We'll go back.
His book, A History of Jews in Arabia, is that it's not Ezra at all. It's about Metatron. Yes, Metatron. Not the Hollywood character, but in medieval rabbinic Judaism, it was assumed in their theology that in order to preserve the absolute unqualified unity of the Godhead,
okay, he's talking Jews,
you had to presuppose there was a kind of secondary emanation of God.
Correct.
That was the conscious personal God that created the world and to whom you could pray. It's a bit like Greek philosophy with the demiurge, if you're familiar with that. It was a kind of subordinate deity, a kind of lesser Yahweh. Metatron was indeed the object of worship of many medieval Jews. Dr. Tim Winter says that at the library at Cambridge University, there's a whole treasure trove of medieval Jewish manuscripts that mainly come from Cairo that contain prayers to Metatron, petitions and prayers to Metatron. Dr. Gorban Newby and other historians have demonstrated that Uzair is associated with the prophet Enoch, someone called Idris in the Bible, in the Quran, who is assimilated to Metatron in rabbinic piety. So when the Quran says the Jews say Uzair is the son of God, it's saying that they worship Metatron. Now, obviously, the Quran doesn't approve any more than it approves of people worshipping Jesus. Interestingly, some Jews didn't either at that time. There are Jews called the Karaites, who still exist today. There's still a few of them left, even one at Speaker's Corner, a chap called Joseph. These people dismissed rabbinic Judaism. Why? Because it was polytheistic, because of this Metatron idea. So, the argument goes, the Quran's polemic in this verse, 930, is directed against a medieval Jewish aberration that was very widely practiced, rather than what you might find taught in an Orthodox Jewish synagogue today, say in London. Tim Winter suggests that the Quran is not criticizing Judaism as such, but taking the Jewish Karaite view over the Rabbinite view. So it's taking a side or affirming one and criticizing the other view. So it's not condemning Judaism per se, it's criticizing this widespread rabbinic practice of worshipping the Metatron. And in that context, this verse, very, very brief, is a very rich, suggestive idea that really touches a major phenomenon in Jewish worship during the medieval time for many centuries. Even though it may not be mainstream today, you're not going to find it taught perhaps in a standard synagogue course in an Orthodox Jewish synagogue. But nevertheless, it was a very significant factor for many, many centuries amongst rabbinic Judaism. So that's the idea, and I hope you found that interesting. It seems to be very well grounded in the texts and in the research, and
So
it's the best
basically,
hypothesis around, I think.
um,
So there we are.
so what I'm
Maybe see you next
arguing
time.
is
Bye-bye.
that this whole idea of like this parallelism that's drawn between the Torah, which also if you look at some of the like kind of reading between the lines, like the Torah is the bride of God, the bride of God is Sophia, like the nursemaid, so on and so forth. This whole idea, you kind of if you mash it together, then you end up with the interesting concept of basically the Torah or the child of God being paralleled with Jacob, who is also figured. And here's the interesting thing: the Torah is within this figurative sense because it's not seen within the idea of like sexual, like sexual reproduction. It's just seen as like creation. But for lack of a better term, the Torah is the child of God. But it's understood to be, within this metaphorical sense, to avoid anything that could be seen as, overtly, what's the word? Like, anything that could be seen as overtly problematic. But then you get, the same thing going on with Jacob, where he is figuratively the son of God, so as to make, this idea of the Israelites being the chosen ones, that it's because see, this is the thing. I think that probably later on, by the time of like the Hellenistic era, when you have this influence on Judaism, where parts of the Torah are being written with this Hellenistic frame, I think that probably has a lot to do with this framing of chosen people and like kind of almost this like superiority complex, which I mean, I don't know enough about the Phoenicians' perception of themselves. I wouldn't be surprised if it has some connections to that. But more than anything, I think it's probably a result of the Hellenistic era, where you have this what's the term, like sophistry going on with their stories, where rather than just have Yahweh be a tribal god, he's this figure that's responsible for oh my god, what am I trying to say? Rather than just being like this tribal god and essentially a kind of spiritual parent, he ends up becoming this, overarching one, gets fused with the idea of El Elyon or Deus Ipsistos. And so in the process, I think you get a lot of these tribal ideas getting suffused with Greek philosophy. And when you combine them and don't take into that context, you get some really nasty stuff, especially like just look at the Maccabees.
Well, I was going to say, I hear what you're saying. So you're saying that the Torah is the bride of God and the child of God. So that would make the Torah the child bride of God, and that's not supposed to make me feel uneasy at all.
Yeah, it's definitely strange, but there's kind of this idea, which you have this within other traditions, of one gives birth to the other. So it's like the
Oh,
mother.
I'm not saying. I'm just saying that. Yeah, I can understand where certain points of view could easily take that the wrong way and get some wrong meanings out of that.
Oh, definitely. Let me see. Let's see. Mother, sister.
You don't have to take it the wrong way, but if
There's
you
some
do,
people.
man, you can run for some strange goals.
Okay, let's see if I can. It would be in. Oh my god, where would this be? I remember. This always sticks with me because of the phrase. Let's see. Oh shoot, what did I just do? So, loved her too much. Sources. Okay, here. Found it. Is this it? Here it is. So, oh my god, this is a lot. Another explanation. Now they brought the tabernacle, Exodus 39:33. This is what is written: Go out, O daughters of Zion, and gaze upon King Solomon, upon the crown with which his mother crowned him, on the day of his nuptials and on the day of the joy of his heart. Song of Songs 3:11. When was this verse said? On the day that the tabernacle was erected. When was the great joy in Israel? When there was great joy in Israel, because the Holy One dwelled amongst them. So in this, it's referring to God, but you also have this kind of double meaning of, well, it's the Shekhinah, because that's the one that dwells among them. Daughters of Zion, Benot Zion, meaning children who are distinguishable, Metsuyanin, by the idolaters through their dedication to me. Just as a marker, Tziyun can be identified by pointing, so too Israel can be identified by pointing, and thus they are the daughters of Zion, who are distinguishable, Metsuyanin, upon King Solomon, upon the king to whom peace, Shalom, belongs, who is the King of Kings, the Holy One, blessed be He. Upon the also, just another thing, this term King of Kings, from my understanding, this originates out of a Persian context, right?
No.
Really?
King of Kings originates, that's Akkadian. That was Sargon first. The King of Kings, King of the four corners of the earth.
Interesting.
He was the first one to claim it, and Cyrus was a later one. Cyrus definitely claimed it, but that predated Cyrus by 1,800 years, something like that.
Interesting. All right. Wasn't saying it was the case because I definitely didn't know, but I know that it became heavily popularized because of that, I feel like, right?
Oh yeah, no, Cyrus was the first one to claim that in quite a while,
And to use it to refer to more than just the ancient Near East.
Probably. I was going to sit there and say it's hard to say, because when Sargon was doing it, the ancient Near East was the entire world as far as they knew. So the context of ancient Near East versus entire world was basically synonymous.
Okay, fair enough. But it's kind of like you can say you're the king of the world, but it don't make it so.
Oh, are you saying that wasn't true with Leonardo in Titanic?
Let him have it.
I was going to say, especially since he was going to die soon enough.
Yeah. Anyway, upon the king to whom peace, shalom belongs, who is the King of Kings, the Holy One, blessed be He. Upon the crown with which his mother crowned him. This refers to the tabernacle, the Mishkan. Why did they call it a crown? Just as a crown is decorated, so too the tabernacle was decorated, as it says, and an embroiderer with blue, purple, and crimson wool, and linen, but it's actually shesh, so hemp, and of weavers, those who do every manner of work, master weavers. Exodus 25:35. This is the crown with which his mother crowned him. Rav Yitzchak said, I went over all the scriptures, and I did not find anywhere that Bathsheba made a crown for Shlomo, or Shlomo HaMelech, King Solomon. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai asked Rabbi Elazar Bar Yossi, is it possible that you heard from your father, what is this crown with which his mother crowned him? He replied, yes, it is like a king who had an only daughter. He loved her too much and would call her my daughter. He kept loving her until he called her my sister. Now, what's uncomfortable about this, to those of you who don't know, here, I'm just going to open up another. Here we go. So, you know what happens when I search my sister in the Bible? You there?
Oh yeah, I'm sure you get stuff with Abimelech and stuff.
Oh, I didn't even realize my camera wasn't on. So, Song of Songs 5:2. I sleep, but my heart waketh. Hark, my beloved knocketh. Open to me, my sister, my love. It also gets translated as my sister, my bride. My dove, my undefiled, for my head is filled with dew, my locks with the drops of the night. Let's see. Also here. Oh, no, here's where it gets rendered as my bride. This was my sister, my love. Ahuvi. Oh, never mind. So this is separate. I was thinking of a different one. Here you have Song of Songs 5:1. I am come into my garden, my sister, my bride. I have gathered my myrrh with my spice. I have eaten my honeycomb with my honey. I have drunk my wine with my milk. Genesis 20.
Oh, I like that line. I've eaten my honeycomb with my honey. That's a nice line.
Oh, it's a double entendre. Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello.
That brings me to another thought I had. Did they rule out that daughter of Zion's isn't just a code phrase for Solomon's wives? Because he did have like 600 of them.
Well, no, because they're foreign, and the daughters of Zion have to be Israelites.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But yeah, then
Fair
you have
enough.
Genesis 22. Abraham said of Sarah, his wife, she is my sister. So King Abimelech of Gerar had Sarah brought to him, my wife. Let's see what else we have. And besides, she is in truth my sister, my father's daughter, thought not my mother's, and she became my wife. That's Aborat Aham. So anyway.
Yeah, as I was saying all along, it's like, out of all of them, Pharaoh was going to be really understanding of that. It's like, oh, your sister and your wife? Well, of course. What else would you do?
Yeah, so basically, I think that. Oh, yeah, anyway, so what we're talking about. So obviously, there's some interesting notions that get brought up with that, but this idea. I never finished reading. That would explain why I forgot where I was going. All right, so he loved her too much and would call her my daughter. So it starts off as his daughter, loves her so much that he calls her my sister. And until he called her my mother. So too at first the Holy One called Israel daughter, as it says, hearken daughter and see, and incline your ear, and forget your people and your father's house. So here it's forget your people, forget the pagans and your father's house and the house of idolatry, which is interesting because it's referencing, here, look at this, your people. It's saying that the pagans were your people and that your father's house was these traditions, according to this tradition. He kept loving them to the point of calling them my sister, as it says, open for me, my sister, my beloved, my dove, my perfect one, for my head is full of dew, my locks with the drops of the night. He did not cease to love them to the point of calling them my mother, me, as it says, hearken to me, my people and my nation. Ulumi, and my nation. Ulumi, uleumi. Bend your ears to me when Torah shall emanate from them, and my judgment shall be for the light of the peoples. I will give them rest. Isaiah 51:4. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai stood up and kissed him on his head. On the day of his nuptials, this was at Sinai. Woo woo! Shavuot! On the day of the joy of his heart, this is in Jerusalem. Another explanation, on the day of his wedding in the tabernacle, on the day of his heart's joy in the holy temple. Interesting. So the wedding is the tabernacle that travels around, and the day of the heart's joy is in that proper temple. So too David said, the fairest of branches, the joy of the entire earth, Mount Zion, by the north side, the city of a great king. Tehillim 48:3, Psalms 48:3. Rabbi Yochanan ben Elazar said, there was once a peddler who went to Jerusalem to sell his wares. He went and sat there and made no sales. He said, this is the place about which they say, joy of the entire earth. After 1 hour, he had sold his entire stock. He said, the fairest of branches, the joy of the entire earth. Rabbi Yochanan said, there was a chamber of accounting outside of Jerusalem, and anyone who wanted to think about such things would go there. Why? In order that they shouldn't do their calculations in Jerusalem and be troubled by them, because she is called joy of the entire earth. And why all this praise? Because she was the city of a great king. When she was destroyed, rejoicing passed, and the joy of all the earth was exiled. What does the language of Arva, passed on, mean? It was darkened, obscured, as it says. It was evening, and it was morning one day. Genesis 1:5. In this world, the joy of all the earth has ceased. And when the Holy One rebuilds Jerusalem, he will rebuild all the joy to her. As it says, for the Lord shall console Zion. He shall console all its ruins, and he shall make its desert like a paradise, and its wasteland like the garden of the Lord. Joy and happiness shall be found therein, thanksgiving and a voice of song. I mean, I really think this is in that vein of, the divine feminine, specifically kind of calling back on this Asherah tradition, especially when you consider this idea that the name Asherah isn't anything wrong according to Judaism, according to Zohar, but rather it's just a name that fell out of use out of respect in the same way. And this is kind of like, I always love saying this. It's like in the same way that say you have a really rich friend and all of a sudden they go bankrupt. If you start referring them as millionaire after they lost everything, it's not a sign of respect. You might be like, oh, well, I feel like it's different when you're dealing with non-human entities, because like, why would God be offended? Whether you're saying God be offended, or why would the Shekhinah be offended by being called Asherah simply because it means happy or blessed? Because at the end of the day, there's almost this idea, and I guess it kind of goes down to how much you believe. It goes down to this sympathetic level, sympathetic magic. But the idea that if the Shekhinah, as it says in multiple places, that this daughter, sister, mother is actually Israel. And I think the way you could read it is, well, it's Israel because the Shekhinah dwells in Israel. But that notwithstanding, you have this idea that, basically that the Shekhinah can be insulted by calling her happy or blessed. And really that only emerges from this idea that the Jewish people, and again, it would be hard to say, that they weren't, because, no group's a monolith, but by and large, it was not a happy time for Jews for, as a whole. I mean, like, you could really say about 2,000 years with a few points of like good living in different parts of the world, but kind of always moving. But the point is that the Jews and descendants of the Israelites did not have this blessed or happy experience, and so in kind of this mirroring, they stopped referring to, and again, I do kind of wonder how much of this is just like a retrojection by some more mystical rabbis who were willing to like deal with these things that others might have seen as a bit more pagan or polytheistic. But basically this idea that that the Shekhinah will once again be called Asherah when Moshiach comes, because like it says here, that also it is kind of interesting. I wonder if this idea of like, it says that the Lord, or Yahweh, will restore or rebuild Jerusalem. It's kind of this idea, well, how will, and I mean, I feel like this probably is connected to some of the traditions that people have about, it's not, you have to, or not a matter of waiting or not, but essentially that like the Messiah won't, or that the third temple won't come until it's built by the Messiah. And then kind of this idea of like, how much is the Messiah like human? How much of this is like the spirit from like above? But anyway, I mean, I've been talking in circles for a while. So you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I was going to say, it's to a certain extent, you can see why they would kind of shy away from the Shekinah, because, it's kind of long-standing in Jewish tradition that, God has some arbitrary rules that don't necessarily make sense.
Yeah,
so,
it's like if God might have a wife, but don't you dare say that he does.
Exactly. It's the, again, it's sort of what I call the zeroth commandment, do as God says, not as God does.
Yeah. That's a good way of phrasing it. Let's see. So, continue with, wait, did we finish that? Yeah, I think finished that text. Yeah, we did. So let's continue with this.
God, he told them, take up my coffin from the south. Dan, Asher, Naphtali from the north. Binyamin, Ephraim, and Menashe from the west. Yosef and Levi were exempted, Yaakov explained to his sons, because Yosef is destined to be a king, and it's not becoming for a king to carry a coffin. And as for Levi, he will carry the ark of the living God, so neither should he occupy himself with death. So when Jacob passed away, his sons fulfilled his command, as verse 12 in chapter 50 of the book of Genesis testifies, and his sons did for him exactly as he instructed them. And this midrashic teaching concludes enigmatically. He said to them, do as I command you, and in this merit, the Holy One, blessed be he, will rest flags on you. Yaakov's blessing for them came true. As we learn here in our portion of Bamidbar in the beginning of chapter 2, Hashem spoke to Moshe and Aaron, saying, the children of Israel shall encamp, each man by his flag, according to the insignia of their father's household. So these flags were commanded by none other than God himself. Israel's division into camps and flags must have great significance for Torah to dedicate an entire chapter to this subject. There must be something very deep going on here. And we know that every minor detail of their desert experiences have deep spiritual significance and played a part in guiding them
Moses'
in their
desert
journey towards
adventure.
fulfilling their
A 40-year tour. A 40-year tour. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm totally using AI. Dang it. But you know, there's definitely music programs you can use with AI, like to make lyrics fit the tune of a song. I don't know exactly how to do that. But imagine that as like Gilligan's Island, but Moses' Wilderness.
Yeah, you did that one. The other one that flashed in my head was the theme to the Beverly Hillbillies with Moses striking the rock and water coming bubbling up.
Like the oil.
Yep.
divine mission. So what's with the flags? So open up your heart. The
What's
Midrash
with the
teaches
flags? What's
that
with the
these
flags?
express Hashem's great love for the people of Israel. Citing King Solomon's verse 2 of chapter 4 in the Song of Songs, he brought me to the banquet hall, and his banner over me was love. The banquet hall, our sages teach, is Mount Sinai. In the words of the Midrash Bamidbar Rabbah, a great love did the Holy One, blessed be he, show them by making them
The
flags,
Torah?
like those of the ministering angels, so that they would be recognizable. So the angels have flags? And what does it mean so that they would be recognizable? So this Midrash is teaching us that the origin...
Duh. If angels didn't have flags, how would they let you know when you've done something wrong? Like, that's when they give you a red flag, right? Oh, no, that's referees, not angels. Sorry.
Yeah. No, how are you going to know who's the angel unless they have the flag, right?
Yeah. Imagine their flags are actually their wings. They just kind of rip it off. They're like, okay, I'm waving the flag. And then once they're done with it, they just stick it back in their back.
Yeah. Something makes it work. Maybe that's how it works. You know, again, I don't know.
It reminds me of Lucifer on what channel was it on? It's based off of the Neil Gaiman.
The Neil Gaiman Sandman series, yeah.
origin of the Israelites' flags is with the ministering angels. The backstory is found in the Midrash Shir HaShirim Rabbah,
Wait, if there are
which
ministering
explains
angels,
that when the Israelites were...
that implies a ministry of angels. Right?
Well, at the top of that's the divine council, right?
Interesting.
Divine council would be in charge of the ministry of angels.
Yeah, the ministry of angels is a subdivision of the divine council, or it's under the jurisdiction of the divine council. Actually, you know, it'd be cool if someone made like a fictional series based off of, you know, Canaanite mythology in a similar way that people do with Greek or Roman or Egyptian.
Yeah, that could be cool.
Let's see.
encamped around the tabernacle in the wilderness, they were inspired by the vision of the angels who descended with flags to praise Hashem upon Mount Sinai when the Torah was given. These angels were arrayed in a majestic formation, each with its own unique flag. In the language of the Midrash, when the Holy One, blessed be he, revealed himself at Sinai, 22,000 angels came down with him. As it is said in Psalms 68:18, the chariots of God are myriads, even thousands upon thousands. These angels were all arrayed under banners, flags. And when Israel saw them, they began to long for flags and said, oh, that we too could be arrayed under flags like them. Therefore, the Holy One, blessed be he, said to them, the Midrash says, as you have desired flags, so I will fulfill your desire. And immediately, the Holy One, blessed be he, made known to Moshe how they should camp under flags, as it is said here in chapter 2 and verse 2, the children of Israel shall camp each with his flag under the banners of their fathers' houses. So the Israelites, upon witnessing this sight, were inspired and were filled with a desire to emulate the angels. What does that mean? Well, first off, it clearly means that there is some profound connection between a heavenly vision that the nation of Israel experienced at Mount Sinai and the earthly arrangement of their tribes in the desert in formation with their flags. In other words, the spiritual realms are reflected in our actions on earth. The children of Israel wanted their own flags in order to align themselves with the divine will. They aspired to reach a higher spiritual level akin to the angels. And the Midrash teaches that God responded positively to the Israelites' longing. He tells them that he will fulfill their desire for flags and provides Moshe with detailed instructions on how the Israelites should camp, with each tribe having its own flag and its own appointed place in the formation. Each flag was emblazoned with the emblem and the color of the tribe, which represented the unique characteristics and qualities of that tribe, reflecting its essence as well as its role within the larger community of Israel. So the flags conveyed unity and harmony among the tribes while testifying to their individual differences and strengths. Each tribe accentuated a different attribute, but they all came together in the service of God. So one message conveyed.
Muted.
Well, that's embarrassing. I was saying this could actually be fun. What if we try to take I'm going to try to look for one, but let's see. What's this? The 12 tribes quiz. I don't know if this is the right thing, but here, let's see. 12 tribes descended from whose 12 sons? Wait, is this? Oh, this is a knowledge quiz. No, I want to see. Let's see. Which tribe do I belong to? Let's see. What animals' qualities would you like to have? Let's say elephant, because I'd like to have that good of a memory, maybe. Or let's see. Maybe, I don't know. What do you think? Or no, this is for me. Let's see. A monkey. I mean, we're already pretty similar to monkeys. Tiger. They're so vicious. Honestly, I'm going to go with elephant. They have good memories. What month was I born? Interesting that it has it, but like it skipping. All right, choose an element. I don't know. I always hate this because I have a hard time choosing at least 4. Honestly, maybe Earth. Yeah. Favorite color? Blue. Favorite season? Winter. Are you cool or aggressive? Cool. Maybe a combination. Sometimes aggressive, mostly cool. Do you like salads? No, but I know salads are good for health. Oh my god, that I need to take a picture of that. That's too funny. Let's see. Rivers or mountains? A mix of both. I don't see how this is going. How physically strong are you? Strong enough. Out of all your siblings, you are. I don't have siblings. Sucks. Which country would you love to visit? Germany, Russia, Spain, or Italy? Spain, definitely. With all the Phoenician history. One word that describes you: helpful, brave, kind, or happy. I like to think kind. I mean, I'm pretty helpful, except for the fact that when it actually takes helping out with things that really require a lot of effort, that gets more difficult. Okay, I'm Zebulun. Interesting. I don't know how this tells me. I mean, dang it. Let's see. What 12 tribe am I from? Obviously. You know, it'd be funny if there's people who take this and they think that
You know, if you like to trick and slaughter people, you might be part of the tribe of Shimon. Are you a horn dog? Maybe you're part of Reuben.
Wait, a horned dog? Oh, okay, I got it now. Oh, a horned dog. I thought you said a horned dog.
No. A horn dog. Yeah. One word.
Let's see. Is this the same one I just did? Oh, wait. Enter your name. None of your business. Which familial title best applies to you? The oldest, the parent, the middle, the youngest. Let's see. Strengths and weaknesses. Often. Okay, and choose one. Strengths and weaknesses. Hardworking but a perfectionist. Empathetic but people pleasing. How do you feel about meeting new people? I love meeting new people, and I'm even comfortable going to an event where I don't know anyone. Say you are adult. What role in the church? I'm not in a church, thank you very much. Do you see yourself fulfilling? Hosting, hospitality, gospel preaching. Is there something about music? Or wait, let's see. Revelation 8K stirring the pot. Wise old person, that's me. Or maybe well versed in scripture. It's me. Next, choose a verse about love. And as an apple tree among the trees of the forest, so is my beloved. Wait, it is not an apple tree, is it? Maybe it is. Okay. Let's see. And Rebecca lifted up her eyes, and when she saw Isaac, she dismounted from the camel and said to the servant, "Who is that man walking in the field to meet us?" The servant said, "It is my master." So she took her veil and covered herself. And the servant told Isaac all the things that he had done. And Isaac brought her into the tent of Sarah, his mother, and took Rebecca, and she became his wife, and he loved her. So Isaac was comforted after his mother's death. Mary therefore took a pound of expensive ointment made from pure nard and anointed the feet of Jesus and wiped his feet with her hair. The house was filled with the fragrance of the perfume. I think we know some people who would choose that one, though.
Yeah, but did he love her too well? That's the question.
Michal, the daughter of Saul, looked out of the window and saw King David leaping and dancing before the Lord, and she despised him in her heart. No, that one doesn't stick with me. After these things, God tested Abraham and said to him, "Abraham," and he said, "Here I." Okay, now that's more like parental love. And on those parts of the bodies that we think less honorable. No, these are. Okay, I'm just going to go with I love songs. Pick any underrated story that makes you go mood. And he said to her, "Stand at the opening of the tent, and if any Esau came in for John the Baptist, and David and all the house of Israel were celebrating before the Lord with songs and lyres and harps and tambourines and castanets and cymbals. And when they came to the threshing floor of Naboth, I thought, Nacon? I don't know. Uzzah put out his hand to the ark of the Lord and took hold of it, for the oxen stumbled. See, and Jacob was left alone. And okay, why'd you call me Lord and not do what I tell you? Pharisees. What's this joke? Your hands have fashioned and made me, and now you have destroyed me altogether. Remember that you have made me like clay, and I will return. And will you return me to dust? Did you not pour me out like milk and curdle me like cheese? I like that one. If you have the faith, which miracle would you perform? Healing. That would be really, really freaking useful right about now. Well, I mean, just in general, but get that incredibly stubborn loved one saved. Hypothetically, you're in a situation where two people are getting into a fight. Trademark? I don't know. Which one are you? I'm one of the ones throwing punches. No. One of the ones throwing no. I'm trying to pull these chuckleheads apart. I'm trying to get them to cut it out without stepping between them. That one. Pick a supernatural creature from the Bible to go see. Snake in the garden before it was cursed to crawl. The angel with the flaming sword guarding Eden. One of them wheel angels with a bajillion eyes from Ezekiel. No thanks. Balaam's innocent talking donkey, and the angel in charge of stirring the healing pond in the Gospels. Did it have definitely? I'm not even Christian, but I've got to go with the healing spoon angel.
I was going to say I was hoping they had an option for behemoth rides there.
Wait, was there? Okay, now this is saying I'm Ruben. You know what? It just.
Okay.
But anyway, you can't take this shit seriously because it's not real. But you want to do one of these?
No, I can pass on that one. I was going to say you're saying that those which Hogwarts house you belong to, or that's like totally made up.
Wait, it's made up?
I know. Is that what you're saying there?
Are you telling me my whole life's been a lie? I just got an acceptance letter.
Go run through that wall, Ariel, full speed.
Well, that's certainly a way to end up at least thinking that you're at Hogwarts. But really, you're just in the ICU. But those beeps, they can sound magical in the right context.
And some of those doctors in masks certainly look like some of those creatures too. Yep.
Honestly, the day that I get a doctor that looks like a full-blown wizard, that's how I know I've won life.
Cool.
Yeah, just make sure it's not one of those weird, creepy-looking wizards like Rasputin or some shit.
Or a witch doctor.
Which doctor?
The one with the skulls hanging around his neck.
Yeah, which doctor? Okay, wait. What is up with my screen? Because that's weird.
By the flags is that they remind us that despite our differences, we are all part of one unified whole. But open up your heart in the deepest way. I can understand how human beings can express unity and identity through flags. But what does it mean that the angels in heaven have flags? What use do the angels have of flags?
Maybe they all look the same, so they need to be able to distinguish.
Maybe they think flags are just darn cool.
I mean, they are. But it's interesting. I forget what context. Oh no, it was in the Parsha Rabbit Hole where they were talking about this. But that if you think about it, it is true. There's not a single flag that doesn't offend someone. Like, can you think of a single one?
Not that I can think of.
Ooh, so I have been kind of multitasking, but someone just, I don't know if they did it on purpose. I don't know if they died, what's up, but someone had dropped a bunch of loot and they weren't around. So, I mean, I took it because it seems like they didn't care. So, anyway, let's continue.
Surely this symbolizes a great secret on a spiritual level, because this is a spiritual vision of a spiritual concept. Nothing material is going on here. So our holy masters teach us that the flags of the angels symbolize their distinct tasks and functions in serving God throughout different spiritual pathways of divine service. Each angel has a specific purpose and role in the divine orchestra of creation, serving as conduits for God's attributes to manifest in the world. And the concept of their flags is a symbol of their individual missions to carry out God's will. And just as the flags of the angels symbolize the unique divine light and energy that each one channels into the world, with each flag representing a different aspect of God's will and the specific spiritual tasks assigned to each angel, and thus there's diversity within their unity of divine service, so too, the flags of the Israelites were modeled after the flags of the angels, organizing them so that they would be recognizable, meaning in a manner that reflects their unique missions and the contributions of every tribe, every family, and every individual to the collective keeping of the divine covenant. So open up your heart. Shavuot is the anniversary of the Sinai revelation, when the Creator bequeathed Torah to the nation of Israel on behalf of humanity and changed the course of human history. And although the Sinai revelation was a powerfully transcendent spiritual encounter, yet it was not a one-time event. The revelation of Torah began on the first Shavuot, but it's an ongoing and endless process that continues throughout history. And each and every one of us are part of it. Understand the years of generation after generation. Moshe exhorts us in Deuteronomy 32. In every generation, a new level of the Holy Torah is revealed, a level that you and I are part of. And our challenge is to receive it, to make it ours on the deepest level.
But it's interesting, because if every new generation, a new part of Torah is being revealed, you know what that means? That means that the previous generation didn't have access to it. So that's almost like an implicit understanding that there's nothing wrong with using the context that we learn about, the culture surrounding the Torah in order to, I feel like there's, one level where you could look at it, it's like, oh, none of this is original, it's all stolen. But I feel like there's another way to look at it as, there is that additional level of Torah that's just as true as, I mean, in some ways, maybe even more true than other parts that people later on attach the meaning to. But the thing is, if you can come up with a meaning around it, whether or not it was the original meaning or not, you can't say that it's not true. It's just within what context. And so, like, with that, I think that this idea that, you know, new elements of Torah get revealed constantly means that the sages don't know everything. It doesn't mean, like, there's this idea that new understandings, like new interpretations, they're supposed to complement, not like go against, for lack of a better term. What would the term be? Like jurisprudence, or like the kind of like what the standard is, what the established norm is. But say there's something that you discover that's totally in line with Torah knowledge, and people just missed that before, or they didn't connect it. It's in that ways, it's kind of similar to scholarship. But what I like is that it's less so based on, oh, am I kidding? I mean, at the end of the day, it's all based off of what, you know, peers. So there's a lot of peer review going on there, if you think about it. But just this idea that it's not based off of whether something, well, actually, no, because I guess even with that, what becomes popular inevitably gets seen as acceptable. But the question is what acceptable what becomes popular? Or does the popular become acceptable?
I think there's a lot of feedback between the two of those. To me, I think it's a case of there's nothing wrong with coming up with your own interpretation, as long as you recognize, yeah, you might be, if you vary from God, you got it wrong.
Wait, if you vary from God, vary from God, which God?
You know, the one that wrote the text. That's the idea, is you're allowed to come up with your own interpretation, but if that interpretation differs from the author, you very well may pay a consequence for that.
Interesting. I don't know. There's something just kind of funny to me. Like, imagine it's you know, when you pass away, all of a sudden, you know, you get zipped up, and then you're in this line, and then it's your turn, and then God goes up to you and asks you, "So, what do you believe about this book?" And you're like, well, and then he's like, you know what? You didn't immediately tell me what I want to hear, so you're going down to hell. Like, imagine, like, who actually thinks that? I mean, and I guess the people who do, it's because they've been indoctrinated into it, but it's just, I don't
exactly. Know. And you know what? When they get there and they go, and he goes, "Oh, you're going to hell." That's exactly what happens. Sort of a self-fulfilling afterlife.
Naturally, as one does. All right, let's see. Where is that? All right, here we go.
Level, through preparation and desire and commitment, these intense weeks of the counting of the Omer have taught us that we have the ability to focus on our individual strengths to serve God through every aspect of our lives. May we merit to truly receive Torah on the deepest level. May this festival of Shavuot bring each and every one of us a new revelation of Torah. May it be a time of joyous renewal for all. Chag Sameach.
So now kind of switching gears a little bit. Let me see how I can tie this in. It's going to be an interesting one for sure. Skyline Valley. Can I even find anything that is interesting? Is this in Skyline Valley? Do you know anything about Skyline Drive?
No.
All right, let's see what we can find. But what's interesting is both these events, there's quite a few. I mean, given it's also West Virginia, so mountains, lots of mountains. So it works with, you know, getting the Torah on the mountain. But let's see what I can find. Yeah, I'm just going to search for. Okay, Skyline Valley lore. Oh, it's this. Did someone just purchase it? All right. All right, here. That should be good, more or less.
Greetings, fellow travelers, and welcome to my wasteland home. Whew, is it hot out here? but not as hot as what's coming your way soon in Fallout 76. My name is John Rush, and I'm the creative director for Fallout 76. I'm excited to be here today to reveal details on our new update, Skyline Valley. We love hearing from our fans, and we've heard you loud and clear. Our adventurers want more wasteland to explore. What better direction to expand our map than southward into the rolling hills of the Shenandoah? While we've enjoyed taking players to exciting new locales through expeditions, Skyline Valley offers more opportunities for the types of exploration and storytelling our fans have come to love while adventuring through the wasteland. You'll find locations inspired by real life, such as Mary's Rock Tunnel, the presidential cabins at Rapidan Camp, and of course, Skyline Drive. Expanding the map allows us to continue evolving Appalachia, providing new content for all players to enjoy, regardless of level or experience in the game. Vault dwellers can expect to see many exciting changes to the world, including a violent electric storm looming overhead. Following the storm to its epicenter, you'll find an entrance to the mysterious Vault 63. Inhabited by ghouls, this vault is led by Hugo Stoltz, an overseer with a particularly charged personality.
To shelter humanity for a new tomorrow. What other purpose could it possibly serve? I would advise you not to speculate any further.
He's a friendly example of a new electrified ghoul type we call the Lost. The Lost dwell in their own skewed reality, unable to communicate outside to others, and will defend themselves against any and all outsiders. For reasons you'll need to uncover for yourselves, Hugo is an outlier and will be a key character to befriend or betray as you learn more about his circumstances. Additionally, Vault Dwellers will cross paths with Storm Goliaths, a trio of supersized robo-brains developed by the great minds of Vault 63. If you have any trouble locating this trifecta of terror, try shedding a bit of light on the region to show the way. You're sure to have a blast. Also unique to the Sky Valley region, we're introducing a new public event, Dangerous Pastimes. Fans of our many other exciting events are sure to love it. In Dangerous Pastimes, you take on the role of a storm chaser, tasked with powering up a giant lightning rod to kick off an electrical light show. Round up some friends and hop in. Our team is beyond thrilled to share this new region with players. We know you've been itching for more places to build your camps, and the rolling vistas of Skyline Valley are guaranteed to inspire. Keep your eyes open for some new wildlife too. The Thrasher, in particular, is a uniquely Fallout take on the North American turkey. Oh no, I can see a really nasty radstorm heading our way. I'd best get indoors. That's all for now. Thank you so much for stopping by, and we'll see you in the wasteland.
Really wasn't what I was looking for, but let's see. Shenandoah National Park. What can I find on that? If anything. Maybe something.
Well, if you're going back with ancient lore, that's where the giant Indians had lived for centuries.
What do you mean?
They had giants living in the Shenandoah Valley.
I've never heard of this. Yeah, I'm not able to find anything on that. Weird.
No, that was part of the traditions. Is the Indians had war. They had been at war against them and basically driven them out not too long before the Europeans came over.
Interesting. Let's see. Maybe Shenandoah Giants. Huh. Let's see. Trying to think. Transcending Old America is what's this? Is there one specifically about that? Maybe I'll just search for West Virginia occult. Let's see what we find. What's this mountain, Witches of Appalachia? 5 cryptids of West Virginia. Do you think the
For
behemoth and
millennia,
Leviathan
people have
qualifies
claimed
cryptids?
seeing unusual creatures that don't fit our paradigm of understanding and defy explanation. Today, these strange creatures are referred to as cryptids, which are sometimes paranormal and are otherwise unknown and undocumented by the scientific community. Many dismiss claims of these creatures as simply myth, hoax, or folklore, but consider the fact that we have certainly not found all life forms on Earth yet. With new animals being found all the time, taken, for example, the recent discovery of a new whale species found in the Gulf of Mexico, there is a very real possibility that some of these legendary creatures could be lurking out there waiting to be discovered. For the most part, science believes cryptids are merely legends and cannot be proven to exist, but what if these strange creatures are real? Surely there must be some truth behind the multitudes of sightings over time throughout the world. This brings us to the topic of today's video. Some areas of the world seem to host a higher concentration of these legendary creatures than others. West Virginia is one of those places. So today, we're going to take a look at my list for the top 5 cryptids of West Virginia. Number 5, the Ogwa Monster. Stories of this river monster have been passed down by local native tribes for generations, but was first reported by European settlers in 1745 by a family living in Holt, West Virginia. Named the Ogwa, this cryptid is said to be a 20-foot-long monster that lurks alongside the Monongahela River in Marion County. Also known as the Rivesville Monster and the Holt Monster, it is believed this 500-pound creature is a cross between an alligator and a snapping turtle. Unlike other river monsters, the Ogwa is known for being able to come onto land to terrorize its victims, as it sports stubby legs instead of fins. As for its diet, well, according to legend, this beast seems to have a particular liking for deer and is known to be able to crush them whole with its powerful jaw. Be warned, though, this fearsome creature doesn't discriminate, as it has been said that any soul unfortunate enough to get too close to the Monongahela River's edge could be plucked with ease by the hungry monster, who then drowns you in the river. Afterwards, the Ogwa was known to store its victims' bodies in its den for consumption later.
Hey,
researchers believe that local tribes may have created the story of the Ogwa after seeing a potentially rogue alligator or an alligator snapping turtle that made its way further north than either species are known to go.
Interesting.
This could have been done by traveling up the Mississippi River to the Ohio and then eventually to the Monongahela River in West Virginia. The theory is plausible, as alligator snapping turtles have been found as far north as Maine. Alternatively, in prehistoric times, there were indeed giant turtles that made their home in what is now West Virginia. Perhaps the Ogwa monster was real, and some isolated population could have survived eons within the rivers of West Virginia. We may never know. Number 4, sheep squatch. Our next West Virginia cryptid is a woolly-haired being.
Yeah, I haven't heard of sheep squash before.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Called sheep squatch. Otherwise known as the white thing, this creature has been reported across several southern counties in the state of West Virginia. Boone County is the one that has the most sightings, with a surge of them happening in the mid-1990s, which put sheep squatch on the map. This cryptid is typically described as a bear-sized quadruped with white woolly fur. Its head is long and pointed, much like that of a dog's,
but it has long saber-like teeth and dons a pair of horns similar to those found on a young goat. Its forelimbs have paw-like hands, not unlike a raccoon, while its long tail is hairless like that of an opossum. This strange beast is also said to have a terrible sulfurous odor that accompanies it. In 1994, a former Navy seaman claimed to have seen sheep squatch making its way through the woods one day, stopping to take a drink of water from a nearby creek before crossing and continuing on. Later that year, 2 kids claimed to have witnessed a large, white, bear-like creature in Boone County, which stood on its hind legs. While not unusual behavior for a bear, the fact that it was white makes this suspect. When the creature realized it was being observed, it became startled and took off into a nearby forest while breaking medium-sized limbs off trees within its path. Later, in 1995, a couple driving through Boone County reported a harrowing experience of encountering sheep squatch, who they described similarly to earlier accounts, but this time it interestingly was described having 4 eyes. The creature jumped out from a ditch on the side of the road and began attacking the couple's car. The couple then sped off, later noticing that there were indeed large scratch marks on the side of their car, and it was attacked. As recently as 2015, a sheep squatch was spotted yet again by campers in Virginia, suggesting that there could definitely be something lurking within the Appalachian wilderness. Number 3, the Grafton Monster. This creature, sometimes known as
Muted.
Sorry, I was trying to. Yeah. So yeah, what about the Grafton Monster?
Yeah, I've heard of the Grafton Monster before.
What's the story behind that, if you know?
I want to say that's another river monster.
Interesting. It's definitely something like different in the game, but they take, well, I guess creative liberties when you're dealing with stuff that's never been proven. How much of it is creative liberties? How much of it is just interpretation?
Well, wasn't the Mothman proven?
Was it?
Well, there was something strange that happened. That much was proven.
Oh, you mean the bridge collapse?
Yeah.
I mean, is it proven that that's what caught? Oh, wow. There's a huge log that I can harvest. It's, I mean, it's basically an entire felled tree. I mean, it's not really that important this year, but let's see. It only gave me 8, and I have something which doubles it, so it was only 4. Anyway, but yeah, it is kind of interesting. So in Fallout, Fallout 76, they have the Grafton Monster as some sort of like FEV, forced evolutionary virus mutant that was experimented upon, and that basically the reason that this monster exists is because it was created by the what's the word? By not the Enclave, but by West Tech, which is like in the Fallout universe is like a military contract.
So a human-based mutant?
Basically, yeah.
Okay.
as the headless horror of Grafton is a hulking beast that makes its home along the Tiger Valley River near Grafton, West Virginia. This monster was said to be a 9-foot tall beast with a kind of blubbery white-gray skin. It was also very muscular, bipedal, and didn't really have a defined head according to witnesses who claimed to encounter this thing. Some think it may have been positioned low on its body, or had such massive muscular shoulders that it obscured its head, making it appear headless at first glance. The Grafton Monster was first reported on June 16, 1964 by Robert Cockrell. It was 10 p.m. and he was on his way home from work. He turned the corner on the road and suddenly saw a colossal thing off to the side. Terrified of this unknown colossus that was towering over his vehicle, Cockrell sped home and called up his friends to tell them what he had witnessed, and so that they could return to the place where he sighted the creature. However, once they arrived, the only sign of anything there was some flattened grass on the side of the road where Cockrell claims he saw the monster. 2 days later, Cockrell's story appeared in the local paper, the Grafton Sentinel, which spread like wildfire in the community. This story caused a massive hunt, with armed posses of people searching the area for the monster, but the Grafton monster seemed to have eluded the townsfolk. Another local had claimed to witness the monster while cutting wood with his father. They had been finishing up for the day when something caught the attention of their dogs, who started barking at something walking towards them through the forest, and it clearly wasn't afraid of the sound of the dogs or the noise from their chainsaws. This undeterred beast finally came out of the woods and revealed itself before turning back into the woods and vanishing. So could there really have been this 9-foot colossus of a creature stalking the wilderness around Grafton, West Virginia? Well, since the 1960s, there haven't been any further reports of this creature, so only time will tell if there was really some kind of unknown beast lurking in the woods around Grafton, West Virginia. Number 2, the Flatwoods Monster. Also known as the Braxton Monster, the Phantom of Flatwoods, or endearingly by
What about this one? Please tell me I'm not. Oh, I'm not muted.
The moth.
Sorry, what?
Oh, I said, yeah, vaguely familiar with this one. Number 1 has to be the Mothman, though.
Yeah, probably. If they don't, that's weird. So, but wait, so you said you had heard of the Grafton monster, or not Grafton, sorry, the Flatwoods?
Vaguely, I want to say this is some sort of beast, sort of like, again, kind of a, forest beast kind of thing. Again, vaguely familiar.
Isn't like part of the story that there was like an alien or something? That's what some people think. You there? Graham?
I said I don't know that level of detail. I don't know.
All right.
Locals, Braxy, this creature may not necessarily be a cryptid, but it's always a fan favorite, and I think it deserved to be in the number 2 spot on this list. Whatever this thing was, it sent the townsfolk of Flatwoods, West Virginia into a state of hysteria in the fall of 1952. The story goes that on September 12th, 3 young boys witnessed a bright object pass overhead through the sky and landed on a nearby farm. The boys grabbed their mothers, along with some other townsfolk, to go investigate this crash site. One of the townsfolk's dogs ran ahead of the group as they neared the site, only to come back with its tail between its legs. As the group neared the site of the object, they could see a pulsating ball of fire a mere 50 feet away, and the area was reportedly filled with a mist that made the people's eyes and noses burn. Someone from the group shined their flashlight around, and it eventually landed on 2 points of light emanating from the mist. In that instant, a strange, 10-foot-tall robotic-looking creature was revealed, and thus the story of the Flatwoods Monster was born. The entity had a red, round head and a cowl in the shape of an ace of spades behind its head. Its large, glowing eyes were described as resembling portholes and glowed a kind of orange-green. And beyond that, its body appeared to be metallic and armored. Some accounts mention that it had robotic arms, while others vary and say it had no arms at all. But here's where it gets strange. As the townsfolk observed this strange robotic being, it began hovering over the ground towards this frightened mob before making some kind of strange, high-pitched, shrill noise. As it hissed in that moment, whatever this thing was headed back towards the fireball on the ground. This frightened the group so much that they decided it was in their best interest to flee the area. Local deputies were called and informed of the incident, but the only thing they found during their investigation of the site of the area was a sickening, burning metallic odor in the air. Could this have been a case of misidentification
rocket fuel
or mass hysteria? Or did the townsfolk of Flatwoods, West Virginia, make first contact with a creature from the unknown? Number 1, Mothman.
Yeah, you're right.
This brings us to our number 1 spot in the top 5 cryptids of West Virginia. As we've seen from this list so far, the state has no shortage of stories about the strange and unexplained, which is why the most bizarre and perhaps most famous case that takes this top spot today is none other than the Mothman. This terrifying flying creature was said to have stalked the residents of West Virginia between 1966 and 1967, culminating in the collapse of the Silver Bridge that connected this small West Virginia town of Point Pleasant to Ohio and ultimately killed 46 people. When you think of Mothman, you probably think of Point Pleasant, but the first reported sighting happened in Clendenin, West Virginia, an hour and a half away, on November 12, 1966, while digging a grave plot. 5 grave diggers claimed to have seen a large brown humanoid creature with wings that was stalking them from the nearby trees. Once this creature realized it had been spotted, it quickly took off to the sky, faster than any normal bird would. A few days later, the sighting that made Mothman known to the world would happen. On November 15, 1966, 2 couples, Roger and Linda Scarberry and Steve and Mary Mellette, witnessed something that would change their lives forever. While on a double date, the couples decided to take a drive through Point Pleasant's infamous TNT area, a former World War II ordnance depot that helped manufacture explosives for World War II. As they drove through, Linda noticed 2 red, glowing eyes in the darkness over on a nearby building. She screamed, and within moments, Roger, Steve, and Mary's attention was brought to the sight of a darkly lit, 7-foot-tall humanoid creature with large red eyes and wings folded against its back. Roger, who was at the wheel, decided to get the group out of there and sped off in his '57 Chevy Bel Air. As they made their escape, they looked back to see if the creature was still there, but to their horror, it had taken off after them. According to Roger Scarberry, the creature kept pace with his car at speeds in excess of 100 miles per hour. The creature finally broke chase after the Scarberrys and the Mallettes as they reached the Point Pleasant city limits. The couples regained their composure after the chase, thinking it was only a bird that they saw and were merely overreacting. The Scarberrys and Mallettes decided once again to go back to the TNT area. Sure enough, when they returned, the creature was there waiting for them. This time, Roger's car's headlights shined directly on the creature, revealing its true form. The creature then spread its wings to a 10-foot wingspan and shot straight into the sky. Afterwards, the Scarberrys and Mallettes took the story to the local police, and from there, Mothman became known. In the following 13 months, hundreds of sightings of this strange flying humanoid creature would take place from Point Pleasant to Charleston, West Virginia, and beyond. When the Silver Bridge collapsed in December of 1967, it was the largest...
ridiculous. I had just finished the... Oh my god. Just finished this thing for... I don't know how to explain it, but basically it's like because I literally just like a minute after I was too late, and even though this server's still up, it didn't let me do it. I might have to submit a ticket about that. It's stupid. It was literally just 35 tickets and then plus whatever I would have gotten from this, but then, oh my god, I am so irritated. But, worse things. Anyway, let's see, where is it?
Bridge disaster in American history. Some witness reports tell of seeing the Mothman near the Silver Bridge just before it collapsed, leading many to believe that this creature is a harbinger of doom. After these events, Mothman sightings largely stopped in Point Pleasant, but in recent years, Mothman has been sighted again, this time near Chicago, Illinois. Could there be something that the Mothman is trying to tell us? And if so, will we heed its warning? All right, that was my list of the top 5 cryptids of West Virginia. What do you think of these cryptids? And which one's your favorite? Are there any other West Virginian cryptids I didn't cover in this video that you'd like to see a follow-up on? Or topics you'd like to hear about in the future? Let me know in the comments below. And if you enjoyed this video, please smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell for notifications. Also be sure to check out my social media pages on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, along with my website, all linked below. See you next time, and make sure to keep it strange.
Oh my god, that was so irritating. I should have done it sooner, but I'm having so much trouble with this game. Because the other thing that happened was I was in someone's group when they completed the last quest in the entire game, and it did it for me because I was in the same group as them. It makes no sense whatsoever. But I swear, like, the people who code this game, sometimes I don't know what the hell.
Yeah, no, that one's a mistake where they shouldn't let you complete quests that you don't have the prerequisites for. That's a mistake.
No, I was on the same quest, but I was nowhere near them.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Shit. And now I'm... What on earth is going on with my screen now? Shoot. What the heck? This is really weird. Shit. Okay, it's like how am I going to do this? I guess maybe will it work? Okay, this is a huge problem because I'm literally just wait, what is sorry about this. Okay, that something seems to be working. It's finally closing some stuff. I guess I'll just close everything else. What on earth? I'm like just completely here, 1 second. I'm just going to let's see. I have to pull it up on my phone and then restart my computer. Let's see. I restart. It should be.
You're muted on your phone, Ariel.
What?
You're muted on your phone.
Oh yeah, I know because I didn't want feedback. I think I honestly have no clue what the hell's going on right now. But let's see.
Everybody's having all sorts of tech issues.
Yep. Curse you all
I
cons.
I have a friend in Arizona. She lost internet for like 5 hours last night.
Oof, that's unfortunate. All right. So my computer's now restarting, but it's like I got to put it in perspective. On the grand scheme of things, there's not 35, but then what have I gotten from that? I mean, hey, they should honor it because I got the points. Well, I should have. See, that's the thing. I didn't get the points because they had cut off the event right as they were getting ready to close off the server. But how am I supposed to know when they're closing off the server? And inevitably, then I get screwed over because now I can't turn it in.
Was it a server reset or was it the dailies rolling over?
No, neither. It's the new season starting.
Gotcha.
Who knows? Maybe they'll just give me new like the tickets and dang it. They probably won't. They're like when it comes to customer support, I honestly Bethesda is one of the not so good ones I've experienced, just because it's like they take for like I submitted a ticket about what happened with the quest, and they still haven't gotten back to me. They said there's nothing they can do, and then I'm like, yo, I'm not just like, come on. You don't make a game and not have the ability to like undo something like that. And so they're like, okay, we can escalate it. So it's like, so then move it up. Then same thing. I pull the same thing. They escalate it, and then now I've been waiting, and it's just, I mean, it's like in the grand scheme of things, not a big fucking deal, but it's like just another bit of stress that I don't really fucking want right now. But I mean, hey, if only this was the worst of my problems. But let's see. So I'm pulling it back up on here. Let's see. Here we go. Okay, what is up with this? Is weird. Well, here, let me get in first. Here. All right, I'm back. That was so weird. But I mean, hey, at least I managed to get screenshots of whatever that was. So I have proof that I don't have proof of. Wait, what where's that coming from? Oh, there. Wait, shit. So is it live? What's going on? Cancel. It's downloading 1%. Okay, so I guess on that note, we will go back to Shavuot shit because I cannot think about that game right now because let's see. So what am I trying to think? Oh, right. Let's see. Shavuot. What can we find on Shavuot? Why is it that most of the stuff here isn't even Jewish? It's kind of annoying. I really have no. Wait, what? Yeah, I have no clue what I'm looking for. Meir Albaz, transformative. No, that guy is. Ugh. What am I? Oh, what is that? What's that guy? You know, let's see. What's he talking about? About Shavuot. Oh my god, there's so much on this. Wait, what's this? Here, this should be good. I'll have to, let's see, present, share screen.
Los Angeles, California, and I'm Noah. I'm from Los Angeles, California, and my question as a woman, I'm wondering what the woman's role is in Judaism and the woman of the house. It seems as though from the outside that the woman has a lot of responsibilities, and I'm wondering what that consists of, what those responsibilities are, and really what the significance is of a woman in Judaism.
Thank you, Noah, for a wonderful question. I think the best way to understand the role of the woman in Judaism is to study the first and primary book of Judaism, the book of Genesis. The book of Genesis has lots of stories about men and lots of stories about women. But there is a major difference. The men are the ones who make the small decisions. The women are those who make the big decisions, the grand decisions, the decisions that would have a cataclysmic effect on all of Jewish history and all of human history. So, for example, who decides that Adam should eat from the tree of knowledge? That changed the trajectory of humanity. Who made that decision? It wasn't the guy. It was Eve. Who decided, for example, that Ishmael should be expelled from the home of Abraham? That decision has consequences till this very day. It was Sarah, not Abraham. Who decided that Jacob should receive the blessings from Isaac, not Esau? It was Rebekah, the Jewish matriarch. Who decided that Jacob would marry the wrong woman? Instead of marrying Rachel, he would marry Leah. It was a cahoots of Rachel and Leah together. Who decided that Judah will have relationships with Tamar? It was Tamar. It was not Judah. Who decided that Joseph would be cast into prison? It was Potiphar's wife, which ultimately causes Joseph to become the prime minister of Egypt. Who decided to save little baby Moses from the Nile River when he was in a little basket? It was a woman. It wasn't even a Jewish woman. It was Batya, the daughter of Pharaoh, who saved little Moses. And who decided to commit the first act of civil disobedience in the history of humanity, not to listen to Pharaoh's decree to exterminate every Jewish baby? It was two women, Shifra and Puah. And who is the one to watch over little baby Moses and made sure that he got what he needed to be able to grow up Moses, to be able to grow up as Moses? It was little Miriam. Go through the whole Hebrew Bible from the beginning all the way to the book of Esther, who saves the entire Jewish nation from the genocide of Haman and Achashverosh in ancient Persia, present-day Iran. You get the point, Noah? The men have an important role to play in Judaism, but the big decisions, those that define the future of our people, the future of our families and our communities, those who mold and create the Jewish tomorrow, this was entrusted into the heart and into the soul and into the conscience of the Jewish woman, because Judaism always understood that the woman has that deep, intuitive wisdom to be able to ultimately understand what are the most important things to create powerful and viable Jewish homes, powerful and viable Jewish communities. What are the ingredients to secure a Jewish tomorrow? That's some of the gifts of the Jewish woman.
I'm not sure I could disagree more strongly. He's basically saying men don't have any responsibility for their own actions. That basically men are robots following what those women are telling them to do, and they have like no culpability and no responsibility. And I just can't sign off on that interpretation he's trying to sell there.
Yeah, I think he's going too far in order to, like basically he's going so far that's not like even apologetics. It's like almost like apologizing for things that people aren't even saying.
Exactly. It's like, yeah, the role of women in Judaism is enormous. It's a big role, but it's not that role. It's not to manipulate the men and force, men have to do what the women say. It's like I don't know where he got that from, but I just got to say, I can't go out on his limb, Tag.
One second. Sorry, I'm just multitasking right now. I'm submitting the tickets because it's like I need to get this off my chest. It's like I get it if they don't want to do anything about it, but at least then I do it. All right. Well, what's this? Why was Torah given a women?
Thank you for joining me for this wonderful JLI class. Thank you to JLI for making these incredible classes available to people all over the world. We're truly fortunate to have organizations like JLI who make Torah study available to every person. Two men were traveling on a bus. The older gentleman, being curious, asked the younger gentleman, "What do you do for a living?" The young man replied, "I help women in boosting their self-esteem." The older guy was now impressed and said, "Great, wow. What do you do? Do you run a nonprofit for women's empowerment?" And the young man smiled and said, "No, sir. I like the selfies posted by girls on Facebook." We are 10 days away from the most awesome Jewish holiday, the holiday of Shavuot, the holiday on which we receive the Torah, which occurs on the 6th and the 7th day of the Jewish month of Sivan. These days correspond this year to Friday, May 29th, and Shabbat, May 30th. Shavuot is the holiday in which we receive the Torah, and ultimately the holiday on which we became the Jewish nation. Up until we received the Torah, we were referred to as the children of Abraham and Sarah, Isaac and Rebekah, Jacob, Rachel and Leah, or as the Israelites. But when we received the Torah, we became the Jewish nation. On the holiday of Shavuot, the holiday when we receive this most precious gift, the Torah, which is our eternal gift for life, what did God instruct Moshe to do? He said the following verse, Ko tomar lebeit Yaakov v'tagid lebnei Yisrael. So shall you say to the house of Jacob, and so shall you tell the children of Israel. The Torah is very concise. Every single word is measured and counted. But the verse seems repetitive. Rashi, a commentary on the Torah, stops and says, what does this mean? Beit Yaakov, the house of Yaakov, the house of Jacob, Bnei Yisrael, the children of Israel, aren't they the same? Apparently not, because if it says both of them in the same sentence as separate entities, it must be that it's referring to two different things or two different people. And Rashi explains that Beit Yaakov is referring to the women, and Bnei Yisrael is referring to the men. So Ko tomar lebeit Yaakov, so shall you say to the women, the Tagid lebnei Yisrael, and say to the men. So first tell the women about the Torah, and then tell the men about the Torah. Very interesting. The commentaries that Rashi brings also explain that it uses two different expressions for saying. It says, so shall you tell, and so shall you say. Tomar and Tagid are both expressions of saying, telling. Why does the verse use two different expressions? It says, when you speak to the women, speak to them b'lashon raka, in a soft tone, and when you speak to the men, speak to them in a harsh tone. Very interesting. And it brings another commentary that says, when you speak to the women, you tell them the general fundamental concepts. When you speak to the men in a harsh tone, and you tell them the details and the punishments. Very interesting. It reminds me of my, a time that I can remember my children discussing sleepaway camp. And a number of my kids have gone to sleepaway camp, and they were discussing the first day of sleepaway camp, what it's like. And my son Mendel said that first day of camp, the head counselors gather you in the main room and they scare you. They tell you what's going to happen if you don't listen or if you misbehave, and you might get kicked out of camp. And they really try to, make you feel a little intimidated. And my daughter said,
right, so
really?
I got it written up.
Not in our camp, not in the girls' sleepaway camp. Quite the opposite. They get you all pumped. They get you excited about how amazing camp is. Yes, they say the rules, but it's more about how exciting camp is going to be. And it made me think of way back. God already then said, speak to the women in a soft tone and the men in a harsh tone. The men say the details and the punishments. The women, the general fundamental concept. And this was apparently happening in their sleepaway camp. So based on reading all these commentaries, we see that there were three differences. The women were told first about the Torah. The women were told in a soft tone, whereas the men were told in a harsh tone. And the women were told the general concept, whereas the men were told the details and the punishments. So let's talk about each of these differences. The women were told the Torah first. Why were they told about the Torah first? Rashi brings a commentary that says because the women would be quick, they would be eager to accept the mitzvot. And we know that Judaism stresses that women are the ones that will be responsible for the continuity of the Torah, for making sure that the children keep the Torah, and therefore God wanted the women to be given the Torah first. Why the women in a soft tone, in a gentle tone, and the men in a harsh tone? says because women would easily accept it. They would accept it right away. Whereas the men, in order for them to accept it, would need to be told in a harsh way. The women were told the general concepts and the men the details of the punishments. Why? The women were told the general concept says because women have greater emunah, greater faith, and women have greater yirat shamayim, fear of God. And therefore, just being told the general concepts, they would abide by everything. But the men, in order for them to abide, they would need to be told.
Kind of going with this idea of like logos versus pathos, like with logos being with the guys, where it's like, okay, why are we doing this? And then you need a reason, as opposed to this idea that's more intuitive, that like, not that they don't need a reason, but it's like the reason isn't as important as like, it's just, it makes more sense. But again, that doesn't mean that it's better, because if it just makes sense to everybody, nobody's going to question anything.
Yeah, no, I was going to say there are other interpretations you can give here. Again, some of the less popular ones would be, women got told first because women need to get told multiple times. They're not going to necessarily pick it up as quickly. You have it that they need to be told in general because details and facts usually don't matter to women. It's generalities. They don't care if you have the receipt.
All I know is that the ones who had to keep being told, stop worshiping these other gods, it's the kings who had to mainly be told. I mean, yeah, you could say they included women in that, but it's always directed towards the kings, as if, like, I don't know, I think it's interesting because, like, and again, part of that's probably just this representation of them as a figurehead.
Yeah, and another one would be that God has to tell the women because it's not like the women are going to listen to men.
At the end of the day, I don't know that we should be listening to certain people in general, but not on the basis of sex, on the basis of intelligence and morals.
Agreed.
Yeah, like, and it's funny, there's a lot of people who are like, oh, hermdy, there's no powerful women in the Bible. It's like, have you never freaking read it? Like, yeah, they get kind of airbrushed out in popular conceptions of it, but they're there.
That story reminds me of this person I was out walking with her, and she sat there and said, wouldn't it be great to be Jesus? And I just stopped dead in my tracks. And it's like, have you even read the Bible and saw what that life was like? Why would anybody want that?
Maybe she's a masochist. Is that the term? Sadomasochist?
Yeah, no. Yeah, masochist. Yeah. No. She was like, oh, it'd be great, to know God's thoughts and all that one. No. Yeah, you get to do that with, sitting in heaven. On earth, man, it's the getting whipped and tortured and nailed. And no, that is not fun. How you can read the Bible and think that'd be a good life, I do not know.
Wait, what on earth? That's weird. Edit. What happened here? Yeah, what? Wait, so it's still on with what the heck? That's weird. It dropped Twitter for some reason. I have no clue what save changes. Is it whatever. Doesn't really matter.
The details and the punishments. So we see three significant differences that we learn just from this verse. Very interesting. A number of years ago, Robert Abrams, the borough president of the Bronx and the district attorney of the state of New York, came with his wife Diane to see the Rebbe, Lubavitcher Rebbe, world leader of blessed memory, and many important people would come to Lubavitcher Rebbe, and he came to the Rebbe to discuss certain things, and the Rebbe was discussing political and economic issues with him, while his wife Diane, who was an accomplished attorney herself, just sat quietly because she thought that the Rebbe only wanted to converse with her husband. And after a while, the Rebbe turned to her and said, aren't you going to say anything? These are the days of women's liberation. The Lubavitcher Rebbe always stressed the greatness of women and the significance that women play in Judaism. And so did his predecessor, the previous Lubavitcher Rebbe. Judaism stresses that women are the Keret Habayit, the foundation of the home. And we know that the foundation of the home is most important. That's what the home stands on. And if there isn't a strong foundation, it'll crumble. But if there's a strong foundation, the home will be strong. And that's what Judaism says. Women are the Akeret Habayit. The home rests upon them. They are so important. And this makes our responsibility so great, because when we realize that the Torah was given to women first, and that in the merit of women, the Jewish nation merited to receive the Torah, we know that we have a great mission and a great task ahead of us. And that we know that God does not give us any strength. God does not give us any mission for which we are not able to handle it, right? There's a saying that says, God doesn't give you more than you can handle. In fact, I remember one Rosh Hashanah, after services, a woman came over to me and she said, in a questioning tone, you know, they say that God doesn't give you more than you can handle. And I said, yeah, I've heard that. And she says, well, I think he overestimated me. And I laughed, and that line always remained with me. But in truth, God does not overestimate us. He knows what we as women are capable of. And if he instructs us with the Torah first and says that women are the Akeret Habayit, that means we have the strength to fulfill and utilize all the qualities that he gave us. Now, it's interesting, not only when God gave the Torah were women given precedence over men, but in numerous places in the Torah, we see that women were first. There's another instance in the desert when the Jews were building the first ever Mishkan, the tabernacle, the portable sanctuary in the desert. In a way, it was like the first synagogue ever, with no membership and for all Jews. Imagine that. And it says that the women were very excited to contribute to this. And the verse
the
says,
bronze mirrors.
and the men accompanied the women. And the Ramban explains that the women were so eager to donate to the holy sanctuary, to the Mishkan, the portable sanctuary in the desert, that they were rushing, and the men went after them, and they donated their precious jewelry. Now, we know that's not so easy. Would you give your jewelry? These women were incredible. They were so eager to build this holy Mishkan, the sanctuary, and they were there first in line to give their jewelry, with the men following after them. Interestingly, when it came to the golden calf, the women were not first. Not only were they not first, they said no, they did not participate in contributing their jewelry to the golden calf.
Interesting.
Let me give you some background. When God gave the Jewish people the Torah, he said the 10 commandments. And after that, Moshe, went up on the mountain for 40 days to receive the physical luchot, the actual tablets. Now, the Jews counted the day that Moshe went up as the first day, which was miscalculation on their part. So on the 39th day, they were already panicking. What's happening? How are we going to be without Moshe? Moshe is not coming down. And they were very dependent on Moshe. Moshe had led them out of Egypt. Moshe was the one who was, performing the plagues. And so they were very nervous. And they went to his brother Aaron and they said, help us make this.
I think it's more of a Mo-dependent relationship.
I can see that.
Golden calf, and they wanted to give their jewelry. And we know that the women said no, they don't want to give their jewelry for such a thing. And as we know the story, Moshe came down on the mountain and saw the Jews dancing in front of the golden calf, and he shattered the tablets. Torah tells us that it was a grave sin, and God was very upset with the Jewish people. But because the women did not participate in contributing to the sin of the golden calf, they didn't want to give their jewelry. In honor of that, God gave us a mini Jewish holiday every month in the merit of Jewish women. And that is Rosh Chodesh. Rosh being head, Chodesh being month. The first day of every Jewish month is a mini Jewish holiday. On Rosh Chodesh, we say special prayers, like we say Hallel.
Another thing is it might, so Chodesh means month, but Chadash means new. So Chodesh, it actually means a new month. Because the term, I think in antiquity, for month was actually Yarech. Yarech. Same word as Yarech, means a moon. So it's this idea of, so like Rosh Chodesh, it's the new head or the new start. Or, well, I mean, literally the start of the month, but a month is just, it's the new month. Because there's a difference between month and new month. But
we read the Torah in the synagogue. We are not supposed to do laundry, hopefully to give women a break, on Rosh Chodesh. So we see that the women knew when to rush to be first by contributing their jewelry to the building of the Mishkan, and they knew when to say no and not to participate. Interestingly, when we look at the outward appearance, women and men, we see a big difference in what Judaism teaches us. We know that men wear a kippah on their head, and they wear tzitzit, a four-cornered garment with the fringes in the corners, but women do not. And the question is why? In order to understand that, we have to know why do men wear a kippah and tzitzit, and then we could understand. So men wear a kippah, which is a covering on their head. It's also, a kippah is also called yarmulke. Yarmulke is comprised of two words, Yareh and Malka, fear of God. Men wear a kippah on their head to remind them that God is always above them, to remind them about the fear of God, that God is always over them. Tzitzit, the four-cornered garment, why do they wear that? In the Hebrew alphabet, in the Aleph Bet, every letter has a numerical value. Aleph is 1, Bet is 2, Gimel is 3, etc. The word tzitzit equals 600, plus 5 knots and 8 fringes equals 613. So the four-cornered garment, the tzitzit, is there to remind them every day of the 613 mitzvot, the 613 commandments that God gave us. So this is beautiful, wearing a kippah to remind them that God is above them, the tzitzit to remind them of the 613 mitzvot. What about women? And our sages tell us that women are more spiritual in nature. Spirituality comes more natural for them, and they don't need these daily reminders every second to remind them that someone's above them. For them, it's more natural to remember that. And therefore, they don't have to wear a kippah and tzitzit. So, wow, it's really important for us to know our worth. We need to know how valued we are and to appreciate these differences. It reminds me of a story. Little Avi came home from school one day and his mother said, "How was school, Avi?" And he said, "It was good, but you know what? I'm really upset. Every single day, Yoni gets taken out of math class. And when he comes back, he has a smile on his face and a lollipop. And it's not fair. Why am I not taken out of math class?" And his mother said, "Avi, don't you understand? Yoni needs help in math. So Yoni is taken out so he can be tutored in math. And because his efforts are valued and appreciated, to show him how well he does, his tutor gives him a lollipop. You, Avi, excel in math. You do so well. You don't need that extra help." Wow. So it's really important that we know our values, our significance. It's interesting. It reminds me of a story. The mayor of a small Israeli town was once taking a walk, and he passed a construction site. And he was walking with his wife, Eliza. They passed the construction site, and suddenly one of the construction workers called out, "Eliza, how are you?" And she started talking to him. And after they finished talking, they walked away. And the mayor turned to his wife and he said, "How do you know this man?" And she said, "Oh, when we were younger, he wanted to marry me." And the mayor said, "Wow, aren't you lucky? If you would have married him, you would be the wife of a construction worker." And she said, "No, not at all. If I would have married him, he would have been the mayor." Jewish women have always been and played a pivotal role in Jewish history. We've been the backbone of every Jewish event.
I love that joke. I mean, I haven't heard specifically that one, but more or less some take on that.
Yeah, I question how much she's thought through what she said earlier about women need to remember that there is somebody above them.
What do you mean?
Well, that seems to be the opposite of women's liberation and the feminist movement, with the idea that there is nobody above a woman.
Well, because the idea is that there's not one person above. Like, again, I guess it gets.
I'm going entirely with the modern census that no one, literally no one, including God, is above the woman.
I mean, that's definitely not what she means.
I know that. I know she's saying something other than that. I'm just wondering if she's thought through the implications. That's what I was questioning.
Well, because when she's saying, I mean, we could go back, but she's very explicitly talking about like this idea of like men being more important than women. It's this idea that men and women are, I mean, like, what's this, like, you know, not equal in every regard, but, you know, this idea that one's not better than the other, but this idea that, like, both are underneath God, which, whether you're, I mean,
Oh, no. I agree with you, Ariel. I'm just saying that what she's saying runs counter a lot of the modern messaging is all towards women.
Well, I mean, this isn't modern messaging towards women, because this is telling women that they don't need to, you know, dress provocatively in order to, you know, to get attention or to be listened to, or to be popular, you know, stuff like that. Like, so, I mean, I'm just giving an example, but, let's see. 1 second. But yeah, I mean, I do want to go back to hear what she's saying, but I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, she would say this, and she says no one, and she means, like, no one on Earth, for instance, or, like, you know, no human, basically no one but God is above, you know, above people. Above, you know, each person. But the idea is that men kind of forget that because of all the hierarchies that we build. And again, not to say that women don't do the same thing, but this, I guess, just
she's going with that. It's the idea of the men dealing with the details. Hierarchies are built off of details. Generality is the inclusion exclusion with the women. The details don't matter as much. No, it's I agree with most of what she's saying. I'm just not sure how, you know, again, I haven't heard enough from her. I don't know. I was just questioning how much she's thought through the implications of that and integrated that with the modern messaging towards women. I was just curious. Question, tag.
And she said, no, not at all. If I would have married him, he would have been the mayor. Jewish women have always been and played a pivotal role in Jewish history. We've been the backbone of every Jewish event. As Jewish women, God has endowed us with special qualities and special traits, and it's important for us to be cognizant of that. The Torah teaches us that girls become responsible for all the mitzvot at age 12. Boys become responsible for all the mitzvot, all the commandments in the Torah, at age 13. Therefore, a girl becomes bat mitzvah, literally daughter of commandments, at age 12, and a boy becomes bar mitzvah, literally son of commandments, at age 13. So a girl becomes responsible for keeping the whole Torah a year earlier than boys. Why is that? Because girls tend to mature earlier in every way.
Also,
physically.
If you think about it, I don't know, maybe I'm just kind of thinking too deep. So when, you know, women give birth, before that, they have to be pregnant for, you know, 9 months. And by having it be a year before, it's almost like they have that extra year, you know, it's almost like, I don't know. It's like, I'm probably thinking too much into it, but it's almost like, by having it that much,
I don't know. I was going to say you have that extra with women in there with that extra week of purification. There's a whole lot of extra that goes on there when it comes to women as opposed to men. Again, I'm a big believer in the whole hieros gamos, where a lot of the male-female is complementary rather than, one is superior to the other.
Yeah,
both are necessary.
That's the idea in Judaism. It's kind of like, if you think about it, like, okay, I mean, for lack of a better term, say you have one person on top and one person on bottom. It's not about that one's on top, one's on bottom. It's that they're in relation to each other. It's not about, like...
I tend to think of it like axle and wheel. The cart doesn't roll without both.
I mean, that works too, but, like, what I'm going with is... Wait, roll...
I think you got muted.
What was I saying?
I was saying axle and wheel, and you were going off onto yours.
Yeah, but what was my example?
I don't know. You faded out before that. I thought you were going to emphasize aspects of your example.
Oh, I thought I did. What? basically that. Oh my god.
Well, the point is,
wait. So basically, it's kind of like okay. I mean, it works. Okay, so think of the number 69. If you rotate it, you still get 69. Which one is first? Is the 6 or the 9 first? If you flip them over, it just flips. So it's kind of almost this idea that trying to say one is first and one is last, or one is top, one is bottom, you end up missing the point. They only are because of each other.
Exactly. No, totally agree.
All right, let's continue. And then I think it finally updated. So might not get those 35 tickets, but at least the new download or new update.
Emotionally and mentally. And if you're a parent of both genders, I'm sure you would agree with me. So these specific instances of the women giving precedence by the giving of the Torah, the women being first to contribute to the Mishkan, to the holy sanctuary in the desert, the women refusing to participate in the sin of the golden calf. All of these show us that women have significant qualities. And as we mentioned, women not being required to wear kippah and tzitzit, women becoming responsible for Torah a year earlier than men, teaches us something very significant. You know, people like to say men are from Mars, women are from Venus, but really, no. It's women are from the first batch at Sinai and men are from the second batch. The women were able to really show their strength throughout their time in the desert. And because of their spiritual quality, they were able to overcome many challenges. It's interesting that the spiritual women of nature has impacted all the generations. There's a saying that says, "B'zchut nashim tzidkaniyot nigalu avotenu b'Mitzrayim, u'b'zchut nashim tzidkaniyot asidin lehigael." In the merit of righteous women, we were redeemed from exile, and in the impacted all the generations. It's interesting that the spiritual women of nature has impacted all the generations.
When to be
There's a saying that says, "B'zchut nashim tzidkaniyot nigalu avotenu b'Mitzrayim, u'b'zchut nashim tzidkaniyot asidin lehigael." In the merit of righteous women, we were redeemed from exile.
Does she mean all women or all Jewish women?
In the future, we'll be redeemed.
I mean, it's a fractal thing. So Jewish women, but it's kind of like, okay, what's it mean to be Jewish? It's like, obviously, you could stretch that out really far. You're not getting. It doesn't mean someone's a Jew or Jewish, but more so like. I mean,
you know where I'm going. It's like she's bouncing back and forth between concepts without being very rigorous in her thought. It's like a lot of her emphasis on the firstness, it comes across like she's trying to emphasize women as superior to men without actually saying it. It leaves me a little just uncomfortable with some of her approach.
I think it might just be that some of the language sounds familiar, but she's explicitly stating that they're equal.
Oh, I know. It's like it's coming across as sort of a forked tongue kind of approach. She's explicitly saying it, but she's using, for lack of a better term, sort of microaggressions, subtle terminology choices that emphasize a superiority aspect concerning with women as opposed to a difference aspect. It's one thing to say difference. It's another thing to say that difference makes them better. And too often she comes across as taking that second step as opposed to the first one. Tag.
I mean, I personally don't get that impression, but teach them. The other thing I was going to say is I think you might have misunderstood the context she was saying.
But really, no. It's women are from the first batch at Sinai, and men are from.
So obviously, in this context, she's talking about Jewish women, like the women at Sinai and the men at Sinai.
From the second batch. The women were able to really show their strength.
Again, context, she's not saying women, she's saying the women. Which women?
Well, I understand. I think I throw the same flag on the the whole patriarchy concept of Adam came first sort of concept. It's you're taking it and you're just taking it out of context. That's all. It's just both sides rub me the wrong way when they go with superiority tag.
I really think we're just living in like a world where it's almost like kind of the same thing with symbols. Like at a certain point, you end up running out of language that you can use, and so inevitably, some words will signal multiple things to multiple different people. And it's kind of like, well, it might seem like forked tongue to someone, but I think it's really important on like understanding the context. So, for instance, the audience she's speaking to, she's probably speaking to to like Gen Z girls who maybe are like less interested in Judaism because they think that it's all poo-poo on women. And so it's almost one of those things where you grab their attention by getting something that might be kind of, flashy or whatever, and then kind of you bring it back to the middle ground.
No, I hear what you're saying. It's some of it is that, again, this you probably recognize what I'm talking about. Some of it comes with a word is what it is. It's those set number of letters. Now, the meaning that comes with it can come across on ethos, pathos, and logos. And that's where you could have people using the same meaning on one level, but carrying a different meaning on another. And that's, I use the example of, it's like, you can use different words to carry the same information content. One of my examples is it's like, if you're out shopping for a dress with a woman, she asks, does this make me look fat? You could sit there and you can, massage it with that really doesn't hang very well on you. Let's keep going for a different one.
There's one cheat code, one loophole. You need to take that into account.
I don't know what you're saying.
There's a loophole. There's one way you can be honest in that situation, and one way alone.
Well, no, it depends on the woman too. You can.
Yeah, but there's one way you're pretty much assured that you're fine. But then again, it's kind of like a situation that wouldn't apply to either of us.
Yeah, I was going to say that's one of those where I've been shopping with women, and then they sit there and say they actually, if it makes them look heavy or makes them look fat or hangs on their hip, they want to know that, because part of their point is they don't want to look fat to people. And if they do look fat and somebody lies to them and says it doesn't, then they're going to be wearing something that makes them look fat. And that's what they really, that's why they drag me along shopping, because I'll tell them the damn truth.
At the same time, it depends on the relationship you have with them, because it might
exactly.
Sometimes the truth hurts. It's like maybe you're not the person to tell them that truth, but
exactly. None of them want to hear the line of, no, it's your fat that makes you look fat. They don't want to hear that.
But no, I was going to say the one cheat code I can think of is if you're a gay best friend, then that's the one way you might get away with being totally brutally honest, and no matter what the relationship is, you're pretty much fine.
Yep, that pretty much fits. I've been told several times that I'm about as gay as a 100% heterosexual man can get. So yeah, that tracks with my experience.
I haven't been told that, but kind of the same. Like, I don't know. At the end of the day, it's kind of interesting. I'm convinced that the more secure someone is with their own sexuality, the less weird they are about shoving shit like femininity or masculinity in other people's faces, if that makes any sense.
No, absolutely agree. It's those people, they need to make outward projection because their inner self is so uncertain.
Yes, it's like an eye of the storm, except in this case, the storm. I don't know where I'm going with this, but anyway.
Well, it's a classic. The biggest homophobes are the closeted gays.
Yeah.
That in denial.
And some of the worst anti-Semites are Jews in self-denial also.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Back to the vid or whatever.
Oh yeah, but some of the most anti-Christian people, some of the most anti-Christ people, started their life off as Christian. So it's like, in a lot of ways, people end up either finding a synthesis with what they grew up with, or they have to develop an antithesis.
Yep. It's like the anti-smoker. It's usually they go that. It's not often that somebody just quits and then doesn't care about other people smoking. They usually get rabid about it.
Yeah. It's interesting. I used to think my issue was with smoking. My issue is with shit that gives you cancer. It's kind of like, what's the problem with smoking something if it doesn't give you cancer? But given a lot of like that's what they were trying to say about tobacco back then. But no, like it's been proven that smoking tobacco, even chewing, all that causes cancer. But like, something like marijuana, or cannabis, I use cannabis plenty. And I've probably been healthier since because of it. Given I've had other issues, but that's separate from it. But
I was going to say, on a total tangent on that one, back in the 80s, I read a medical report that I thought was absolutely fascinating. And that was the idea that there was nothing inherent within the tobacco plant that caused cancer very much. That the biggest reason why it started causing lung cancer was because of nuclear testing.
Really?
It was fallout that ended up raining on, again, it was all on the east. So fallout would come down there. And one of the things about the tobacco plant is it leaches minerals and nutrients from the soil. And the idea it would leach up. Yeah,
Sorry,
basically microdosing on it. The fallout would come there, and it would come, and then your long-term smokers would have the little, the crevices in the lungs would collect it there, and you were basically microdosing on little, radioactive particles because they were accumulating there from the tobacco plant over decades, and that's what ended up producing the cancer was, radiation, not any of the chemicals inherently within the tobacco plant. I thought it was a fascinating concept and very well supported.
I guess then the question is, well, what percentage of nutrients or things in the soil, whether it's contaminants or whatever, does the tobacco plant absorb versus say other plants? Then it would be a question of, okay, find similar plants that people consume, maybe specifically look for ones that people smoke, and see is there any comparable trend of cancer rates in those populations as you have with tobacco smokers?
Exactly. You're saying exactly what I was like. That opens the door to all sorts of follow-up as to why are we seeing this. It was like I said, it was a totally interesting one, consistent with the facts, and again, like I said, just found it fascinating when I saw it. It's like that could be very well be true.
Well, so the next question would be, what was it? Is this the same in other parts of the world?
That would be the follow-up question. I would be very interested in seeing that one if over in Africa and other places that actually grow tobacco, if the tobacco grown there has a similar effect.
Also, if that's the case, to see if there's any it would be difficult because so much is deteriorated, but try to exhume bodies that of people that were known heavy tobacco users back before the era of nuclear testing and see.
And that was part of what they had done in the report, is they had sat there and tracked, and they saw a huge explosion in cancer-related, lung cancer cases after the nuclear testing started. You didn't see a lot of that prior to the 1940s.
Wow, that is eerie. But wow. So I wonder. So you think it? Holy crap! So, but still, if that's the case, how come the rates are still so high?
Well, for some of the people, it's like I smoked back in the 80s and stuff, and it sits there and it gets into the soil, and again, the chemicals probably do have some effect. Well, I'm just saying the thought that it was the nuclear fallout might have had a significant role to play. That it's like that's worth teasing out as far as I'm concerned.
Wait, so how long is the fallout actually radioactive? Because I know that for instance, Hiroshima, Nagasaki, I forget, it wasn't that far after the bombing because the half-life, it reduces, half every so often. But that basically it's not really the nuclear weapons that last a long time that leave all this residue. It's more so nuclear meltdowns or issues with containment. Not so much a giant, explosion and ignition of this nuclear energy, because the instantaneousness of it while it's more violent, it's like, it makes it so it disappears quicker.
Could be. I mean, they did nuclear testing up until the 1970s, at least.
Interesting. But, so, and I guess part of the problem is maybe now it won't even matter if they had stopped nuclear testing, because then you have all these other contaminants that's potentially also absorbing. So it's like maybe the issue is that like they need to learn how to grow tobacco in a completely closed environment where there's no way that it can get these contaminants, essentially grow it in a hermetically sealed container, for lack of a better term, where you can ensure what's going in and what is in there, and see if there's different immunological responses to that would be interesting. And once you have that, you could just, I guess, start synthesizing more of that same but then it wouldn't be but like essentially imagine if you have this line of tobacco that's completely uncontaminated by essentially the modern world, if there's a way you could even manage that and to see, does it have the same risks?
No, definitely. And I was going to say, just on the nuclear testing, it was 63 was when they officially banned like above air, anything but underground.
Officially. Wait, anything but underground?
Right. Underground kept going until the 90s.
Oh, you want to hear something hilarious? So the lore of ultrasite in okay, let's see. Ultrasite lore. This is really cool how it ties into what we're talking about. Let's see. Ultrasite. Let's see. Atomic mining services. Atomic mining services lore. Okay. Let's see. Please tell me it's not. I'm going to see if there's a better. All right, here. This should be good. 3 minutes. It's not that bad.
Atomic Mining Services, AMS, sometimes erroneously referred to as Automated Mining Services, was a pre-war mining company that mainly operated in the Appalachia region, and would later partner with both Hornwright Industrial and Garahan Mining Company. AMS would also develop the auto miners and participate in the construction of Watoga with Robco Industries. At first, the communities in the Appalachian region embraced AMS with open arms, excited to be the beneficiary of their new techniques in acquiring additional resource from old mines. Atomic Mining Services skyrocketed to fame with the use of atomic charges to mine ore, which was a risk that did not sway the mining communities already familiar with hazardous techniques. AMS Research and Development initially reported enthusiastic reports on the effort, stating that energy production from ultrasite continues to exceed expectations, and noting that they sought to further understand how ultrasite was created, in hopes of taking their production of such to the national level. While further attempting to perfect its ultra-deep mining methods, the company experienced numerous failures with the underground detonations in Welch, and severe environmental damage around Mount Blair. As a result, AMS pulled out of the area, citing technical failures, pushing the coal towns further into economic freefall. However, the company's interest in the town was reignited when veins of raw ultrasite were discovered there after the fact, many simply bursting through the floors and walls of homes in Welch. The company quickly descended upon the town, attempted to forcibly evict townspeople from their homes in order to extract the valuable ore, claiming that they had resource rights to the land. This caused a significant backlash among residents, resulting in violence and the summoning of the National Guard down to quell the unrest. In addition, AMS cooperated closely with both Robco Industries and Hornwright Industrial. The partnership with Robco was invaluable when dealing with politicians and helped them deflect attention away from other operations and focused on the town of Watoga, where the two corporations attempted to create an elite town of the future. The Hornwrights, leading the automation revolution in Appalachia, provided AMS with a never-ending stream of auto miners. Although AMS board members expressed reservations about the lack of investment in a proprietary device, the CEO convinced them by pointing out that Hornwright's experience with drilling applications proved to be the key linchpin. They were just cheaper and faster to make than AMS could be capable of doing on its own. Another advantage was the history between Penelope Hornwright, Daniel Hornwright's daughter and
Where is
company's
this
COO, and AMS, having been an intern in the past, as it was her insistence that made the deal possible in the first place.
Wow. So yeah, basically they were using nuclear charges underground in order to do mining. That's basically what you were talking about, except not for mining, just for testing.
Yeah, they were testing the bombs themselves. And what they sound like, what they're making an allusion to in the lore there is basically nuclear-powered fracking.
Is that actually a thing?
Not nuclear-powered. Fracking's a thing.
Oh no, I know. I was talking about imagine nuke frack.
Yeah.
Frack nuke.
Yeah.
A frack.
You know, again, there are pluses and minuses. One of the pluses is you do get a lot of natural gas out. The negatives is you're messing with the water table.
Would it? Well, how bad would it be? Because because how residual would the radiation be?
Oh, if you're talking nuclear, I don't know about nuclear. You know, usually with the nuke, you're talking good decade or so.
Just make sure you go down deep enough where they're. At the end of the day, yeah, just not a good idea.
Well, you're irradiating your ore too, so whatever you're getting out there is going to be, you know, you got to definitely have long-term plans there, or you got to live with the radiation.
You're getting ultrasight.
Throughout their time in the desert. And because of their spiritual quality, they were able to overcome many challenges. It's interesting that the spiritual women of nature has impacted all the generations. There's a saying that says,
I mean, so with that, I think you could extend that to all women, but then she's talking in the context of Judaism. Is she's saying all women have the spiritual nature, but then she's talking about why that's important for Judaism. Though, at the end of the day, it's so interpretive, you could really... Though I don't think it really changes that much interpretation for this specific one, whether she's talking about all women going back to Eve or all Jewish women going back to, like, Sarah or something.
In the merit of righteous women, we were redeemed from exile. And in the future, we'll be redeemed.
So I think, like, people, so there's some people who could take that way too much, like, oh, you know, it's because the merit of women, because of how great women are. It's not about that. It's about, so, like, this is referencing Shifra and Puah, who they tricked Pharaoh because they, when he told, you know, the Egyptian handmaids, or like the doulas, to basically to kill all the Israelite boys. They said, you know, by the time we get, you know, these Israelites, they're you know, they're having kids like animals. By the time we show up to the house, they've already, you know, they've already had the kid and they've hit him away, or I forget exactly what the second part is. But basically, the joke is that, you know, oh, they're like, we can't do anything about it. So it's almost like they're being disobedient, but they're not being like, hey, we refuse to do this, because if they do that, they'll be killed. So you have stuff like that in the merit of righteous women. You also have the story of Miriam, how when it's actually echoes this idea of when the evil inclination, or like the lustful desire, was taken away, that so too did reproduction stop. But basically, there's this idea that once that decree happened, Amram, the head of the Levites and the father of Moses and, you know, Aaron and Miriam, he decided, you know, hey, I don't want any of my kids to die, and because there's a chance that they could be male, I'm just not going to have any kids. And so then Miriam tells him, you know, if you do that, then you're not just like then you're worse than Pharaoh, because Pharaoh is just dooming the Israelite boys to die. You're saying that there shouldn't be any more Israelites. And so then he realizes, hey, my little daughter, she's too freaking smart for her own good. She might end up being a prophetess one day. I'm probably going to listen to her. And so ends up having Moses. And so there's this idea that Moses only comes about because of this righteous woman, at the time a righteous girl, Miriam, who's his sister. And it's interesting because there was a time where Miriam was considered a proper prophetess, not just, Miriam, she was a prophetess, but like literally that was her title, like Miriam HaNeviah. And so I don't know, I just think it's interesting how, like, probably more than anything, to go along with the power politics of getting rid of the divine feminine, like was in Asherah. Also the fact that apparently, I forgot where I saw this, but apparently there was a story, I don't know if it's like, if it was ever like written down or if it was just oral tradition, but that the stone that Moses struck, that like Miriam carried it around with her, and wherever they would go, it would like sink out into the ground and it would provide water for them. Like, she plays just as much of a role as Moses does, but in different ways, kind of like we were talking before. And I just think that it's interesting how there's a lot of people who, because of kind of like this modern lingo, like we were talking about, what is it? The merit, because of the merit of women, we were redeemed from Egypt. Well, it's not.
It was very clear to me that there's a whole lot more to the Miriam story there than what actually is currently recorded in the Bible.
Definitely.
I was going to say, it sounds to me like what you're saying is the Egyptians' big problem about the Hebrews is they were busy breeding like rabbis.
Can you slay me?
Sorry.
That was good. But yeah, so it's interesting because like in the merit of literally direct translation, bizchut, it's actually interesting because like the word in Hebrew for like ID is teudat zehut. Wait, oh my god, I'm having like a crisis right now. Am I right? Let's see. Teudat. Teudat Zehut. Zehut. Oh my god. Please tell me this whole time please tell me I wasn't. Zehut. Bizehut? Okay, this is interesting. So Zehut. So let me look this up. So Zehut means identity. Zechut means, I think it means merit, but I want to be clear. Yeah, a right, a legal right, a moral right, a merit, human right, purity. Wait, what? Zachut. Interesting. So it shares a root with zach, which means like pure or clear. Zachut. Yeah, it's merit. Yeah, so basically it's a direct translation, but it's like it basically means on account of like this was possible because of it. It's causal, if that makes any sense. So it's not saying,
yeah, it makes sense.
But yeah, anyway, so let's continue.
The merit of righteous women. So we were redeemed from exile in Egypt because of righteous women, and today in our days we're going to be redeemed from this exile because of righteous women. The Arizal, a famous Kabbalist, said that the souls of the generation of Mashiach, this generation, are the reincarnation of the very souls from the people in Egypt, from the women that went out of Egypt. So no wonder we're all so stressed and tired all the time. I think it's a hangover from the slavery in Egypt. So thus, the women of the generation, of our generation, in whose merit we are going to be liberated, are the same souls in whose merit we left Egypt. And I think this is why the Lubavitcher Rebbe of blessed memory focused on the women, because he understood the significance and the importance of women, and women being the catalyst of change. And through empowering the women, we are going to bring the redemption, which is the coming of Mashiach. It's interesting. When I was growing up, I grew up in Crown Heights, Brooklyn, And I grew up with Lubavitcher Rebbe. Lubavitcher Rebbe was an inspiration to me.
I feel like I'm having a. I seriously feel like I'm having like a brain fart. Oh my god! Okay, that makes a lot more sense. So when she said she grew up in Crown Heights, I'm like, holy crap! I think I'm having a stroke or some shit. Like, because I know she's not from Crown Heights. She converted, but I'm mistaken. I'm thinking of someone else. So this is Mrs. Nahama Harlig. Let's see. Can I increase the?
I mean,
quality?
surely there was somebody in Crown Heights that wasn't Jewish.
Well, yeah, but most likely they would be black.
Okay.
Crown Heights is mainly black and Jewish, or there's also black Jews.
That's what I was going to sit there and say. Surely there's probably a few overlaps, like Sammy Davis Jr. and such.
I don't know if he I mean, not to say that they're any less Jewish, because they're not. They're just as Jewish, but I don't know if he converted or if he was born Jewish. But
He converted.
But no, there's plenty of born black Jews. In fact, some of the first Jews in America, well, not like the first, but some of the first Jews in America were actually black, because I mean it's a dark history, but there were some Jews who were slave traders, and inevitably, slave traders do what they do, and then some of them ended up becoming like
Ethiopia was Jewish for a very long time and such. Yeah.
Well,
you had Jewish tradition over there. Yeah.
True. I mean, that's a different history, though, because like in one case you have people who are from like Western Africa being, I mean, in all reality, being, sex trafficked or just trafficked in general to the Americas, but, by more than just Jews, obviously. And with that, some of them had kids, and those kids, according to Jewish law. So actually that's where it gets interesting, because according to Jewish law, because it would have been rare for a Jewish woman to, to marry an enslaved, or to have relation. Actually, who am I kidding? Of course it happened. It would have been seen as more controversial, but it inevitably happened. That's probably, so you probably end up with, but in any case, you end up with a lot of enslaved peoples and their children, and over time you get that where they end up being part of a Jewish household where their children are I mean, maybe not literally Jewish, but they're raised in that in that setting, in the same way that people who were enslaved by Christians generally became Christian. But it becomes different because Judaism has much more of this like ethno-religious context to it that Christianity doesn't. And so with that, you actually have some of the very first Jamaican, or not just Jamaican, but Caribbean Jewish communities, which were some of the very first American or Jewish communities in the Americas, that they were actually descended from a combination of enslaved peoples who were I think there's people who whitewash the history, but the truth is it was just as bad as any other as being enslaved by any other group. Because the one rule that you can always trust is that people, no matter what group they're from, are human, whether for good or for bad. But yeah, no, what you're talking about, I know there's some discourse as to like how true the Jewish history of Ethiopia is versus how much of that might be essentially what's the term, conquest by the empire of Himyar, or not empire, by the kingdom of Himyar, as they expanded into Africa from Yemen. And it's possible that
I was going to say, I read again, I didn't read it in detail, but about where the thought is some of the Jews in Ethiopia were basically Christians that reverted then to Judaism.
Yeah, basically that's the other theory, or a combination. But I mean, at the end of the day, the way that I see it is, if you're being persecuted for being a Jew, I think that's, I mean, how many, here's the way that I see it. I mean, obviously, if someone there's absolutely no connection and people are just for whatever bizarre reason, thinking that they are, I don't think that makes someone a Jew. But for all intents and purposes, if someone's being persecuted for being a Jew, they're a Jew.
I was going to say, isn't that a sort of ka-ching, mission accomplished? It goes with the definition.
Definitions have never been my strong suit. I can tell you a word and what it means, but in terms of definitions, when you actually like break it down, like, oh, well, but what does this mean? It's like,
well, I was sort of going with the idea that if you're not being persecuted, how Jewish are you really being?
Oh, that is fine. So anyway, for context, because I actually find this kind of freaking hilarious. So wait, we're going to search for, oh my God, what is it? Shannon Newson. Now tell me, do you think
Hello, Shannon.
that she looks anything at all like her?
Let me take a quick look here.
I'll be going back and forth. And going back. And forth. And back. Let me know on. And forth. Now, it might be my bias of, I mean, given there's plenty of blonde Jews, but it isn't as common. So I might have just been more, quick to immediately assume, which I'll admit is kind of a faux pas. Though the funny thing is, it's funny if you get blondes confused. If this were to be, and I mean, truthfully, I think that it's, and see, this is the thing on some level, because, like, how do I explain it? Really, it's all a matter of relativity. So if you were, like, I mean, from a, perspective, like how people would view it, if you were to get, two Jews who were of like a different ethnicity than you, confused or something, or like you thought they were the same, that would be considered really offensive. But if you do that with two blondes, it's funny. But like at the end of the day, in any case, it's not really great that you're confusing people with someone else simply because of their appearance, especially in a case where you can actually see their name. So it's like immediately, I just assumed it was her, which I guess on some level, how much of that is like really my fault versus just like an assumption? It's not like, I don't know. I think it's interesting to challenge, our assumptions, or like why we think things that we do. But do you think they look anything alike? Oh. Graham, did you see?
I was going to say, I don't know if you heard me. I was going to say, they don't look like the same woman to me. They look very similar.
Okay, fair enough.
The one with their eyes closed looked like she had a bigger nose. And her hair was definitely a slightly different color.
Yeah.
Are they supposed to be the same, or are they supposed to be different?
No. So this is Nechama Hartlig. The other one is Shannon Newson.
Gotcha. No, I can see some similarity there.
Yeah.
Women being the catalyst of change. And through empowering the women, we are going to bring the redemption, which is the coming of Mashiach.
So, and how I hear this, and again, I think this is how she means it, especially because I know where she's coming from. Mainly because, I mean, like, obviously not all religious people think the same way, but it's kind of like when you're dealing with the same doctrine, more or less, where it's like, obviously people have their own interpretations, their own intellectual freedom, but in terms of like what the belief is, it's kind of like, you don't have to believe it, but this is the belief. And so with that, I know that this idea of empowering women, it's kind of like, imagine, it's not saying that you need to disempower men, it's that you need to empower women. Like this idea of, and so part of that's actually the idea that you have like
and there you're dealing with exactly where generalities versus details become important. The generality of empowering women's great, but what does that actually entail in the details?
I think more than anything, it's this idea of self-actualization, like making people realize, I think in today's society, a big part of that is making people realize that they don't have to buy shit in order to look good or to feel pretty or to feel.
Well, they never had to.
Well, but see, this is what that like this is just one level of it, maybe more of the material level, but the disempowerment of the individual. Like, obviously, not to say that there isn't an equivalent to men, but it's almost like, I think in a lot of ways, men are like, basically, if you have this idea that both sexes are sold on this idea of hyper masculinity and hyper femininity, and that like kind of these extremes are the ideal, which they're not, you end up with people who like essentially you have you end up with like basically these two polar opposites where you're either like, a man's man or a girl's girl. And where was I going with that? Basically that I think, like, for instance, with men, and guys, it's maybe more so that there's all these expectations for them to do these certain things. Again, not to say that they shouldn't do them, but this expectation that they need to do these certain things in a certain way. And because they're not able to, fit up to these unrealistic standards, it ends up creating this disempowerment in the same way that,
Again, I'm a detail, I'm a nuts and bolts kind of person with my math and all. And that's the thing is, in what ways are they disempowered? Because, a certain group of women, if you tell them no, that you don't agree with them, that's disempowering them. That's oppressing them to tell them no. And clearly, any reasonable person will sit there and say that sort of attitude is unacceptable. So I'm wondering if we're ruling out those unacceptable women, what is acceptable as far as, what does it translate to? Empowering women, if it's not just handing everything over to them and then not complaining if they, crash the car into the lake.
I think it's kind of, you could view it something like happiness. Happiness isn't something that comes from without. You have to find it within. It's like, whether it's happiness or empowerment, it's like, empowerment isn't literally having power to, like, punch someone or to send someone to jail. Empowerment is like, I really think that it goes down to self-realization, self-actualization. I don't mean like in this woo sense. I mean like,
well, I wonder how much in today's society they actually preach anything resembling, self-awareness, self-actualization, self-determination. Everything's all about, refer to your peers, refer to your group, follow what your group's doing. And if anybody's doing something different, well, they're the opposition. That's what I'm seeing happening in the, largely. I mean, there are always exceptions, but that seems to be the essential dynamic going on right now. Tag.
So actually, I really like this discussion. So here, check this out. I think this might be so this is another Hasidic woman. I want to hear what she's going to say.
I am Razy Fried, and for years now, I have been sharing content for women, with women. I've been sharing on Instagram. I've been writing.
Hi, we're men. Say hi, Graham.
Hi there.
Videos, articles, WhatsApp status. I have 2 books out, and it started with just recipes. I was sharing my love for the kitchen and food and techniques on how to cook and perfect and elevate your dishes that you're cooking at home. And slowly, as I grew as a person, it evolved, and I started branching out to more topics: home decor, turning your house into a home, and instilling your creativity and personality.
Also, for context, just off the top of my head, one of the ideas that I got this is a story that I've heard, probably like 5 times, if not more. I've been at ASU a long time. Well, not specifically at ASU, but like I've been going to the ASU Chabad for a while, even before I started. But in any case, so one of the stories is every Friday night, every Shabbat, the rabbi's wife, the Rebbitzin, she tells an inspiring story. And there's this one where she's talking about basically, I forget who it was, but basically, I think it was like a 45-year-old woman who she wanted to have kids, but basically she wasn't able to. It just didn't work out for her. Didn't end up marrying. But okay, no, I remember what it was. Oh my God, we're going to listen to the story because this is so relevant. But the point is, she couldn't have kids, and so I think within this context of what I'm talking about, this idea of toxic masculinity and toxic femininity, and again, that's like, I think it's wrong to say that means that either is toxic. It's when you tack on the toxic to the other part. But a big part of that,
I think each of them have manifestations that are fundamentally toxic.
That's what I'm talking about. But sorry, I'm going to lose this train of thought. What I think is important though is how many women, and it's not even that they're shamed. And I think this is what this idea of empowerment is. It's not about someone being shamed, for instance, for not being able to bear a child. It's about them feeling this internal shame or internal guilt or internal like lacking. And the idea of an empowerment is that even if there's something that someone can't do, that it's almost like to do what you can do. And that, I mean, that's something that's difficult for me because there's a lot of stuff that I can't do that I wish I could do because of,
Yeah, and what you're dealing here is you're dealing with that whole interplay between ethos, logos, and pathos there. The fact that woman can't have children, that's 100% logos. You can't change that fact. That fact alters her place in the social order, which is the ethos level. And that fact is going to generate a certain amount of feeling, a certain amount of pathos in her. And there's nothing to be done about, feeling that there's something lacking there. She's always going to feel that there's that lack there. The question is, can she find something else in her life that can at least balance out that lack somewhat? Because that lack is a fact. And she needs to find something to generate where she can adjust her feelings. Tag.
And so that's what I think this idea of empowerment represents within a Jewish context. It's not about getting the power. Basically, it's kind of this idea that, oh God, I hate how it sounds so similar to some like sovereign citizenship, but it's almost this idea that the true, like, you can't, like, if you get if there's power that you get from some government or from some person, that's not real power. Power that you get from yourself, that's power. And like so often people, they seek power over other people. The real struggle is to have power over yourself.
Well, again, that's the idea of control. You can't control other people. You can influence them. The only thing you have a shot at controlling in yourself, and good luck with that.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. What is? Oh my God. How am I forgetting? I just need. I guess I could. Let's see. Hadassah Women's. So also, like, I mean, a lot of people, they'd see this now and they're like, "Oh, the Women's Zionist Organization of America." Like, I swear, like, obviously now it's taken on such this dirty context because of the shit going on, but. I mean, the truth is that Zion, and this is the idea, Zionist means Jewish empowerment. It doesn't mean empowerment over other people. That's how some fucked up people end up interpreting it. But that's not what it is, or at least not what it has to be. It's not only what it is. In the same way that, patriotism isn't just bigoted idiots drinking beer on July 4th. It's also the immigrants who are drinking beer, or maybe not because because their religion doesn't let them drink beer, because maybe they're a Mormon or Muslim. But in any case, like the idea of patriotism isn't limited to the worst expressions of it. In the same way that other things aren't. Okay, so Henrietta Zolt, that was her name. Henrietta's, oh God, 40 minutes. No, that's too long. Let's see. Gotta find something. Audio version. Come on. Give me something quick. See, Spielberg now, 32 minutes. I guess worst case scenario, I can speed something up and we can just look. What the heck? Could you patent the sun? The sun? I'm sorry, that's too funny. You know there's someone who's probably tried, though.
Oh, if there's something stupid, I'm sure somebody tried it.
Let's see. Donna Coraggioso. I do not know. I'm guessing that's Italian. Yeah. E lungimirante autrice di importanti progetti per la comunità ebraica che abiterà il futuro Stato di Israele. Okay, let's see. Okay. Come on. Let's see. Let's see. Life of. You know, it's funny. I always get her confused with Henrietta Lacks for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe just they're both named Henrietta.
I was going to say Henrietta Lacks was the cell culture person.
Yeah. When I found out that she, again, because there are black Jews, but when I found out that she wasn't Jewish, I was so surprised because I was confused with Henrietta Zold. Also because they both have an indirect, like neither of them were doctors, but they both have a indirect, well, I guess more direct in the case of Henrietta Lacks, but they both have a connection to medicine. Yes, he even shows up here. Also, see, here's the thing, like, and this is something I will maintain so much, that more than anything, people look human. Like, especially like if you look at like, you know, black and white photos, in a lot of cases, you can't tell necessarily if someone is white or black unless like they're very clearly one way or the other. And even then, it's like, you know, so fucking what? But I don't know. I think it's so interesting. Like when I notice, you know, people across different, you know, quote unquote races, which are just ethnicities, which, you know, I mean, like that'd be like saying different, you know, varieties of like mint just because they might be a little bit different, but it's the same species. It's like, dude, this is the same plant. You know, we notice a difference because we're paying attention. But
yeah, different breeds of dogs works as well, you know.
Yeah, but the difference that we're paying attention to, it's nothing substantive. I mean, I like, you know, not in terms of character, not in terms of quality. It's all based on, you know, everyone's individual, but like in that same way, it's almost like everyone is an individual and everyone perceives things individually. And so you get this infinite world from that.
Yeah, now you're hitting Indra's net sort of concept.
Okay, let's see. Indra's net, I want to find Henrietta Zold's life story. Okay, you know what? This should be good. This should be good. Henrietta Zold. 1946.
Out of Hitler's Nuremberg proclamation, while stormtroopers guarded the doors, Henrietta Zold stood in a Berlin meeting hall. She had come in the name of Youth Aliyah,
Holy
youth
crap.
immigration movement that had begun to move the menaced children of Europe to Palestine. She talked to men and women whose destinies were already measured in blood. She told them that their children would not die. Sorrowful Jews crowded around her, begging for news of boys and girls they had sent to Palestine at the risk of their lives. They wanted to know if their sons and daughters were safe and well. Henrietta Zold comforted each of them. Her face and voice were their only hope when nothing remained but terror. She went from there blessed by their gratitude. She knew that she would never see them again. Some of those children lived. The first boatload arrived at the port of Haifa in February 1934. There were 44 boys and girls facing a strange and frightening adventure. None was older than...
He's actually going to talk about her.
That was before the Nuremberg laws.
No. Didn't say anything about the Nuremberg laws, just in Nuremberg.
Gotcha. Okay, I conflated them.
Also, I have a feeling that... Wait, what year was that? Let's see.
It's 34. This is 34 for Haifa. Nuremberg laws were like 37, 38. They were post-Olympics.
All right, let's see.
And the youth immigration movement, whose destinies were sorrow risk of their everything remained. She knew that some of those found yeah.
Oh, wait, here.
I should have had children, would say
Here it
only
is.
friends they knew. Henrietta, 17, boys and girls facing a strange and frightening adventure. None was older than 17. They had left behind them the only friends they knew. Henrietta Zold met them at the harbor. In her presence, they found safety. In her eyes, they saw the eyes of the mothers they would not meet again in their lifetime. I should have had children, many children, Henrietta Zold had once told her friends. And here they were.
Sorry, I was responding to
In the
something.
eyes of the mothers, they found safety. Henrietta Zold met them at the harbor. In her presence, they found safety. In her eyes, they saw the eyes of the mothers they would not meet again in their lifetime.
Oh my God.
I should have had children, many children, Henrietta Zold had once told her friends. And here they were. She gave them life and all that goes with a mother's gift. She was with them in joy and in sorrow. She shared their work and their play. Their celebrations were hers. Their victories were her reward. She asked no other. In 1935, she had stood before a Zionist Congress in Lucerne, reporting on youth Aliyah. In that same year, she went to America.
We have already brought out of Germany into Palestine 1,000 boys and girls between the ages of 15 and 17, from a land in which they could not attend school into a land in which they have fine educational opportunities, from a land in which they cannot pursue trade into a
I
land
just realized something. So obviously, I mean, I've never been since I've been aware of full history, I've never been okay with what happened to the Palestinian people. But again, that doesn't mean that it's like I think that Israel shouldn't exist, because there's some people who they go to that hard extreme. But I don't know. It's just interesting that you look at it in context of what Jews were escaping in Germany, and all of a sudden it's strange that people looking back at history, which I think it's also kind of interesting that people do that for other groups as well, but looking back at history, all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, this group, they were wrong for ending up here, even though they were escaping this horrible stuff. And then, just look at, different migrants today, that then some of those same people who they have the issue with, Jews in the land of Israel now, because, and again, I'm specifically in this case speaking about people who escaped there because of persecution, because of genocide, whether it was in the Arabic world during the Farhud, or whether it was during the Holocaust in Europe, or honestly in other parts of the world as well. But basically that if you look at, because that's the truth, a serious majority, given it is changing with this new wave of, I don't even know how to describe it, but there is a new wave that isn't so much this way, but a vast majority of Israelis are descended from the survivors of genocide, or those who were forcibly expelled from their homes. And so the truth is, if you have a problem with Jews in the land of Israel, Palestine, Canaan, but you have no issue with non-Europeans in Europe, or non-Indigenous Americans in America, then you're a fucking hypocrite. At the same time, I do think that it's necessary that the native peoples have their necessary level of sovereignty, that they're not, just being trampled over by, whatever government in the name of, some bullshit thing or another. They need to be protected. In a lot of cases, I think they need to be a part of the government. In Israel, there is that. But I just think in general that it's strange how there's people who they're fine with. It's interesting because, again, there's some people who they don't want any refugees, whether it's Jews or whether it's Muslims, whether it's Christians, regardless. They just, there's some people who are xenophobes. There's some people who, they have more complicated reasons. it might be more financially driven, which I'm quite like, I think there should, like, I don't want to get into the whole discussion of, immigration politics, but the point is, I just think that we need to be consistent, and I think we need to consistently help people when they need help, and obviously not create situations that like perpetuate, migration crises, because it's not simply a matter of what it does to, the country that people end up in. It's also what happens to the countries that they're leaving. And, but I don't know. It's something that's so complicated. I just find it honestly kind of funny, sad, but hilarious how nowadays it's fashionable. I mean, to be fair, it was fashionable back during World War II as well, but nowadays it's starting to get fashionable again to say that Jewish refugees aren't welcome, or weren't welcome, or shouldn't have been welcome.
Well, I was going to say my only real comment there is one of the rules I live by is any group of appreciable size is tough to find a group that's less than half hypocrites.
Yeah, that's part of being human. I swear the H in human stands for hypocrite.
Yeah, I was going to say you can find some small groups that you can filter pretty good for hypocrites, but once you get into the thousands, you're going to get a bunch of hypocrites.
Which they are taught to trade. From a land in which they are repressed into a land in which they are given the opportunity of full self-expression. Palestine is in which they are repressed into a land in which they are.
So I want you to hear that.
Land in which they are taught to trade.
From a land in which they are oppressed or repressed into a land in which they are given opportunity of full self-expression. So at the end of the day, you could argue nobody can ever take away your right to self-expression. That being said, say you live in, some dictatorial regime and say they ban a word. You have the full right, human right, to express that word. Nobody can stop you from expressing that word, short of cutting out your tongue, horrible shit like that. But the point is that it's not about having the ability to it's not about having the ability to have. I guess what the argument is that within the context of the power that comes from outside of you, because there's always this level of empowerment. You can always, it's kind of this idea the
idea is the idea of free. You still always have the right of self-expression. It's just sometimes that self-expression comes with government reprisal for doing so. And most of them, they think the idea of freedom of speech, freedom of self-expression is that ability to do it without the government reprisal. And too few of them don't recognize just because the government can't take action against you or hold it against you, doesn't mean that other people can't tag.
And I mean, I think part of that is also just like this idea of one of the reasons why even to people who don't it's interesting because, whether you're Jewish or not, there's a lot of people who see Zionism it's interesting. There's people who see Zionism as strictly a political movement, but in truth, there's many aspects to it. And with the religious aspect, where was I going with this? Basically, the religious aspect of Zionism is, I mean, in a lot of ways, not actually that connected to political Zionism so much as it's just become co-opted that way. But where was I going with this? Basically, the idea is political Zionism was established in order to create a society where, and again, the problem is they were thinking about the ideal society for what they imagined as this new Jew. They weren't thinking about the other people in the land. They weren't thinking about, other Jews who didn't fit into that model. And I mean, that's something that I think people need to stop whitewashing and need to admit, because at the end of the day, you can't just because the truth is ugly, you can't cede that to the quote unquote other side, because then it just makes you look like, a liar. And the truth is a lot of people don't know about this, or they were fed a very sugared up version of the truth. I mean, at the end of the day, you look throughout history, you're going to find that things are a lot, crustier, a lot dirtier, a lot nastier than they seemed. But basically the idea is that Jews in a majority of the world prior to prior to the establishment of the state of Israel, and essentially the zeitgeist enshrining this idea that, hey, you know, let's maybe not kill all the Jews. That's maybe not such a great idea. But again, you know, now it's becoming the cool hip new thing again for people to think, which is scary. But basically, once you had this, you know, public defeat of this empire that kind of represented to the world, that the whole world kind of scapegoated for all its anti-Semitism. It's like, oh yeah, look at Germany, look at the Nazis, rah rah, they're evil. But it's kind of like they were trying to, you know, ignore their own pasts of anti-Semitism. The fact that a lot of these nations actually denied Jewish refugees even after they got to their shores. Like that, actually have family who they made it to American shores and they were turned back. They went from port to port to port. Eventually, they were forced to go back to Germany, and on the way back, they were sunk by a U-boat. Like this is, I mean, this is the truth. Like, I'm not saying that Germany wasn't fucking terrible during, you know, World War II, or rather that, you know, not the Nazi Party wasn't, and people who went along with it. But the truth is, that's just one part of the, you know, of the history of anti-Semitism or of the persecution of Jews. And so I think what people need to realize is that, like, it's only then after that, after people, and it's sad, but after people were able to scapegoat and be like, okay, yeah, we now think that persecuting Jews is bad because we don't identify with persecuting Jews. These people did. They're the bad guys, so we're the good guys. It's like very, very simplistic. But because of that, it then became like acceptable that, you know, Jews had this right of self-determination, like beyond just powerful Jews, but like just everyday Jews, that they could be from more or less like any other, you know, Christian, or rather any other Protestant, or maybe not Protestant, but kind of like on the same level with Catholics, maybe would be more accurate. But for lack of better terms, started to, you know, become seen as what could be, you know, it became seen more as American, as more white. And but the truth is that prior to the establishment of the state of Israel, you really don't have that. And like, again, I don't think that means that the state of Israel needs to be how it is. I don't think that at all. But I think that in the same way that, you know, like it's kind of hard to mess with, and again, this is for better and for worse, but it's kind of hard to mess with Saudi citizens because of America's relationship with Saudi Arabia. I mean, you could look at the same with the UK. I mean, any country that has a significant relationship with another country makes it where they're like, you know, less likely to go after people from that country that are like visiting that. Wait, where was I going with that?
I don't know, but I will sit here and at least give a nod that a country that only slaughtered, say, 400,000 Jews, we're better than the Nazis with their millions. You know, they certainly should not take any sort of pride in their actions, but you know,
yeah,
keep your head down when that conversation happens.
Yeah, but anyway, so but yeah, I mean, I don't know. I do think it's interesting because how we talk about the past has so much to do with the present, if you think about it.
Definitely.
All right, let's continue.
Is in that respect comparable to
All right, so self-determination. So yeah, basically, and the thing is, I think a lot of people, they got lost on that political self-determination, and they stopped there. They didn't focus on the spiritual self-determination, and it's kind of this idea that like the spiritual self-determination, self-actualization, it's the idea that you could be locked in prison, and you know what? Like, yeah, it might suck, but at the end of the day, it's kind of like they can't touch you because the you is like beyond just, you know, kind of the idea that you're more than just your body, you're more than just where you are. That, again, you know, it's a bit out there for me, but just this idea that like, but here's the thing: if you can combine that with the ability to, you know, live life how you want, and again, ideally to live a good life, you know, both for yourself and for others, then the combination of both types of actualization and empowerment can lead to, you know, a healthier society. The problem is if a society only focuses on spiritual actualization, then they end up doing nothing, you know, functional. And if they only focus on function, then they never end up building this moral strength and virtue that keeps a society from, you know, from like collapsing.
Whenever I think about that whole self-actualization, I always think about the quote, what is best in life? To crush your enemies, to see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentations of their women.
What's that
That was,
from?
that was from the movie Conan. That's the opening of it.
Ah, interesting. I was going to say that definitely sounds like something that an Assyrian would say.
Yeah, it's Sumerian there, yeah.
Is that what Conan's supposed to be?
No, he's Sumerian with a C.
No. Oh.
Yeah, he's up along the Black Coast.
Oh, okay, that makes more
Black
sense.
Sea coast, yep.
To the United States. As in the United States, our young people look forward to a life of usefulness, so in Palestine, these young people repressed in Germany are able to make for themselves a sphere of usefulness, a sphere of noble citizenship.
It is kind of disturbing, though, how even they're using this language of usefulness. Though I think in some ways, I think it was almost out of this, like, because this was during the time when there was still some cooperation with the Nazi government in an attempt to save the Jews, from further persecution. This was, before the Holocaust. But, it's so much more. Some people are just like, oh, they collaborated with the Nazis. Like, do you know all the people the U.S. has technically collaborated with? Like, there's so much more context there. But basically, that it could be that they're echoing some of that language in an attempt to kind of, kiss ass, basically. Like, oh, they can be useful. It's just the Germans didn't want them to be useful in because, and that's the thing that there's all this talk of like, oh, Jewish science being inferior, but really the reason why, well, not the only reason, but a big reason why the Nazis wanted Jews out of the workplace and out of the professional sphere and medicine and science was because not because they were better, but just because they were very prominent. Just because there was this deep history of study and of of intellectual spheres in a way that had only really become common in Germany. Like, actually, I don't know enough about German history to speak to that. But the point is, you don't have it going all the way back. In the same way, you don't have it going all the way back for Jews. It's a result of Hellenism, largely.
Where I think the usefulness comes in is more from the economics of the time, where you're dealing with the depression economy that was happening, the global depression.
True.
And it was very much the idea of you couldn't, the idea of not spending money on people that weren't going to be useful because you had to harness the resources.
I mean, it's kind of scary, but can you really separate the two? I mean, look right now, you have this rise in extremist thought. At the same time, you also have this rise in multiple countries of a normalization. And again, I think that people should have the right, if they're, terminally ill, if they're suffering, to choose to not be alive. But like, there's a really scary push in a lot of countries to normalize like medical assistance in not living, and as well as as well as like physician assistance.
Yeah, the whole idea of, well, it's going to cost them that much to keep them alive, and well, why can't we vote to unalive them?
Yeah, and like I don't think you can separate economics from from the rise in fascism and the way that people are treated, especially think about it. Like, okay, this is actually super interesting. So you have this whole collapse in end of the 20s going into the 30s, Great Depression. You have this rise in movements that start to see people as mere, and again, not to say that people weren't seen this way before, but merely, or for the most part, as cogs in a machine, or like as like cells in a body, that they're replaceable, that they're kind of like, if you manage them, it's like they're not really important. It's only that they're important together. And so in that, they can be swapped out for something that's just as good. And with that, you have, basically this detachment. So if you can save money by doing something, or if you see that something will give you like, basically people become expendable, whether for profit or for political gain, even to the point of death.
Yeah, it depends on whether you only if people are an ends in and of themselves, or if they're a means to something else.
Oh, you know, it's kind of ironic. I just realized this new place that's unlocked in Fallout 76. It's got a lot of German locations.
Well, there were a lot of Germans that settled in West Virginia.
Oh, I know. There's I don't know if there's a real place. I'm assuming it's real, but in the game they even have Helvetia, which is like obviously named after like was it like I think was it Helvetia or no, it was Helvetica, I think, but it was like was it like Dutch or like I forget. Anyway, wait, what was it where, oh my god, what did view tab? Wait, did we finish listening to that? Oh wait, yeah, I think we did. So, but anyway, dang it, you know, let's see. Does Chabad have anything on that? Because the way they tell it, oh, it's so beautiful. No, 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 no. Let's see. I'm sorry. I was like, for a second, they look familiar, and I'm like, oh wait, they literally just put, what's actor? Oh my god, I can't believe I'm forget. Parsons, Jim Parsons. Put Jim Parsons' face on a woman's body, which I mean, like, you know, it's one thing if that was actually him and he actually transitioned, but to the best of my knowledge, he didn't. Okay, wait, I'm so easily distracted. Let me see if I can find anything on. Let's see, maybe Jewish self. Oh, right, we never finished that. Here, here it was.
Into your home, and then slowly we got into emotional health and coping skills, because these are the really important things in life. As women, we are so multidimensional, and there are so many factors in our life, and we want to get our hands on all the skills and tips that we can get in all areas of life, not just the kitchen. But then I felt like to get into the heart of each topic, the Instagram and a WhatsApp status and a short article just wasn't the place. So I'm so happy that I was able to launch this platform called Inspired Living. Inspired Living is a platform for women.
Oh, thanks. Oh, wow. The Fasnacht Festival. Wait, are you... Okay, like this is how you know my only introduction to this is through Fallout 76, because like immediately I saw this, I'm like, oh, holy crap, you play Fallout 76 too, because they have a Fasnacht week event, and then I'm like, oh wait, it's based on reality. I feel so freaking stupid. But yeah, I'm like, oh yeah, based off reality. Okay, so yeah, you know about West Virginia. So if you do play Fallout 76, let me know. That'd be cool. We can play. Oh my god, that is... I have to laugh at that.
And covering various different topics that interest us women. So it's divided by category. There's a category to have fun in the kitchen and different recipes.
Oh, is this just an introduction or a channel? No, I want to know what Jewish empowerment is, and I don't want some. All right, self-empowerment the Jewish way.
Each week during the counting of the Omer is supposed to focus us on one particular trait that we should develop and use in our own self-growth and in our connection to Hashem. This week's focus is Gevura, which literally translates as strength. So the question is,
well, it's
what
not
is
Torah
strength?
anymore. It's not the Omer anymore. I want to hear about Jewish self-empowerment that doesn't involve the Omer, as much as I love it. Empowerment training for Jewish women with disabilities. No. Let's see. And so let's see. Is this? Oh, sweet. 27 seconds.
In France by 1790.
What I'm trying to argue is that now Jews are politically and culturally self-empowered. The problem, and for actually religiously self-empowered too, the problem is that most, I mean, in all reality, most Jews don't engage culturally or religiously. And Actually, I don't know exactly what the stats are. I mean, some have some very basic. And again, I'm not saying people should be religious. I'm not even Orthodox. Like I consider myself religious, but like I'm my own freaking thing. I consider myself in my own sect, but I like going to Chabad. I love their teachings, but I also don't feel bound to them. I don't feel like, this is the only thing I have to rely on. And I think that's important and healthy part of engaging in any religious tradition. But anyway, so basically, where do we start? Jews didn't have any of that at first.
91.
Holland
by 1796. Belgium by 1830. Denmark by 1840.
So I'm guessing this is the right to vote? Or is this is citizenship?
48. Austria and Hungary by 1867. Italy by 1870. Germany by 1871, Switzerland by 1874, Great Britain by 1890. Jews were free to vote, run for office, enter professions, join the army. In France by 1791.
What's interesting is when that happens, you actually start to have this drop off in engagement with Jewish life. And that doesn't mean that people don't see, and this is a tricky thing with political and cultural and religious self-empowerment, or not self-empowerment, but self-actualization, or not even self-empowerment, self-actualization, but rather the ability to have those things. Once people have that ability to have that, very few people end up seeking this like spiritual, and I think that's where a lot of this like disconnect comes from, and where like a lot of like, if you look into Kabbalah, some people's perceptions of like the Erev Rav, and I think it definitely goes deeper than that, but just this idea of like, it's almost like Jews who don't act like Jews. But the thing is, it's like, I feel like there's way too much like stigma that gets attached to that. And the truth is most people just weren't raised, quote unquote Jewishly. It's like, just because someone had imagine if you were to expect someone to know all this stuff about, say, Hispanic culture, because they're, ethnically Hispanic, but they were adopted from birth by a white family with no Hispanic culture, heritage, nothing. Like to expect, because, ethnicity is primarily a social construct, like not to say that there isn't any difference between ethnicities, but like it is a social construct in the same way that religion is, in the same way that gender is. It doesn't mean that these things don't exist. It just means that they're, they exist in our minds. And it's like, imagine if you were to say something isn't real because it exists in your mind. It's like, okay, so none of your thoughts are real. You aren't having a conscious experience right now because it's in your head. Like,
I've been in arguments with I don't know how many people who argue against their own conscious experience, and it's like at this point in time, this argument's over because I don't argue against non-conscious people.
well, the question is, did the argument ever start?
Well, they don't even consider it an argument since you can't argue.
All right, let's see. Come on, I gotta find something that is quick because this is kind of getting on my nerves that I cannot find something that describes this. Let's see. Schwester mein Schwester, my sister. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't know. I feel like we covered that. I'm just going to go back to finish that one video that we got here.
Women being the catalyst of change. And through empowering the women, we are going to bring the...
But notice this. She doesn't say the agents of change. She doesn't say they're the change makers. She says they're catalysts. And again, she's not saying they don't have any role. She's saying they're kind of like, they're what causes the spark to go off. But just, it's kind of like in the same way that, without something combustible, a spark won't do much. And without a spark, combustible, gas or whatever will just float away. It's like they require each other.
Exactly. I only have an issue when it starts sounding like somebody's trying to say one of them is superior or better than the other. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also just, it's kind of one of those things where because the pendulum swings both ways, now that we live in a time where it's like women are empowered, for someone to keep, spouting the same stuff, it's almost like, okay, maybe focus more on just empowering everybody now, because in the same way that, kind of this idea that once Jews are empowered, we should be part of empowering other people, because once you have it's kind of, once you've put on your own oxygen mask, then help the person next to you, because if you
I'm going to stick with egalitarian. I don't think that she switched to the opposite side. I don't want to start supporting David Duke simply because white heterosexual men are being oppressed. That just isn't working for me.
Oh no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, because of how the pendulum swings, what she's saying sounds like she's kind of like saying something that's already the case. But you have to keep in mind, she's speaking to a community that's like, even though by now it's basically become the staple in Chabad that women are an important part of, Jewish life. And I mean, it basically has been for a long time. But this idea of like, not just like they're important, but that they're like an equal part along with their husbands, especially the shluchim, the, like, for lack of a better term, missionaries. I hate the term, but people who are sent on, maybe not a mission, but like they have, I mean, they're sent by the Rebbe. They're missionaries. But the difference is they're not trying to convert non-Jews. That's the big thing. But basically, you're still dealing with these stigmas and these preconceived notions in the Orthodox world that this is what she's talking against. So she's still fighting this battle that, for all intents and purposes, for most people in America, has been fought 30, 40 years ago.
No, understood. I just sharing where I have a little uncomfortableness with some of her tone at times. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where I've kind of tried to learn, because there's plenty of things that make me uncomfortable, especially around the whole Israel-Palestine conflict. But that just because something makes me uncomfortable, I think that's actually important to lean into that. In the same way that, say you have like something like you have something like painful, but it's not like extremely painful. It's just maybe kind of annoying on your finger. Like maybe you got a splinter or whatever, you can't get it out. At a certain point, you just kind of want to start rubbing it so that you start getting used to it, so that your body can kind of work it out on its own or whatever. Like, it's like at a certain point, I think it's important to like go into that discomfort. Again, not saying that you're not, but just kind of like, to question why we do feel that way, and then to evaluate,
Oh yeah, no, discomfort is a sign that there's something to be investigated. Absolutely.
Anyway, let's finish this.
The redemption, which is the coming of Mashiach. It's interesting. When I was growing up, I grew up in Crown Heights, Brooklyn, and I grew up with Lubavitcher Rebbe. Lubavitcher Rebbe was an inspiration to me and my husband. And when I was growing up, even at that time, it's interesting. When I was growing up, I grew up in Crown Heights, Brooklyn, and I grew up with Lubavitcher Rebbe. Lubavitcher Rebbe was an inspiration to me and my husband. And when I was growing up, even at that time, the Rebbe used to give a special talk just for women. I was only a young girl at the time, but I remember that it made an impression on me that he took the time every year to address the women. And this is because the Rebbe truly realized the importance of women, and he encouraged the women to be involved in their communities and to make a difference. In fact, when my husband and I moved out to start our Chabad house here in Miami, more than 20 years ago, we picked ourselves up, not knowing a soul. And what gave us an inspiration was Lubavitcher Rebbe. And particularly for me personally, to be involved in my community, that inspiration came from the Rebbe, because the Rebbe always inspired women to be involved. And today, thousands of Chabad couples, shluchim, all over the world, the men and women are both involved in their community. And the women in particular, many of them are mothers of very large families. And at the same time, they're running Hebrew schools and preschools and day schools and friendship circles and giving classes. And some of these and many of these all at the same time. And really, what gives us the strength is Lubavitcher Rebbe, because he really noticed the strength of women and encouraged women to utilize that strength, especially as we come closer to the era of redemption, when it says that the strength and the qualities of women are going to be revealed. So I'd like to conclude with a story. There was once a man who approached a rabbi, and he said, "Rabbi, I would like you to make me a Kohen." And the rabbi said, "I'm sorry, but I can't make you a Kohen." And the man said, please, I'll give you a donation of $10,000. And the rabbi said, I'm sorry, but I can't. And the man said, I'll give you a donation of $25,000. And the rabbi looked at him in amazement and said, why do you want to be a Kohen so badly? And the man said, well, my father was a Kohen, my grandfather was a Kohen, my great-grandfather was a Kohen. Sometimes we're not aware of our inherent qualities and our God-given traits and our strengths. Let's
So he took the
remember our
25,000,
special
right?
qualities. This year on the holiday of Shavuot, let's remember.
Because that's about the easiest 25,000 he ever made.
Only if his name rhymes with laid off.
Oh, 25,000? You be Conan? Sure, you're a Kohen.
Also, like, I'm legitimately not trying to make a joke here. I just thought, what's before M? But it is kind of eerie that Madoff and laid off rhyme. Oh, wow. And that's eerily full circle because one of the biggest victims of Madoff was actually Hadassah Hospital, which was founded by Hadassah, which was founded by Henrietta Zold.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet they trusted Madoff because he was Jewish, and that was a bad idea there.
Yeah, that's what we call affinity fraud. Don't trust someone just because they have a similar sounding name. But anyway, let's see. So what was it? So Fashnacht. I actually want to know the history behind. Do you know about Fashnacht?
No, I don't.
Let's see. Come on, let's find something that is not insanely long. Let's see. What is Fashnacht? Let's see. Fashnacht, FO76, and then we'll see. Hopefully it compares it to real life. Let's see. History, maybe. Huh. Let's see. This should be good.
What is going on, y'all? It is Fargas here. Hopefully you're having a great and wonderful day out there in the wasteland, friends. Today we're going to be talking about the wife and I's journey up to Helvetia this past weekend to experience Fashnacht IRL. Y'all sit back, relax, and let's talk about it. Now, friends, if you're playing Fallout 76 and going around the town of Helvetia during the Fashnacht celebration, you might be surprised to know that this town looks almost identical in real life as it does in the game. Now, friends, through our adventures in Fallout 76, we all know what the honey house looks like, but y'all look at this photo that we took in Helvetia this past weekend, and it's almost 1-to-1 in the game.
Interesting. So in West Virginia, they wear weird Venetian masks or something for Fashnacht. It seems very Italian to me. Venetian vibes. Chardonic. Wait, are you purposefully saying Chardonic to reference the Chardon? Like, are you connecting? Oh my God, what was it? Sardinia with the Chardon. Because it's a pretty cool theory, actually. I wouldn't say.
I mean, the other thing is Venice is on the other side of Italy from Sardinia.
Oh, true. Yeah, I think. I don't know, like Venetian masks just kind of are a good. See, that's the thing. Venetian masks only focus on this. The Fashnacht masks seem to be much larger, much more full face. Interesting. You're descended from Sardinians. That's really cool. You're gonna like this. So actually, ideally I want to get a playthrough going of Crusader Kings 3, especially. So one of my friends from ASU. She actually plays a lot of the same games as I do, and she also plays Crusader Kings 3. And I was telling her about some of the mods I've been rolling, and sounds interested. So might do something like that. But they so the mod, it's I think Fall of the Eagles or Fallen Eagles or something. It takes place in like starting 300 CE, going to like 500, and then you can continue going. But it adds a bunch of new peoples, including actually, I don't know what it is in terms people-wise, but religion, it adds the Nuragic religion under, I think it says Sardinian. So that's cool. You might like that. And I want to do something where, different people, given I don't have many people watch my channel, but it'd still be fun, where everyone can kind of create a self-insert character, and every now and then we'll check in on everyone's, and if they're watching the stream, see what they want to do. But anyway, let's continue with this.
What it looks like in real life. And now, friends, not everything looks exactly one-to-one. There are some artistic liberties taken in the video game in comparison to how things look in Helvetia in person, but y'all, they are spot on with this area and the atmosphere. If you ever have the chance to go to Helvetia, and especially if you have the chance to go during Fashnacht, I definitely suggest you go and spend a little bit of time exploring and talking to some of the locals, because one thing that surprised me about the event is the...
Wait, so it's Fashnacht. Is that fascist night, or is it face night? I have a feeling it's face night. It's like Fashnacht, fascist night. No, that's Kristallnacht.
That's exactly what, or the Night of the Long Knives, either one.
Yeah.
The attendees. It was about a 50-50 split on Fallout fans and folks that have never played the game Fallout. But now, friends, as far as Fallout fans attending Fashnacht in Helvetia, it's not
realized. So, like, you have this with some other places, but because of the way that Fallout 76 is, I honestly think that it's possible that in some ways Bethesda might have created a micro-tourism industry around West Virginia in a way, obviously not to say you didn't have that before, but like in a way that I don't think, like almost, oh yeah, hold on. So, what's this? I don't know my family. I was adopted by Ashkenazis, and so I'm spiritually of the tribe of Dan, the adopted serpents. Well, I'm not shutting you down. I want to know what you mean by that. I mean, so obviously you have the connection of Dan with the serpent, but not the serpent seed. I mean, maybe there's a tradition you know about it I'm not aware of, but I don't see how that has to do with Ashkenazim. Like, I mean, I appreciate that you are acknowledging that the Ashkenazim are, connected to Israelites, because there's some people who don't do that, whether like because they don't like, oh, sorry, that's my dog, whether because they don't like Jews or just because they don't know that, again, but no, like I genuinely want to know where you're coming from, because I've never heard a tradition specifically associating like Ashkenazi Jews with the tribe of Dan.
I think he was going with more the adopted into the family gives them to the tribe of Dan, being adopted by a Jewish family.
Well, no, but
not the Ashkenazi part, the adopted part.
Well, but no. What I'm kind of throwing the flag, or the question flag on, is how would you know? Because I mean, as much as I wish it were the case, nobody knows what tribe they're from. I mean, I guess like there are some Jews, like for instance, if you're
I thought that was just I was getting the impression that that's a formula thing. Where if you get adopted in, you're all okay.
No. What there is, that so like religiously, which I mean, I wish that there was more detail, but basically there's 3 categories, and technically those 3 categories are actually just 2 categories. So there's Israel, there's there's Levi, which is the tribe of Levi, and then there's Cohen, which is a subset of Levi. Okay, well, what's this? The 4th son of Noah, Yam. Wait, what? Where's this from? Oh, he was removed from Genesis out of jealousy, but they are the Rephaim, the sea heroes of the Mycenaean. Wait, but where? Wait, I am so confused. Where are you getting this from? Where? I mean, I really want to see the source for this, because if there is a source for this, that is huge. But I mean, I still don't understand how this connects to the tribe of Dan, or how it connects to being, raised by a family of Ashkenazim. Look into the Islamic version of Noah. The rebellious son Yam declines getting on the ark and sinks into the sea. Interesting. Yeah, I'm aware that Yam's also a Canaanite god. What's actually kind of interesting is that if you look at the, what did it connect with it? Because Japetus. There's some people who connect Japetus with, or Japheth with Japetus or something. Some Greek figure, I think. You have Ham, which is literally just it just means hot. It's just a reference to the land of Africa, or the northern coast of Africa, which is kind of interesting because really the hottest, or actually I'm not going to speak out of ignorance because the 11 cursed sons of Canaan are the kingdoms that collapsed from the Sea People Wars of the Late Bronze Age. That is the flood. 11 cursed sons of Canaan. Yam / Canaan is Yam the sea. So wait, I'm confused. So you're saying that Yam is Canaan, but Canaan. So I'm confused. So you're saying that Canaan was the fourth son, but he was Yam.
No, he's saying that Yam was the son of Canaan, the fourth son.
No. Look, the Quran. Yam is also Canaan.
Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, so basically, you're saying that he's like he's cursed, and then interesting. I mean, yeah. We'll play more of this, and then I'll see what you have.
Not just Fallout 76 fans. I saw a couple of NCR Rangers. I saw some Enclave folks, some Brotherhood of Steel folks, but the majority of folks are dressed.
They turn this place into Hogwarts for Fallout 76 fans. And the thing is, it's not even they set up an event. It's literally just because they base the game off of stuff that happens in real life. So people feel like people fit in, or at least they feel like they're, they've been there before.
Up in mask. And I'm going to tell you this right now. There are some talented folks that play Fallout 76 and the other Fallout games because they created these Fashnot masks that looked absolutely amazing. I mean, Dumplin made the new Scorched Beast Queen mask, and that was just data mined not that long ago. So think about that, friends. These people made these masks on a short timetable. It is absolutely amazing. And that was just amazing. I mean, Dumplin made the new Scorched Beast Queen mask, and that was just data mined not that long ago. So think about that, friends. These people made these masks on a short timetable. It is absolutely amazing what they can do. And just being able to nerd out with Fallout fans is an amazing thing, not to mention the fact that you don't have cell phone service, so no one's looking down at their phone. Everyone is...
Just look this up. So it's from Wikipedia, but extra biblical sons of Noah. There exist various traditions in post-biblical and Talmudic sources claiming that Noah had children other than Shem, Ham, and Yafet, who were born before the deluge. According to the Quran, Hud 42-43, Noah had another unnamed son who refused to come aboard the ark, instead preferring to climb a mountain where he drowned. Some later Islamic commentators give his name as either Yam or Canaan. Wow. That's fascinating.
Well, again, and that's consistent with the idea of Canaan being a brother to Ham, Shem, and Japheth.
So it doesn't make sense. So then why curse Ham? I mean, why come up with a story?
Ham wasn't cursed. Canaan was cursed, not Ham.
Well, okay. Well, what I mean is, why make Ham into the bad guy and make Canaan some innocent? Like, Canaan didn't do anything wrong. He got punished for his dad.
The interpretation that works the best for me, incest.
What do you mean?
Ham slept with Noah's wife. Ham is the father of Canaan, not Noah.
Wait. So you're saying that
because Canaan is the product of incest, he's inherently cursed.
So you're saying that he's not Noah's son. He would have been like Noah's grandson, but also the brother of Noah's sons.
Exactly.
1 second. 1 second. I'm joking. I'm totally fine.
But yeah, no.
Also, for context, I don't mean I'm totally fine because I don't find that disgusting. I just mean I was over exaggerating.
And I do have to say, I wasn't the one who developed this one. I got this from other people, and I've seen it several different people have come up with this.
Interesting. All right, Yaphet or Yefith means enlarged. Yeah. Wait. Yeah. Wait. Because those inlanders spread down towards the islanders. This is where Apollo-type gods replace the serpent cults of Greece, the pythons. Oh, hold on. Wait. Sorry about my dog. Yefith. I mean, I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that Yaphet means it's from beautiful. I'm pretty sure.
I always kind of like the idea of it somehow being related to, Iapetus and the North Wind.
Yeah, that's what I was referencing before. So you have Iapetus, you have Yam, you have Ham, which is like hot, so maybe like the south wind. I don't know. And then you have Shem, which is... Wait, Iapetus is which wind?
Iapetus, I thought, was the North Wind, was?
I thought that was Boreas.
Nope, you're right.
All right, so here's what I have. So Yaphet, from the Aramaic root, pata, meaning to extend. In this case, the name would mean may he extend according to the interpretation of Rashi. But then this is what I'm thinking. I think it's more likely that's from the Hebrew root yafa, meaning beauty. And like for instance, if you want to talk about, so like he yafa, she is beautiful, but like if you want to say she is the beauty, hayafa, hayafahi, but it would also be, I think you could also modify it to, wait, no, if you wanted to refer to the beauty of something, it wouldn't be yafaha, it would be yifat. And yifat is the same spelling as Yaphet. All right, this is what, so Brian is saying Yapheth is Iapetus, the Titan god of mortality, also called Mut. So you're saying Japheth is Mut. You're saying that Canaan is Yam. That would make Ham. Wait. Oh my God. I'm so okay. So you have Mut. You have Yam.
So you got Shem and Ham.
So then that means that, I
was going to say Shem is often associated with Kronos in the Greek, but I'm not sure where he's going with the other one.
Wait,
would be El maybe, or Baal?
Well, actually, I would argue no, because so you have Shem, who, let's see, Shem syncretic. Here I'm just let's see, Shem, because I wonder if you would actually, if you could associate Shem with Baal potentially. Let's see. Wait. Wait, no. I'm trying to think. Would be, what am I saying? You have Yam, you have Yam, you have Mut, you have Baal. So then would that make Noah like El? Let's see, in later Jewish sources. Okay, so the first century historian Flavius Josephus told a legendary non-scriptural account that Shem's 5 sons were the progenitors of the nations of Elam, Assyria, Chaldea, Lydia, and the Levant. Okay, according to some Jewish traditions, Talmud Nedarim 32b, Genesis Rabbah 46:7, Genesis Rabbah, blah, blah, blah. Shem is believed to have been Melchizedek, king of Salem, whom Abraham is recorded to have met after the Battle of the Four Kings. A rabbinic document document that surfaced in the 17th century, claiming to be the lost book of. Never mind. Let's see. Shem is regarded in Sunni Islam. Shem is regarded by scholars to be the successor to Noah, receiving prophetic. Yeah. So if Noah is El, that would make Shem Baal, according to this narrative.
Okay, makes sense.
So then,
so that leaves you Ham.
Yeah. So let's see. Here. Let's figure this out. Can I open up slides where? Oh, I want to have to switch real quick. Okay, let's see.
Unless you're going with Ham as Baal and Shem as more Yahweh and the taking over for Baal.
Wait, well, one more time.
Unless you're going with Shem as more of a Yahweh figure, and Ham as Baal.
Maybe Ham would be more like I'm trying to like think about it this way. If Ham is maybe Ham's like Attar, or I don't know. Here I'm going to pull up. Wait, what on earth? No, I already switched that. Okay, so here, here. Let's see. Google Slides. Let's go there. No, I want to switch to this, to here. Wait, no, here it is. Sorry about this. All right, share this tab instead. So here we can see you have El Elyon Asherah. Then where the guys we're talking about. So we're talking about Mot. So these are all children of, except for some of these are children of children. So all of these are children of El Elyon and Asherah. Astart, Atar, Kotadrat, Shachar, Shalim, Shapash, Dagon, 53 other gods, Mot, Yam, Yarich, Sidik, Nikal. So actually, I would argue no. Sidik is Shem, because of the fact that what is it? So Sidik is Tzedek, and Shem is Melchizedek. So here you have Melchizedek, Shem, Canaan, Yam. Wait, Shem, Melchizedek, Tzedek, Canaan, Yam, Yafet, Mot, which would leave Ham to either be Dagon, Yarich.
I'm not getting Sadik in the family tree that I'm looking at.
What are you talking about?
I'm looking at a Canaanite family tree. I don't see Sadik in there.
Well, so
I got El Dagon and Atirat as the parent couple, and then you got Yam, Yahweh, Baal, Anat, Mut, Sahar, Salam, and Samas.
Probably, I would say probably Shamash, because Shamash is the son. Cham means
That's the son. Yeah.
Yeah. And Chama in Hebrew, in Rabbinic Hebrew, Chama means the son.
And Sahar and Salam is dusk and dawn.
So Brian says Shem is Baal or Bethel. I don't see how you're connecting Baal with Bethel. Ham is El Kronos. Yam is Dagon. And Yafeth is Atlas Mot. Atlas is son of Yapetos. Huh? How can Yafeth be Atlas Mot if Atlas is a son of Iapetos? Noah is Oranos, the wife of Gay. Oranos has 4 sons according to Sam Kunethan, El, Bethel, Dagon, and Atlas, Ham, Shem, Yam, and Yafet. But see, here's a problem. It is according to Sam Kunethan, as we have through Philo of Byblos and Eusebius of Caesarea. So that's 2 points of transmission that we can't confirm for sure. So it's nice, especially for referencing these names, but also for instance, here, if you're saying Shem is Baal, we also have one of the names of Baal as Tzedek. It's a name that he inherits from El. So with this, I think that because there's a lot of overlap with some of these. For instance, there's cases where Astart and Atar are basically interchangeable versions of each other, where Shapash and Shamash are also the same way. But let's see, what was this? Japheth includes gods like Hermes, Odin, and Prometheus also. I mean, like, I get how you could say that there's like inspiration from all of them, but are you actually saying that any of these figures are actually them, or are you saying that they were just connected through time? Sorry, Molly. Shh. But anyway, let's continue, and then we can hear what you have to respond.
Is engaged with each other. It is so much fun. We even got to meet some streamer and content creator friends that we've made
Okay, that's
through
nice and
playing
everything.
Fallout
I want to
76.
know about the history of Fashnacht. How did it start? How do you end up with a bunch of Germans in the middle of West Virginia? Luckily, it's before the bad times. I'm assuming. I'm hoping. Oh wait, no, it's not German. It's Swiss. Why do I keep forgetting this? Wait, but
there's a lot of overlap between German and Swiss. Not as much as German and Austria, but
let's see, where is this? Shush. Oh yeah, Fashnacht. Celebrating Swiss heritage at Fashnacht. Ooh, this is cool. Thank God I'm a country boy. Will I got me a I should probably turn off the music for this. Oh God. Yeah, see, these are very much not like Venetian masks, in my opinion. They're very, very different. Given a lot of them are also inspired from Fallout, so that needs to be taken into account. But let's see. Swiss pop culture.
They're selling Plakette in the streets of Basel, and you know what that means? It's time for Fasnacht.
Fasnacht.
You live in Basel and you don't know what Fasnacht is? Well,
okay, I like it better. Fasnacht. That sounds nice. It sounds cool, hip. Fashnacht sounds all like the SS is about to beat down your door and beat you up for not registering your TV with them. I don't know, some radio.
you're dachshund.
Yeah. Your Volkswagen. Oh yeah, what's this? Yet those four figures are the titans of the other lower balls and Yahwehs. I'll have to make a video. I have more proof for you about the anti-Yamite agenda. Most of it is Dan related. Do you mean Dan McClellan or do you mean Dan the tribe? Wait, so are you basically See, here's the thing. So, well, but so are you basically arguing? So does that makes the Sea Peoples what, the descendants of Japhet? I mean, according to like the standard narrative, and then you have Samson was a Yamite, Peleshit and Danuna parents. That wouldn't make him a Yamite because the Peleshit were they were from Ionia, or not Ionia. They were from the Aegean.
Yeah, Aegean Mycenae sort of area.
Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, it would probably be easier if if we could just talk, like, like not over text. It'd probably be easier. But Tribe of Dan.
Again, the Samson is my old joke. It's the Samson is what you get when you circumcise Hercules.
All right, Tribe of Dan is a serpent seed adopted in, but attacks in the end and saves the world from the shine. What, dude? What are you talking about? I legitimately do not know. I'm curious. I mean, Tribe of Dan. Okay, first of all, I mean, what do you mean by serpent seed? Because like, we have to address that first. What is serpent seed? And I mean, like, I know what it is, but what do you mean by that? How do you understand it? Because I mean, it could literally mean everything from just like certain. Honestly, I don't know. There's people who take it as, oh, the devil. There's some people who take it as like literally like reptilian shit. I don't know. I tend to think the whole idea of serpent seed emerges out of a misunderstood midrash that people ended up taking way too literally, mainly non-Jews. But I mean, that's what happens when you get the loss of context, is you inevitably get new ones. But
Are you trying to say that Cain and Abel weren't really serpent people? Because I heard that from a rabbi.
Yeah, I know. It's I mean, like, for instance, like,
I love the tone of your voice. Yeah, I know.
I mean, for instance, what's to say that it wasn't something like, oh, well, Cain represents the serpentine or the reptilian part of the brain, and Abel represents the more mammalian, more like willing to like cooperate, less concerned with his own survival. Because there's actually, it's interesting. There's a narrative that Abel knew what was going to happen, and yet he did it anyway. Like he didn't care. There's this idea that Cain was so focused on the physicality that that like he got lost in it, but also that Abel was so lost in the spirituality that he lost sight of the physicality and was like literally willing to die if it meant like doing what he thought was the most right or whatever. And so it's like it didn't matter about preserving life to him. What mattered was, you know, getting to the spiritual high, for lack of a better term. And then Cain was the opposite. And then Seth is the synthesis of the two and the happy medium.
Makes sense.
He's also kind of like the replacement child because, you know, at that point, one of your kids is dead, the other's a murderer. You got to have another kid, otherwise the human people are screwed. Well, unless you...
Well, they had a bunch more.
Yeah, I was... that's why I stopped myself.
Stick around. I'm David Marcel, and this is my comic book obsession.
Marcel, that doesn't sound very Swiss. Maybe it's... Actually, it could be. Marcel? Marcel? I don't know.
They do have 4 different official languages in Switzerland, so...
So with the Fasnacht coming up, I thought I'd give you a heads up of what is going to go on in these 3 days. Now, maybe this isn't your first rodeo, but maybe you can get some extra information all the same. And if you're new to Basel, if you just recently moved here, well, then you're going to want to know about this. Now, you could say that Fasnacht is basically carnival, and you wouldn't be entirely wrong. In a sense, it is. There's costumes, there's regular parades, there's live music, there's confetti. But Basler Fasnacht is more than just a carnival. For starters, you've probably noticed that there have been other Fasnachts going on around Switzerland and that Basel is the last. And that's usually the way it is. Basel's Fasnacht is the last of the year.
I should probably look specifically for Helvetia. Is it Helvetia or Helvetia?
I forget exactly how to pronounce it or spell it. Sorry.
No worries. What happened to Helvetia? Helvetia, West Virginia. Fasnacht Museum. Oh, is this... Oh, copyright music! It's copyright, so we can't play it! Still no! No! Stop playing the music! I want to skip ahead. Oh, wait.
Here we are on another Fallout 76 adventure, and this time we're in the big city, or little town, a Swiss town, with a little German, in Helvetia, West Virginia. So let's go take a look all around us today. Well, Helvetia was settled by a group of Swiss and German immigrants who came via Brooklyn, New York in 1869.
So, like, my character's like backstory or whatever, I think is going to be kind of spicy. I'm going to probably have to ask, well, not ask permission, but I'm going to have to ask permission, like how open I'll be with the backstory. But basically that it's like, it's stupid that I even have to think about this being controversial, but basically, so my character is going to be because in the Fallout universe, Tel Aviv gets NUKED'd by some terrorists, and yeah, it's not a good time. And so probably after that you would have, which hopefully never fucking happens, because there's a lot of people who would suffer from that, like a lot of fucking people. It would also probably spark World War III. But anyway, so probably, you know, in the Fallout universe that happens, then you end up with a bunch of refugees going around the world. With that, you know, probably some of the... Anyway, so my character's backstory is that he's descended from, at least part of his family, from both Palestinians and Jews, like, who are in Israel, as well as, like, some Americans that, like, the descendants of those two people, whoever was, ended up marrying into. And then anyway, and then he stumbles across this entire region of Germans and all of a sudden becomes uncomfortable.
Funny.
Look at this. And if you want to see more of the sign and more about what they did, here it is. Well, right here is the Hute restaurant. A little bit of Switzerland and West Virginia. Let's go inside and grab some lunch. Well, we're in the Hute
Hey, don't haunt me with lunch if you're not going to get me some. Oh, yeah, that's a deer. That's a deer.
And we're going to try some of their great eateries here.
Well, if there's a deer, doesn't that mean you're having mutton for lunch?
While we're waiting on our food
Not me.
in the dining area here.
Also, I'm pretty sure there's probably formaldehyde in it.
Very nice.
Okay, get on with it. I want to know the please.
And he will be looking at me while I eat today. Delicious on that here. And for, what do you think?
Oh, look at the Wiener
let's
Schnitzel. Oh no, it's
get
just
some
the
props.
Wiener.
Delicious.
Hot mountain and hammocks to coaster essential.
Oh, I feel so stupid. I just realized that. Wait, does all Wiener just refer to Vienna? But in any case, no, I realized that Wiener Schnitzel just refers to Vienna Schnitzel. I don't know why.
Yeah, it's just a type of schnitzel. Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys like bathrooms so much. This has to be the tiniest, and I can't even get the bathroom.
You know what? I'm just going to find a quick video. I really just want to know the history of Fastnacht.
And for full reference, you know, Wiener
it was-
Schnitzel is not pounding a wiener flat.
Really? I'm pretty sure I could make so many jokes about that.
Oh, I know. That was a good setup. It's, yeah.
It was this past weekend that Helvetia held its annual Fastnacht celebration. Our digital reporter, Sam Gorski, has more.
Helvetia, West Virginia is a little slice of Swiss heritage right here in the hills of West Virginia. Over the weekend, this community of less than 90 residents saw hundreds from across the United States and beyond pour in for the annual Fastnacht celebration. In Helvetia, Fastnacht is a celebration of the end of winter, and that end is celebrated in a variety of ways, mainly with food, drink, spectacular masks, and most notably, an effigy burning of Old Man Winter.
Oh,
I'm not a local
smell
local.
the canister
I'm from
causing
Wisconsin,
chemicals.
and I had never heard of this before. But my friend's family, they play a video game, of course, called Fallout, which I'm sure lots of people know of. But actually, now living in Ohio, we hear about this festival all the time.
Fallout 76 is a survival adventure game set in West Virginia following a nuclear apocalypse, and players can attend Fastnacht in-game. Fallout 76's influence on attendees was very apparent, and many had dressed up as characters from the Fallout franchise. Of course, accommodating so many people can be a monumental task for such a tiny community, and every year it's up to a small band of volunteers to make it work.
It has fallen on the shoulders of roughly 40 people at the most, and the handful of 5 or 10 are really doing the brunt of the preparations. So it's difficult, but we are so proud and, I don't know, very, very glad that people embrace the festival as it is, even with all its flaws.
Lehman, who is from Helvetia, said what started for her as a fun party when she was young has now become an important way to continue what came before.
These small communities throughout West Virginia are so important to hold on to. We have so many rich communities throughout this state. And I think Fastnacht is an example of, with very few people and resources, you can really excite and interest a lot of people.
From Helvetia, I'm Sam Gorski for 12 News.
Interesting. So I mean, I guess there's not too much history. Or not that there's not too much history, but I mean, like, I guess the backstory is just like it's basically
It's an end of winter, burning the effigy. Yeah.
It's interesting though, like how for her she was saying, it used to just be a fun party, but now like she sees it as a big part of her culture. And I've definitely found a lot of like in a lot of ways that's what parties are. They're ways of preserving culture by associating.
One of the things I wonder is how much it's become part of the town's economy.
Probably a huge part. It's like, okay, guys, we got to survive on this on the surplus until next Fastnacht.
Oh, I guarantee you, there are places there that probably do half their business during the festival.
Do you want to see the actual real-life West Virginia landmarks revealed in the Fallout 76 trailer? Then you don't want to miss this. Let's get started. Excited I've been for a game in a long time. Yeah, because that's my part of Virginia. Tell you how many Virginia. I've pretty much visited them when the trailer on Span Arch Bridge in the New River Gorge near Fayetteville. For many years, it was the world's longest single span arch bridge, and you may have seen it on the back of the West Virginia State Quarter. Up next, we have the state capitol. Our capitol is so unique with a 23-karat gold leaf dome that is 293 feet high. The dome is even 5 feet higher than the nation's capital in D.C. and the largest of any state capitol dome in the U.S. I honestly think it's the best-looking capitol in the country. Next up is Woodburn Hall, which is a building that's been around since the late 19th century and is an iconic West Virginia University symbol on campus in Morgantown, West Virginia. Up next is the Greenbrier Hotel. The Greenbrier is a luxury resort initially built back in 1858, located in White Sulphur Springs. But what makes this hotel so perfect for this game is that it holds a massive underground bunker big enough for the entire U.S. Congress to take shelter in case of a national emergency. This was an official classified shelter for the government until 1992 when a news reporter from the Washington Post published an article about the secret bunker. So the government then declassified the bunker, and it's now an attraction at the resort, and I've been through it myself, and it's a great experience. And this is the actual landmark we were visiting when the trailer released, and the kids and I freaked out. Our next landmark is Camden Park, which is an amusement park located near Huntington, West Virginia. The park originally opened back in 1903, and some of their iconic rides include their wooden coaster, the Big Dipper, one of the last remaining haunted house dark rides, and their carousel that turned 100 years old back in 2007. Basically everyone in Southern include their wooden coaster, the Big Dipper, one of the last remaining haunted house dark rides, and their carousel that turned 100 years old back in 2007. Basically everyone in Southern West Virginia has been to this park and risked their life on these antique rides at least once, and it holds a special place in our hearts. Now, at one point in the trailer, you see this flying creature that looks as big as a man lurking in the distance. And I believe this is going to be the Mothman. The Mothman is a West Virginia folklore creature allegedly seen in the Point Pleasant area in the late 1960s. The creature is described as a large flying man with 10-foot wings and glowing red eyes. It's inspired a book and even a movie starring Richard Gere. Point Pleasant has embraced the Mothman and has an awesome statue of the creature, and they have a Mothman festival every September. A couple of West Virginia landmarks that I didn't see in the trailer that I hope make the game are the Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum and the Moundsville State Prison. I think they would be a great fit for the game.
Both there.
Like I said earlier, I am so pumped for this game, and based on my Facebook feed, many of my other friends and fellow West Virginians are excited too. We have a lot of pride for our state and often feel that our wonderful home is overlooked a lot of the time, and it's good to see it get some recognition, even if it is in a nuclear war Fallout game. If you enjoyed this video, give it a big thumbs up and comment down below if you love West Virginia and can't wait for this game. Thanks for watching. G3 out.
Well, luckily, it's already been out for so is shit. What? Is it 27 years? 7 years, or like almost 7 years. Anyway, what was I looking for? Oh, right. Wait. Actually, I'm not going to check my notifications on stream. Just you never know what it is. Wait, where is it? Right here. Am I able to? Let's see. Share screen. Might be different. I don't know. It seems like it's. Where's the? Is it? How on earth? Oh, I might have to. I think I have to open it. I think that should have fixed the weird. Try capturing a different screen. Share. Where is it? Window. Okay, this is so bizarre. I guess I'll just have to do it this way. Okay, so here I'm going to mute myself just because I'm going to finish taking this job, but we're going to hop in. Actually, got to adjust the volume real quick. Let's see, where is that? And in the meantime, okay, so in the meantime, so Dan is the serpent coiling up the scales of liberty. The Gadsden flag of the early American rebels says, "Don't tread on me because we're the Lotan, the dragon of Yom." Leviathan, well, where are you getting this from? We made Canaan fall, which led to the formation of Phoenicia from its ashes in 1000 BC. We can go it again, do it again. What are you talking about? I legitimately, if you want to hop in, there's a link right up here. I'd love to hear what you're talking about, because honestly, it's so confusing to just see text and try to interpret what you're saying into my own mind. So, but yeah. Let's see. Let's hop in. Right, I almost forgot. I need to adjust the volume. Amazing. Good job, Ariel. All right, here we go. Oh my god, I am so pissed that they fucked me over with the... Okay, let's see. So what do I get for free? Come on, give me something for free. Something for free. Camp counselor tent. Okay, cool. Wait, is that a camping style with a... Oh, sweet. Okay, cool. Let's see. Utility. What did I get? Free carry weight booster. And I am wait. Okay. Play level 185. I can finally submit that report. Okay. Okay, let's see. Level 185. I swear, I am going to give Bethesda hell to pay. Not literally, just I'm going to annoy them until they like. I mean, like it's the principle of it. Like it's like terribly designed, and it's not like things that like it. Oh shit. Okay, let's see. I also got to keep an eye out on my phone. But no, the point is, like, it's not like things like, oh, they should have added this in or this mission. Like, it's literally stuff that should be so easy to tweak, or it's just like the way they did it. It's like, at the very least, they need to know that it's got serious issues with the way they have it. It's kind of like, imagine you tell someone, hey, like imagine you have like some gift card, and then, hey, it's not a good example. The point is they should like actually warn you, like, hey, 5 minutes until this, or better yet, just have it be tied to when the servers open and close. So like, anyway, nobody knows what I'm talking about. So while it continues to load, let's see, I might put on some music. Yeah, in the meantime, where is it? Brand.
So how much more are we looking to do here, Ariel? We're closing on 5 hours.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Okay.
Oh wait, I think I hear it. Is it? Here. so let's get into this. So, okay, wait. First of all, season. Let's check out the season. Please carry over. Please carry over. Please carry over. Oh, fuck that. Seriously hate that shit. I mean, like, come on, I'm 35 and potentially more. Okay, do any of these look cool? Honestly, it's just annoying. Like I'm trying to think. Trying to think if there's even anything that was particularly interesting. I mean, now that I think about it, it's more on principle. There's not really any. Yeah, it's totally on principle. There's not really a whole lot that I actually needed. It's more so that I had earned it. It's like I wish I could have used it. Anyway, so dangerous pastimes. Oh, here's a new one. So, unlikely invitation. Okay, where's this? So, listen to the Vault-Tec broadcast. Well, actually, I guess real quick, just in the spirit of Shavuot, we are going to, let's see, where's this? Flavors of Man. Where's this? Traffic guard strength and numbers. Wait, Duchess. Okay. Missing link. No. Supplying demands. Wait, what's this missing link? Okay, this. Okay, so it's transmitter signal. Tune to your Pip-Boy radio to transmitter signal. Wait, where the heck is this? Duchess. What's this a part of? Duchess. Is Duchess a robot? Alright, in the meantime, let's see. Any response? Comments. Do you have any comments? No, we don't. Fortunate. I was looking forward to hearing what Brian was talking about because I'm honestly so freaking lost. Though, like, I mean, hey, I want to understand where he's coming from, at the very least. I don't understand what my dog is barking at. It's not even like she wants to go outside. She's just literally looking out the window. She's so funny. I'd turn around the webcam so y'all could see her, but my place is a mess. I need to clean up, so I'm not going to embarrass myself. Oh, here, you can see the Sunfashnacht mask. Actually, I think I have that. I bought a bunch of Fastnacht masks from other people's shops.
Oh, cool.
All right, let's see. So, wait, here. Let's see. Yeah, they're saying they can't do anything. It's fucking ridiculous. I want to ask them to escalate it again. Because, like, it's literally, like, the bare fucking minimum. They get paid to answer these requests, and it's like, I get if it's an unreasonable thing, but, like, they had no warning whatsoever.
They may not have the tools to be able to do it, Ariel, the people you're dealing with. Yeah, I don't know what else to tell you.
No, that's why I'm going to escalate it like I had to do the other thing, and then probably going
yeah. Yeah, no, I don't necessarily blame the first level flunky for not being able to fix something.
It's just kind of, in all honesty, it's like at that point, and I mean, like, I'm not arguing that they shouldn't have jobs. I'm just saying, like, at that point, how is their job really that functionally different from just having an AI chatbot do it? Because it's like, it's either something they can do or they can't do, and I don't know.
I think I'd prefer an AI chatbot because, for the most part, a lot of the companies run it is they're basically having that human there in order to try to tell you no as many times as they can.
Yeah, it's like you hear about the guy who managed to get a deal on a car for basically freebies. He managed to like convince a chatbot because they were using, and it was like legally binding. It's bizarre.
Oh, I hadn't heard that one. Interesting.
All right, let's see. So we're on Earth, so you can go inside there to mine coal. I don't want to mine coal. Okay. Let's see. I mean, at the end of the day, it's like I just wanted to have tried, but like, what's this? One second. One second. One second. Yeah, so they're escalating it. So, hey, I mean, like, and see, that's kind of the funny thing. I swear, with probably a lot of people, probably they just get a no and they're like, whatever. I mean, it literally cannot hurt to try harder. And if they say no, whatever. Literally just 35.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. It's almost like their first line people are there just to say no the first time to whatever the person wants, unless it's easy.
Yeah, which, I mean, to be fair, it's like you definitely have people who could take advantage of that, but at the end of the day, I kind of feel like there's probably more people who, I don't know, I feel like, and again, maybe, wait one second, maybe this is just me, but I really feel like most people who at least I hope that most people who have like way too lax moral standards probably are also too lazy to act on any, ability to take advantage. But then again, then you have the people who like literally are just always like in predator mode, which kind of freaks me out.
Yeah, no, you have the ones that are constantly in predator mode, and then you have the ones that they're more than happy to take advantage should that chance come to them.
Yeah, okay, let's see. Where on Earth... Wait, did I turn off the... Okay, this is search area for clues about Duchess's guards. Clues, clues, clues. Maybe this? Usable ore slipped away. Okay, search Gully Mine for Duchess's guards. Who the hell is Duchess? Legitimately do not know. We're going to speed this along because I want to start, at least open up the new thing so people can see this new location. Okay, we are going inside Gully Mine. Boutros, 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 Boutros Ghali. If you get the reference, I'm proud of you. Let's see, any comments since... I have no clue what happened with this. Ark. Hey, Ark. What is up? If you want to join the stream, that'd be pretty cool. The link's up here if you're interested. If not, just good to have you watching. Definitely need to hang out sometime. Currently running on, I don't know how much sleep, but I'm just not going to sleep until tonight because I do need to reset my sleep schedule. But until then, Fallout. Okay, there's a bunch of scorched here. I think we could just, mine coal. We're going to mine this coal.
You're saying your plan is fall out till you fall over.
Basically. All right, let's see. So mine coal. Plasma thrower. Oh shoot! I'm almost dead. I need to heal up. Is it? I thought I saw copper, but no, it's just some shit that they have poking out of the wall. Okay, so got to go here because there's some coal over here. Here, have a little more plasma. I think you need some more plasma. You too. I insist. Just so you know, well, I was going to say this and then they turned into a pile of plasma goop, but I was going to say, don't worry, the plasma just puts them to sleep. It's like a nice little high, but I guess it's harder to argue that once they're no longer, actually have a body, but... Okay, so I guess I completed that. Okay, and then now we have discover the fate of Duchess. No, is I think a different thing. There's more coal here. I don't even know what the point of coal is in this game. I like legitimately. Hey, what? Right here. Huh? People. Oh. Hey. You look like you could use a stim pack. You got a stim pack. Oh, yeah. I'm hurting here. Yeah, I've got plenty. Find your own damn drugs, freeloader. Sorry, I can't help you, or I've got a stim pack I can spare.
Oh, thank God. Thank you. Good to know there's still some heart out there. So, you the cavalry then?
Cavalry? I don't have a horse. Duchess? Who's Duchess? Let's see. Nope, I'm Santa Claus, and you've been a very naughty boy this year.
Oh, you're right, Santa. Listen up, St. Nick. There's someone else who needs some coal in their stocking. See, these scorched things have been herring the bar. Me and my bot-sis Polly got the
bot-sis?
To track down their nest and clear them out.
Okay, this isn't what I signed up for.
But a couple of them got the drop on us before Polly chased them off deeper into the mine.
I'll go after Polly.
I heard some fighting, but then...
Okay, nothing. I think she's hurt. Look, you've got to find Polly. I can't be the reason she... Look, just find her, please. Alright, don't worry. I'll find your friend. Fine, but you better pay me. Are you going to turn to Scorch? Close your eyes. I'll make it quick. Polly's your bot sister. When you get Polly back, I'll walk you through every little detail of how I became best friends with the machine. But first I need to save her. You think you can do that for me? Fine, but you better pay me. Cold one, aren't you? I'm sure Duchess is good for it. Now you ought to get going. Please tell Polly. Tell her I'm sorry I couldn't be the one to save her. Honestly, I'm kind of uncomfortable. I feel like this guy might be attracted to this robot. He says it's his bot sister, but like he talks about it as his best friend, and he's like, "Oh, tell her I'm sorry I couldn't be the one to save her." Like, dude, it's a robot. I mean, like I get maybe it's intelligent, but like if you're sorry for not going to save it yourself, then you could join me. Alright, yeah. Let's see. Wait, did it reset the weekly also? If that's the case, honestly, I might... Oh. Let's see. Oh, it's at 0? I don't know. I'm trying to think. If I can... Actually, that would be worth it. Here. Atomic Shop. Utility. I think it is under utility. It is a score booster. Do I go for the 5? 7? Yeah, probably what I do, I just use it only whenever I have the weekly. If I do, let's see, 100 for 1, 250 for 3. Just go with a 7 for 500, and I'll just be smart about it. Okay, so now that I have that, I can use that to speed up my score boost. So unfortunately, I didn't use it for the first thing, but I will get it for all the rest. I should also check if... Oh, wait, that's what I was getting my phone for. But, oh, you've got an exam today? Oh, you have a summer class? Actually, so do I. I'm just doing it at weird times. But, yeah, we've definitely got a hangout arc. Okay, so where... Oh, wait, we have to go deeper in the mine. In the mine. In the mine. In the mine, we're going to find a robot. This isn't that deep in the mine. It's kind of a wuss that he didn't get.
Hey,
I'm sorry, what?
You are a sight for sore eye.
Funny.
So, those things didn't get you, huh? You happen to see a young man on your way through? Early 20s? Rough around the edges?
Yep.
Carrying about a bullet's worth of extra lead in him?
But he got shot?
He's alive? Thank God. That's good to hear. So, what do you say you and I help each other out? You get me back to the Wayward, and I'll help you bake to a crisp anything that bothers us on our way out the door.
Let's see. Bake to a crisp.
Never met an assault truck before, huh? Probably for the best. That flashy red pearl in the middle of my face doesn't just complement my scintillating personality. It also happens to fire a multi-gigawatt laser.
Well, that's pretty cool.
You pick me up and give my neck servos a twirl. I'll kick off a blast that would make Oppenheimer quote scripture. So, we blowing this gin joint?
Is that a reference? I mean,
Yeah, he was quoting Bhagavad Gita. I have become Shiva, bringer of death.
No. I was making another joke. Also, Polly, I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be a female robot.
I won't, but you can better.
Let's see. What happened to you?
One too many of those crystalline creeps. I'll give them this. They may be hideous, stupid, ugly, bad-smelling, poorly dressed, tactically backwards, and overly forward with a lady, but they are fearless. Enough of them rushed me at once and severed my neck bracing. And so the curtain rises on my current predicament.
Sucks for you.
Now, are you going to help me?
Yeah.
That's...
No, that's... Oh, wait.
You hear that?
Uh-oh.
Sounds like those things have regrouped. How about we make them regret it?
Sure.
Point the way.
All right, where? Which? Oh, shoot. Well, this doesn't... Oh. Okay, that's kind of cool. Not gonna lie, it feels kind of like there's like a lot of steps, a bit unnecessary. Oh, wait, so where are we going here? Okay, I mean, I like that it's a one-shot kill, but still. Wait, did I see Ultrasight? Boom. Alright, come on. So this wasn't the quest I thought it was, shit. But whatever. I guess we just... Wait, do we have to wipe them all out? Well, that's annoying. Hello. Goodbye. Oh, is this... Oh, I thought it was my house. Alright, so let's see. Is this the way? Is this how we exit? No, we have to kill them. That would have been embarrassing if it would. Wait, am I that low on... What energy does this take? Yeah,
that'll teach him.
What weapon is this? It takes fusion cells. I should have more fusion cells. What the heck? That's really weird. I could have sworn I had more. Okay, so I guess I'm done there, but okay. What's my shit? Alright. Exit here. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just going to speed up and just get into the other ship. Like, come on, we're loading here. We're loading. Boutros. Oh, wait, we're not going to the gully mine anymore. Not Boutros. Come on. It's a freaking loading screen. How long can it take? Not Boutros. It's not even funny. I'm just waiting for it to finish freaking loading.
Damn.
Okay, not Boutros, not Golly.
What kid really did a number on it? I'm not going to be much help now.
Well, yeah, I'm not going to be much help either because, unfortunately, I can't run. So, we're going to be train tracking this, unless I can find a workbench. But luckily, we're really close. Shit. Actually, wait, I know what I can do. Wait, is it? So I unlock that. Okay, is that... Alright, let's see here. 425. Armor, what can I drop? Huh. I guess nothing. Whatever. Almost there. So, but yeah, so it's interesting. So the new part of the new expansion takes place, from what I understand, in Shenandoah National Park, or National Forest, rather. Actually, I don't know which one it is. National Park, National Forest. Same thing. But have you ever been there?
Yeah, I've been in the Shenandoah. It's a nice area.
Yeah. One thing that would be cool, imagine the day when, like, you can play a video game and, like, obviously I feel like there would need to be some level of, like, where it's not ultra real, because, if it gets to a certain level of real, it kind of goes into the uncanny valley where, but, like, beyond just for people, but, like, actually an entire environment, like, I feel like that could actually...
They've done some of that. I mean, it's like when the Notre Dame, when that burnt, the fire there, Ubisoft let Assassin's Creed for free. The one that had that they did their modeling of Notre Dame in the game, where they used the lasers and did like this exact laser modeling of the cathedral. And you're already kind of in that uncanny valley area.
sweet, I can save these settlers from these poor robots. I mean, poor settlers from the robots. I just totally need to heal myself before I die. Oh, wait. Bye. And now you, bye. Who am I just need a freaking workbench. Did the robot just scream as it went down? I don't know why, but that was actually pretty disturbing. Hey, you can thank me.
Gotta wait a whole another hour for that food to reheat.
Why does it take an hour to reheat food? Alright, please tell me you have it. Please tell me there's a workbench on here. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. What about in the back? In here? Oh, thank God. Alright, let's see. Decon this all. Alright, there we go. Now I can fast travel? Yeah. Alright, there we go. And then we'll start this. Okay, there we go. Oh, seriously, it couldn't have spawned me inside. It's a little funny. So, Duchess was the... I wish I would have realized that. I thought Duchess worked for Rose, but she doesn't. So that was unnecessary. Basically, I just wanted to go to the top of the world in order to be like, oh yeah, top of the world because it's Shavuot. But I'll just head over there before I start real quick. Here.
Back at long last. But where's our girl?
Did you find Polly?
Yeah.
All right. Half the gang reunited. Just have to find our gal.
Oh, God. Paul?
Whoa. You're not looking so great, darling.
Duchess, I'm not feeling great.
Why don't you sit her down? Jug should do the trick.
Alright, so I place her in the moonshine jug. Wait, what's this? Place head?
This is real snug.
That's hilarious.
Oh, Polly. This is all my fault.
Solomon, no. Don't you dare. This is not...
It's kind of your fault.
Duchess, tell me you emptied this out.
Did I? You know, I'm 80%.
Is it a pea jug?
It's all right. I can fix this. There's a robotic...
No, I'm not. Fuck that shit.
Oh.
Solomon, you're going nowhere. Look, I'm sorry to even ask, but just I can make it worth it.
Yeah, I'll help you out later.
Find Polly this new body. I'll tell you everything I know about Crane and his treasure.
Please say yes.
Yeah. Wait, have you actually known where? Let's see.
Oh, don't you worry there. You tag the body with Saul Striker here. All
Alright, let's see. Where can I find
Solomon,
Yeah.
Duncan.
The owners boarded it up, but it's possible to get...
Alright, have you actually known where the treasure is?
it's complicated, but I promise. I will walk you through every...
Okay, yeah. If you do it for us, yeah. Alright, so I'll track it down.
Here, the tracker.
And here, you'll need this to get into the place. Just leave it alone and make sure it's pristine. No damage, no reprogramming. Factory defaults only. I don't want.
And at the risk of sounding like a broken record.
Yeah, you owe me big now. Okay. Let's get on to this. Finish this up. Okay, so. Oh, that's actually super close, but either way, not relevant to this. Investigate the trailer. Talk to the overseer now. So we need to, for this, it's Tinker's Workshop. Where is there one? Tinker's Workshop. Wait, there might be one here. Shit. Of course, the one time when it's survival tent. Actually, wait, what am I thinking? I could just go over. Where's end up after that? See what teams are open here. Who is there? Okay, perfect. There. Wait, two nearby for fast travel? How? I'm not close to that. What? That is bizarre. Well, fast travel done. Sorry, by the way, we're almost done. Alright, come on, loading in. I wish there was like more variety in the radio that you could put on here, and also there wasn't so much copyrighted shit. But, wait. Well, again, I guess what's to expect.
I'm surprised they put a lot of the copyrighted stuff on there if they were going to be expecting people to stream.
Yeah. I'm guessing probably most people stream on Twitch where it's not an issue. Alright, I see as it loaded in. Oh my god, some coffee would really work right now. The one thing I do dislike about this is the long load screens, but then again, I think some of that might be on my end. I really don't know, but whatever. It's just patience. Okay, I command you, you shall load. Okay, there. I hear music. That means we're loading. Loading. Where'd it go? It's supposed to be loaded. I swear, don't. Oh no. I got a bad feeling.
Wait, I didn't think you were playing Star Wars. That's from Star Wars.
Funny. Wait, what on earth? That was weird. It was like a black screen, and then wait, what? Like the reference, like how it's about to do it, like dun 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 dun. That?
No. I have a bad feeling.
Oh.
That's a line that's repeated in each Star Wars movie. That's one of those classic phrases.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I have a bad feeling about this. This always happens right before disaster, like before they go into the asteroid belt. Or
Too funny. So I'm confused. So the sound just started going on, I guess. All right, here. Okay, come on, let's load. It's time to load. Time to go to load. I swear I'm going to knock the smile off that 76 logo if I have to do it myself. I'm going to start chasing. Wait, where'd the cursor go? I'm going to chase the wheel with the cursor. Actually, like this load screen is. I'm going to. What's this? How do I do this? Control Alt Delete. Task Manager. Come on. Here. How do we do this? Apps. Wait, no. We were just there. App history. Where is it? It's Fallout. Processes. There it is. Here. Let's see. Efficiency mode? No. How do I do this? So weird. Is it finally loaded? It is still loading? This is actually ridiculous.
If you're going to a new location, it's downloading additional resources.
That's the thing. It's not a new location. That's what's
okay. Yeah, no. I understand how that works when it has, all new skins and shit like that going on there. It can take an extra time. If it's not new, then no excuse.
Oh wait. I think. Okay, it's actually so bizarre. I guess I'm just going to close anything that could be causing any lag. Let's see. Close this. Yeah, quit that. Let's close EA. I don't even know why that was open. Okay, this is weird. If it doesn't do it in the next 5 seconds, I'm just going to restart the game real quick because that seems like it would be faster. It could also be an issue with the specific. Yeah, this is actually. Wait, I can. Is there a? I think. Control Tab. Is that it? Oh wait, here. I'm glad I didn't exit because I think I just heard it. Load? I heard something. So freaking bizarre. For a relatively fun game, it has so many issues. Wait, Shift Tab. Is that it? I'm 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. What? It's like it literally loaded before, was done loading, and then yeah. I'm just going to. That is fucking weird. Stopping, should be restarting. Come on. There. Sorry about this. Here, let me just find something real quick while we're waiting for that. Luckily, it doesn't take long to load up at all. It's just. Let's see, what's this?
You can drop the nuke anywhere in the skyline.
Do you want to see the actual real life?
I think that's probably what it is. Probably just a bunch of people playing all of a sudden, overloading the servers. I wouldn't be surprised if that's it. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Let's see, welcome to Skyline Valley. Claim yours now. Here. Play. Level 185. Wait, what on earth is Happy Builder? Seriously, it should not be taking this long just to look. Oh, there we go. All right. Now, what on earth is Happy Builder? That sounds fun. It's almost sounds like some like Minecraft shit in this. Okay, so it's Happy Builder Fallout 76. Adventure mode, but you can build massive camps pretty much anywhere on the map, including marked locations. Holy shit, that is cool. Uses a copy of your adventure / any gear skills that you gain in Happy Builder will not transfer back to adventure mode. Oh, and those custom worlds rotate out every so often when it switches themes. Anything you gain in Happy Builder will be it. Custom. Wait, what? So freaking bizarre. All right. I guess I'll just switch to something else so it, wash pot never boils. Unless, okay, actually, it seems like it's going pretty fast now. It could have been that because I think it was, how long was it open before? No, that shouldn't have been it. Let's see. All right, come on. We're loading, and it's going to be loaded. Like a loaded baked potato. Got to load it up with cheddar and with chives and garlic, some butter. All right, come on. I heard the pip. I heard. Oh shit! What the hell is that?
Someone is at the back door.
Just remember, you can't put sour cream and bacon bits on the same one.
Why not?
That's not kosher.
Well, I mean, you can.
I'm just saying, sour cream and bacon bits, those aren't kosher together. I know that much.
Oh yeah, I mean, I guess technically you can. You just wouldn't. It wouldn't be kosher.
It'd be tasty, it's just not kosher.
That is true. All right, so Tinker's Workbench.
Unfortunately, a lot of times, yeah, what's tasty isn't kosher.
So, wait, I wonder, is this a real place? Wait, 1 second. All right. Let's see. Okay. This person's camp is over here, and then thank God, almost there. Where's this person's camp? I mean, I see the tree. Yeah, something's weird. It seems like probably something's up with the game is it's taking forever for shit to load in, which is weird. Just want to get a look at the new place. But need to offload the shit first. Okay, where is this person's camp? Did I not go far enough? Oh, wow, I didn't. Wait. Oh, here it's loading in. Yeah, I think I must have been right about the lag, that this isn't typical. So I guess scrap this. Where is the Tinker's Workbench? Stop the plans, anything in the night. No. Alright. Come on, let's hurry this up. Oh, here, I think this is Tinker's Workbench. Perfect. Explosive bait. It's Mines, maybe? Explosive bait that takes rad stag meat. Well, I know there's probably going to be some over if I buy it. And if not, I could always do that later. I just want to check out this new place. Please let there be rad stag meat. Please rad stag... Well, what might have been rad stag meat at one point before it spoiled.
Acceptable ginger.
Rad stag, rad stag, rad stag. Ah, shit. They don't. Whatever. Wait, grilled rad... No, they don't. Alright, well, anyway, I just... the reason I came up here in the first place was just to see the top of the world. And then to go up there. And then get a glimpse at this new location from there, and then head over there. Okay, so... Oh my god, what on earth? Shit, where'd it go? Alright, here. Okay, I think I can get there with the second floor. Oh, what? Okay, here. Third floor? No. Second floor. That's a quick load, I think, because it's right up there. It's not even a different instance. At least I don't think so. Alright, come on. There we are. So, we're on the mezzanine. Okay, here. Perfect. Not so perfect is the scorched. Alright, so I can get through here. Wait, no, I can't. Oh my god, this is its own instance. Well, this sucks. I thought I could actually get on top of the... Wow, I am surprised. I never knew this before. It's a skybox. Okay, well, I guess that makes things easier. We're just headed back down. Whoopsie daisy. Oh, I should probably heal up first. Oh shit, I'm going to die. We're going down. Exit stage bottom. Alright, and then, what was it, right? So, to start that, we have to listen to a radio frequency. And for that, we need a load first. So, load. I'm sorry about the load screen. Whoa, wait, is it still loading? Right. On. I should have never gone there in the first place. It's like, I don't know. I thought I could have seen from the top of that, top of the world, but no.
It was a nice idea.
Yeah. Sorry, just a few more minutes. Oh wait, here. I heard the elevator. That is one long elevator. No, don't. See, I don't get that when the elevators just close on you as you're. Wait, I might be able to figure something. Oh wait, sweet. Oh, fuck. So apparently the ski lifts are not actually solid structures, which is unfortunate. Which honestly kind of makes me wonder if this whole thing is not even a solid structure. I'm just trying to see. I might be able to get up from that roof if I try. But I figure I either can or I can't. So might as well try. Okay. Oh, actually, yeah, this looks doable. I just need to drink some beer. I need to eat some food, some canned dog food. And we need to... I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh, that was close. Alright, so I think you need a running start or something. And if that doesn't work, then there's absolutely no way, because this is like probably the only ledge I could even see this happening with. Actually, I might have a drug that gives me more. Is it Comex that gives me more agility? Agility. Not Comex. Is it Medex? No. I'm surprised there's not more that give agility. Shoot. Yeah, I think it was before with the Comex. It's got to be. Alright, so that should increase the... Yeah, then all we need to do is food, drink, I think some Nuka-Cola. AP. Alright. Oh, no! Oh, Oh, we fucking did it! This is so weird, dude. This is the non-instance version of it. You can see inside. This is what?
Cool.
Oh wow! I feel like I achieved something. I am Mr. Parkour. Unfortunately, you can't use the elevators though. So now interesting. Even these skylights. It seems like there's like within the lore of the game. I mean, it's not even the lore. It's like just straight up. I think how you can see. I think it's supposed to be where the skylights are like they got shattered by the nuclear blast. Also, why are these cages up here? I mean, like. Okay, so let's see. Is this solid? Oh shit! Also, I mean, hopefully, I don't think I have that much junk on me. But if I die, I'm probably just not even going to bother trying to get back up here. Okay, am I trapped inside it? Shit. Yeah, if I can't get out of here, then I'll just end up having to teleport out, which isn't the worst thing in the world. I mean, at least I got to this. I'm just... Alright. Oh, I feel dumb. I can just go out here. Derp. Okay, so I might be able to see just from up here. So we need to get to the south edge. So then we have the Savage Divide going all the way. Let's see, let's get a sniper rifle out. So yeah, we need to get to the top of that if we can. That's actually pretty high stakes because if you fall out or fall in, then you just have to go back out. So I'm going to try that one more time, and if not, then there's always another time to parkour around. All right, so this is solid. Oh wow, yeah, it's like that's so weird. You fall in and yeah, you're done. You're done. All right, so screw this. Radio. We have to listen to.
This is an emergency broadcast signal from authentication code
Barracuda. That sounds dangerous.
Blast door integrity compromised. Any available Vault 10 personnel are required to respond under emergency protocol PT-21. This signal will repeat.
Okay, so let's see. Where does this take us? Find the source of the Vault Tech broadcast.
This is an emergency broadcast signal from authentication code.
Talk to the overseer.
Emergency classification. Blast door.
Okay, we'll just fast forward here. All right, this shouldn't take too long. Sorry about everything before. You think that does that still qualify as a chicken in that picture? Is that its own like rad chicken?
That's a pretty beefy chicken.
Maybe it's part beef.
It's certainly got some steroids going. That's for sure.
Who needs steroids when you got radiation? It's actually kind of funny that there was this whole trend in American culture where people thought radiation was healthy. I mean, like, obviously, certain types of radiation in certain contexts is, but, you know, like...
Well, you go back further. You go Victorian era. Everything's electrified. And, again, drinks with radium in it. There are all sorts of stuff going on.
Arsenic. Yeah.
And any signal will repeat.
All right, so here. I think it loaded in. I think. Unless there's a lot of people in this location and potentially it's really fucking loud. Okay.
Emergency classification.
Oh, right. I forgot. This is the overseer's house.
Are required to respond under emergency protocol PT-21.
Ammo.
This signal will repeat.
Okay, so we need to talk to her or something? I think this is the place. Might be wrong though. We might just have gotten close. Come on.
Any available Vault 10 personnel.
Oh, sweet. That was not a long load screen.
Emergency protocol. This
Okay.
signal will repeat.
Where is Miss Overseer?
It's good to see you, but we need to focus on the inoculation. Is it done?
Emergency classification.
Let's see.
Blast door integrity compromised. Any available Vault 10
Let's see.
personnel are required.
Everything after leaving the vault has been insane. Vault Tech never prepared us for this.
I know. Believe me, I know. But we can't focus on what other people could have done. We have to focus on us, our future.
Let's see.
I'm trying to make sure you're okay. That's my number one priority right now. For all of you. So please, you need to tell me.
I think so.
I know I owe you a sit. I'll be quick. Now. Good, because we're going to have a lot more of it. Have you been to the mountains lately? It's not just us anymore. People from outside Appalachia are coming. I snuck around two of the larger groups and saw them both building walls, housing, defensive positions. They're coming to stay. Each and every one of them is walking into
Wish there was a way you can speed this up. Okay, yeah, come on, let's move it on. Who cares? They aren't from 76. They're not our problem. Wait, why are they coming? Why now?
I don't know if you've been following the rumors, but there's something in the mountains.
Oh, the
No
gold
one's
probably.
managed to get into it yet. But one thing's for certain. It's a vault. I eavesdropped on some of the newcomers, and whatever is inside there has gone from speculative guesses to full-blown fantasy. Stories of untold riches would draw groups of people even before we turn the world into a wasteland. Hope and greed are powerful motivators.
Ain't that the truth? Alright, come on. Let's move this on. If you, I can tell you have a theory about this vault. Don't keep me in suspense.
I don't want to lead us down the wrong track, but I've got my suspicions. The gold people are finding in the rivers can't be a coincidence. But first, we need to make sure the newcomers don't get infected.
Blast door integrity compromised. Any available vault personnel are required to respond to
Judging by the architecture, the ones to the north are the old labor panels that crazy robot Rose keeps going on about. We might, need to talk to her about them.
This is an emergency broadcast signal.
See if she can arrange a meeting or whatever their word is for we need to talk, don't shoot us. The ones to the south look more like a caravan family. Who knows what they've been through? Don't let your guard down around either of them.
I'm already pretty friendly with both of them. Alright, let's see. The How to Make Friends movies.
Oh, yeah. I can't remember the official title. You think it'd be burning in my head. The reality is a little different though, isn't it? Prepare for the future.
Any available vault personnel.
Thank you. Really. It's good to have my vault family around again. Anyway, I'm sure you must have other questions. We can talk about them now if you want.
This is an emergency broadcast signal from authentication.
Alright, yeah, let's talk about it now.
Sometimes I honestly thought they'd be the last thing.
I'm still.
Well, remember, it's not a scavenger hunt. I put them in place to help you on your way, even when I can't be there personally.
Let's see.
Let's hear 'em. Well, remember, it's not.
This is an emergency broadcast.
You need to talk.
Let's see.
Pretty hypocritical for me of all people. At first, I was just racing ahead, and then there were the nukes, the scorched clay. See my old neighborhood bombed to pieces. I needed time.
But time's something we don't all have. Alright. I'm glad you're here now. You may ask busy anytime. I understand.
This is an emergency broadcast signal. Authentication code.
Do you have any idea how hard it was to walk out that vault door on my own? Knowing I might not see any of you ever again.
No, I don't.
The Vault-Tec protocol to leave behind my camp, the holotapes, the care packages, all with the vague, I've never stopped being here.
Alright, let's see. Why still here inside?
My parents used to live just down the hill. If there's one neighborhood I'm rebuilding first, it's this one.
Alright, come on. Let's see.
No, I haven't. But Davenport has been helping me keep a close eye on them since they arrived. And from what I hear, you've been pitching in.
Let's see. If they got caps and playing gear, it could be a profitable partnership. I don't trust them yet, but I think it's our best interest to cooperate with them. I don't trust them yet.
I'm with you on this. I agree with much of what they stand for. However, looking into their history shows their methodology can be a little...
What history? They barely have a history. 25 years. Do you have concerns with?
If there's anything I've learned in all this, it's that humans can and will abuse technology.
Ain't that the truth?
I agree with the Brotherhood's stance on collecting and containing technology. To a degree, our world has become wild, deadly. People need to be able to protect themselves, not out of some classic American principle, but out of survival. If they plan to hoard away weaponry, they must offer protection in return. and I can't imagine they have the numbers, or possibly the will, to do so. Not much more than you, I suppose. You've both been through that. From my recollection, they were well-trained and highly disciplined. The kind of group I thought, but given time and some more reading, some people from that time saw them as taking what they wanted. I don't know if this new group follows those same principles, but the communities of Appalachia today wouldn't stand for it. I've spent my life beholden to an organization's virtuous beliefs.
So true.
More than a way to control how people think. I hope that if you spend time with them, you won't allow yourself to be blinded by their nails. Never stop seeing the world through your own eyes. Okay.
I like her. I think we talked about everything. Yeah. All right. So this was the wrong place, but can't hurt. So we just go outside, and it's right over here. Figure out what's up with there, and we head south, and then it's probably a good place to end.
Sounds good.
Use a weapons workbench to modify or repair your weapons. Craft new ones or scrap old weapons for parts. Let's see. Okay, come on, slow down. I'm surprised where'd the sound go.
In these blessed days.
All right, here we are.
This is an emergency broadcasting.
Interesting. I've never actually seen Sutton from this angle.
Emergency classification. Blast door integrity compromised. Any available Vault 10 personnel are required to respond under
Wait, is there some? Oh, there is someone here.
1821. This scene will repeat.
Okay, yes, we got it. Barracuda, Barracuda, Barracuda.
Any available Vault 10 personnel are required to respond under emergency protocol 1821. This signal will This is an emergency broadcast signal from authentication code Barracuda.
All right, here we got here.
Emergency classification. Blast door integrity compromised.
Blast door integrity. What blast
Any
door?
available Vault 10 personnel are required to respond under emergency protocol.
And what's this?
21. This signal will repeat.
I don't think this is supposed to be here.
This is an emergency broadcast signal from.
Hey, you're that vault dweller I hear so much about. Man, this day is full of surprises. First this darn vault door lands here, now you come to collect it.
I'm not here to collect any vault doors, but what do you know about this one?
Going by the number, I'd say this is from Vault 63.
Oh wow, you can read numbers.
Located in the ash heap. I can mark it on your map. If you do make your way down there, stay safe. I heard it's overrun with mole miners. And the ash heap itself is barely breathable without a mask. And one wrong step, my charcoal roast your foot. That aside, there's been a crazy storm brewing down that way. Doubt it's related.
Oh, couldn't possibly be related, could it? Oh wait, let's see. Appreciate. Sounds like a dangerous mix. I appreciate the warning.
You bet. Safe travel, stranger.
Uh,
I didn't see you there.
Yeah, you did. We're literally just talking. You're saying you don't see me? I think she has short-term memory loss.
I was going to say, obviously, the radiation's affected her memory.
Yeah, I mean, oof. Wonder what happened. I mean, this, like, imagine the amount of force it would have had to get launched in order. That's actually really disturbing. What do you think launched it? Something with more force than that. But, like, that's actually insane. Okay, is there anything here? Nope. All right, so let's see. 63 is down here. I've been there. I don't really see how this connects personally, but hey, okay, so let's see. What's this? Fly swatter? Claim salvage. I don't need the salvage, but here. So we're going Nuka World real quick, and then it's a quick teleport over to where we need to go. I still really don't know a whole lot about what the lore of this new expansion is. From what I understand, it's a southward expansion, but that doesn't really tell you much.
Well, isn't that part of the fun, is exploring it?
Yep. Let's see. That's fine. Cohen Colette's posted, first meal in Poland didn't disappoint. Can't wait to eat food again instead of American sawdust. Wait, can't wait to eat food again. Oh, because he's finally not eating American sawdust. That's the joke. Wait, what the? They're shrinking the season? Interesting. Right. Should be loaded in a few seconds.
Well, if you shrink the seasons, doesn't that shrink the whole year then?
Maybe you just create more seasons.
I don't know. Just trying to make sense of it.
Yeah, here we go. So for this, let's see, what am I wearing for this? Yeah, this looks pretty good. All right, so go in here real quick to drop off anything we need. Let me switch out to, let's see. Is it all right? 500, so. Well, at least I managed to sell enough to, let's see, items. Ooh, 30, I have 31,000 caps, sweet. I need to stop here is here. Okay, so it's down here. Honestly, just with the load screens, it might just make sense to run there because it doesn't take me that long. This is super close. Wait, what am 336? No, I need a. What is taking up all the space? This actually makes no sense. What's in here? Oh, I know what it is. Let's see. What do I have here? That's it. A lot of. Oh, it's not a lot of coal. But I do have quite a bit of meats. Or spoiled shit. It's not that. Maybe it's ammo? No. Alright. I'm just. It might be a weapon that I got some point. Unless it's. No weapon. Oh, I think I know it. Interesting. Oh, there's. Okay, that would be it. I guess it must have not noticed it. I have these weapons here. Okay, there. That's better. Not perfect, but it gives me enough space to not worry. So it's southwest. going to toggle off the others. So let's see. We don't need here to stay. Oh, no. Don't need here to stay. We don't need strange bedfellows. Don't need the new arrivals. We are going to Vault 63.
I don't know the lore enough, but if they didn't have a Vault 66, they really spoiled an opportunity for you can get your kicks in Vault 66.
Oh, that's funny. Let's see. Wait, let's see.
Just saying, it should be there. If it's not, they missed an opportunity.
I feel like there probably is. Ooh, that tube's big enough for me to fit in. Reva machalim lo hayom, no machaz mitayim, machal ulanakni navaskinot chofay lakofot shelta, leha nachashmitot shanai. Wait, what's this? Read note. Read carefully. Traveler, do not walk away from this table without putting something in the box with the coin caps. If you do, you die. If you take anything out of the box, you die. Once you put something in it, do not take it back out. Good luck. You think I should do it?
I don't know.
Let's see. I think I see like 20 caps more. I don't need this single baseball grenade. Right there. The man watching. Remember? Oh, what the fuck? Oh no, you got a beat down, buddy. Dude, I literally left something in there for you. I guess the point wasn't actually about that. It was to get you to let your guard down. Raider's gonna raid. We're almost about 63, which has been in the game for a while. But I guess you could never actually... Wait, what? Wait, this... Yeah, something happened here. This... Well, I mean, I guess it makes sense if it exploded or something, but like... Yeah, I've been here before. It was like you go in here and then... It's so weird. Just like seeing how they updated this zone from before, because it's like the same. They just got they just blew up this area. Pip.8 2000. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Like what you see when he walks up. It's like I don't know. It's like his skull, but like not quite. Okay, we're going in. Newly unlocked Vault 60. Wait, that still doesn't make. Wait, so, but that doesn't make sense because that's still not where the vault door would have blown off because it's further in. So did it get launched all the way out? Like it turned the cave into a freaking gun and the vault door into a bullet.
Could have.
Yeah, see, the vault door, it's not here at this. Yeah, it's not here. It's all the way over here. Let's see. So what fuck. Okay. Is this... Wait, is this... Oh, sweet. What is this, black titanium? Oh, it is black titanium. And then is this a safe? No. But this... I'm sorry, I have a hard time believing that the vault access terminal still works. Emergency protocols. Vault 63 is currently experiencing a vault-wide state of emergency and requires Vault Tech assistance with the following emergency protocols. Blast door integrity compromised. Fires detected throughout Vault 63 entrance wing. Vault door control. Unspecified error. Thank you for visiting Vault 63. Only authorized personnel are authorized past this point. Welcome. System error log. File corrupt. Perfect. Ooh, I like titanium. Alright, so it is time for the Enclave agent to figure out what the hell is going on in here. What the fuck are these? I've never seen these before. What? What the fuck? What's this, Lost? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh shit. Okay, I do not like these guys. Time to get out the plasma flamer. What the fuck? This is a shit of nightmares. I do not like this place. Holy crap. I think I'm gonna get a grenade for this. Where the fuck did they go? Oh shit. What the fuck happened to these people? Well, I mean, I guess they're goop now, but...
Well, there was these big things that fell from the sky and stuff blew up.
Just aim for their feet. They won't be able to run at you. These people are actually fucking creepy as hell. Okay, so we're here. We clear out all the hostiles. Where are they coming from? Well, I guess they... Oh, fuck. Did he just... Was that like some sort of kamikaze shit? Oh, fuck.
Kind of looked that way.
Oh. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay, where... Here, I see this guy's back here. Is this a... Can I listen to this? No, guess not. Eat shit. Holy crap, these guys are actually pretty resistant. They need whatever armor they have. Woo! Loot. Be somewhere. Wait. Okay, hurry. Let's do this. Let's hurry this along. Right here. Speaking to the intercom. Oh, so I tried to do it before. Doesn't let me. Now I want to. Sure. Or now it needs me to, and I'm like, okay, well maybe I want to. Totally nothing to do with it telling me to. Okay. Where is this dang intercom here?
Someone there?
Hey Hilda. Who's Hilda?
Activity on our sensors, but it went quiet all of a sudden.
Hey, there's some. Maybe I shouldn't say there's some crazy electricals in here. Actually, maybe I will be.
Well, obviously, that whole tunnel is infested with the Lost. The question is, what are you doing in there with them? Wait, are you telling me that you managed to wipe out all of the Lost yourself?
Mm-hmm.
I have so many questions. How, with what, and then actually, no, focus on that. You, someone with a lethal skill set. Hey, would you be up for a little hike?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but this is hardly the time to talk. All will be explained if you follow my directions. Yes, but very astute, but it's complicated. You're at the entrance to the vault, but that's just the tip of the iceberg, so to speak.
Excuse me?
You'll see. Just need to meet up first.
Okay.
No, wait, please! Just hear me out. The entrance area you're in now was once a high-speed rail system for transporting supplies to the rest of the vault.
Wait, what?
But as you can see, it's completely caved in. You'll have to walk to another entrance closer to the vault's atrium. It's just a quick trip over the hills to the south. Look for the entrance to the Shenandoah National Park. If you need a landmark, just keep walking toward that teeny-tiny, giant, menacing storm in the sky. You'll find the entrance underneath the manor in the dead center of the park. And storm. Get it? Good luck!
I have more questions. Rude. Okay, so now we did that. Where the hell are we? Okay, so it says Skyline Drive there. So I guess we go to Vault 96. And then we just head south and we're there. So almost there. Sorry about this. We are almost to Skyline Drive.
עלי האורן, מעבר גזעי הזית, והוא קרקוב הבית, ליונה והחרוב, ליונה והחרוב, ממרום הרי הבטר, איש גלש לתוך הוואדי, עוד מעט יאמר כבר באתי, אל ביתי אל האהוב, אל ביתי, אל ביתי, אל ביתי אל האהוב. לא נעלתי את הדלת על השער אין בריח כי ידעתי שיגיע יום
I think I hear sound. Yep. There we go. Wait, did I just take damage? Alright, so let's see. So now I just go south. Well, I guess that's the big storm they were talking about. Kind of looks like some sort of giant god is trying to, or is about to take a giant shit on all of humanity. All right, so let's see. Here. So we just go south here. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. I seriously died from that? Luckily, it shouldn't be a long load because it's right there. Please. Okay. Phew. Did I drop it? Yeah, I dropped loot. So this is Vault 96. And I have a feeling it's probably connected somehow to where we are. Or where we just were, rather.
That would make sense.
It's kind of... So, like, from what I gather, just from, like, what I've seen, it seems like this area to the south might be kind of like this enclave playground, for lack of a better term. Because there's a lot of interesting tech that's being developed there or something. I mean, it's, like, definitely connected to, like... What the fuck? Seriously, Mothman? I'm not in the mood for this shit. Mothman, where are you? Where? Huh? Oh, come on, Mothman. I don't have time for this shit. Like a moth to the flame. Okay. That was easy. If you ever need, or if it's ever too difficult to take an enemy out, just switch to fire. Alright, so... Into lands unknown and places yet been. Not gonna lie, not really a huge fan of the ambiance of the zone, but maybe it'll grow on me. Kind of feels like a mix of the 3 zones it's around, which, I mean, I guess makes sense. Okay, what's this bunker? I guess I should go straight to, and it never hurts to have an extra location. So this is apparently one of those like a lightning harvester or something, I think is what it's called. Is this like a ranger monitoring bunker? Interesting. Let's go and unlock the location. Weird. Alright, well, probably, okay, there. Ranger station bunker. Right here. Okay, actually, I like it now. It really is growing on me already.
Get away from me!
What's your deal, dude?
Get away! Oh, you aren't one of them. You scared me.
Who are you? What happened here? You doing okay?
Do I look okay to you? May as well have. Never seen anything like that.
What are you doing? What happened
I'm
here?
Craig from Foundation. And I think I'm the only one left.
Of what?
I saw the nasty weather kicking up down here and thought it'd be worth checking out. See if anyone needed help.
Not too bright.
Make it far down the road before we catch up. But something. I panicked.
Apparently they're called Lost.
You serious? Did you hear what I just told you? Well, better you than me.
This guy looks like a derp.
Actually, if you're going out there anyway, would you mind doing me a favor?
What?
As you head down Skyline Drive, could you check if there are any signs of what happened to my friends?
Sure.
A trail, a body, personal effects, anything I could use to find them or report back to Foundation. Who knows? Maybe even a survivor. Not asking you to do much, just to drop a flare nearby. I can investigate them once the storm calms down a bit.
Fine, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Of course, but I'd like to at least bring something back to Foundation for their families. Anyway, just take the flares. If you happen upon anything or anyone, just drop one. And if you come back after, I'll make it worth your while.
Okay.
And watch out for those things. They may look like ghouls, but they're not. And they're not.
Yeah, I gathered that.
Careful out there. Please.
Ranger Haley's terminal. Type of shit I could always check out later in holotapes, or not holotapes, but videos. All right, where is this shit? Oh, wait. Oh yeah, you can see the tunnel in here collapsed, which I guess where's it? I don't even know where the other side of the tunnel would be. But all right, so search for survivors along Skyline Drive. We're switching to laser rifle for this. Legendary deadly bloatfly. Boom. Where's the ashtray? I don't know why I said ashtray. It's not an ashtray. Ash trail. There goes another bloatfly. Interesting. Is that... That's regular sap, sorry. Let's see. Here. Glowing resin. Interesting. Where? Help. Help me, help me. Ooh, what's in here? Oh, it looks like it's all been looted. By looted, I don't mean by other players. It's just like... It's supposed to look looted. Wait, what? What is this? Glowing meat? It's weird. Here. What on earth? Oh, flare. Okay. You find a dead settler slumped over a fence, likely one of Craig's group. Blood is pooled around him from a head wound. Looking closely, he died from a single bullet to the back of the head, leaving a blood trail off the cliff. Place flare. Huh? I want to place a flare. Oh, yeah, there. That did it. Okay. The other guys. Where are they? Oh, I literally... Wait. Search for... What's it say here? Gather personal effects for Craig. Oh, it's a... Is this a different... It must be a side. It's personal effects. What was it? Huh? Case of emergency. Side daily. Please tell me it's not a... And newer missing link, supply and demands, talk to Rose, search for... What on earth? It should be here. I feel like I'm... Oh, here, wait, I think I just found it. Perfect. It's under miscellaneous. So we need to gather personal effects. Well, let's see, what would... Maybe here in this suitcase? No. Oh, here, what's this? Is this a propaganda leaflet? Learn the truth about America. Come to Camp Liberty, join the cause, and rebuild the world together. Well, that doesn't sound suspicious at all.
Make the world great again, right?
Yeah, except I think from... Well, I kind of know the story behind it, so I don't want to spoil it, but there's definitely more to meets the eye there than simply that. All right, let's see. What golf balls? What personal affects? Or personal effects, whatever. I legitimately have no clue what I'm supposed to be looking for. Maybe, oh, it's probably in this thing. Nope. Well, make up point. The real question though is, what was like, what time of day was it when the apocalypse happened? Or not the apocalypse, but Armageddon? Because kind of raises the question, what were these people all doing out at the same time? It's like almost like they knew. Okay, what the fuck am I looking for here? It's maybe something on the body? I don't... maybe here? Further out? Oh, here. Legitimately, I'm so confused. What am I supposed to be looking for? Maybe in here? I'm giving it 5 seconds before I just look it up. Okay, so Craig is here. Or no, Craig's the alive guy. So they got ambushed here. So maybe... How big is this area? Oh, goes... You know what? They probably... Oh my god, It's probably... Yep, it was in here. Oh, never mind, that was a doorknob. I thought it was the... Objective. Maybe in this bathroom? Nope. Oh, here, I think. Oh, come on, for fuck's sake. Yeah, I'm looking this up. Gather personal effects for Craig. Gather personal effects for Craig. Miles' hat found at the foot of the cliff on makeup. Miles' corpse. Behind a nearby barrier. The foot of the cliff. I am so fucking lost. Okay, so wait, maybe. Oh, here. It's probably here. So this was C plus S. So there's Miles. There's. Oh wait, no, but these aren't the people who would have written this. I don't know what the fuck I'm thinking. So the foot of the cliff of Makeout Point. I assume that's probably this. So some foot of some cliff. Like, why is this so difficult? This shouldn't be. It's just a freak. Okay, wait, is this... I am looking up a picture. Because that might tell me. Images. Come on. And that doesn't help. Into lands unknown. Oh, fuck, what's attacking me? Huh? I really feel like it only makes sense that it would be up here at the top, and I'm like, am I just totally blatantly missing something? Into lands unknown. Oh wait, detailed walkthrough, and it hasn't been written yet. Shit. This is it. Damn. And I pause this. All right, here. Okay, so I just need to do like a perimeter search. It's pretty. Okay, so it's here. Oh, maybe that's what they meant by the foot. Oh, what's it? Well, here's Miles's hat. That's one thing. So Miles's hat. Oh, okay. So that's the thing that was over there. So now we need to keep going. Oh, come on. Could also really deconstruct some stuff. That would help. The one thing I don't get is like there's these portable tents that you can use, And I just don't understand why on Earth there isn't an ability to like scrap things there. Even if you can't build anything there, I've always just found it kind of strange that you can't scrap things. But hey, just being nitpicky. All right, so here, next thing here, what's here? Inside objective area. Search for survivors. Oh, well, you know, it's kind of easy. I can just look for the flares that other people put down. Even though the whole point is that I'm putting down the flares myself. Interesting. So we've got tunnel here. We've got corpse examine. Perception 8. You found a dead settler, likely one of Craig's group. From the blood and injuries, it looks like the lost tore into him. Judging from the blood trail, he must have been gravely injured further down the tunnel. Place flare. Oh, wait, come on. We placed it. Come on. Vamonos. Place it again? What the... Shoot, What the heck? Oh, it's time for flat. Rob's journal. Been walking for days and miles is getting on everyone's nerves. The guy just doesn't know when like things go. If anything, you should be thanking Rebecca for taking lots of things out. We expected, I suppose. We're all on edge since we set foot in Shenandoah with that freaky storm looming at the center. Craig keeps okay. Bad juju. Let's see, is there anything here? Sorry about this. We're almost done with this fucking quest. Oh shit. Let's see, so which way? Oh, dang. Okay, so that way, I guess. And is there meat food? No. I have to admit, actually, I'm really enjoying this expansion so far. Is there anywhere to decom now? What's this? What is that? Caution, falling rocks. I wonder if I actually have to worry about that. That'd actually be... Oh, maybe I do.
We really need to come to a stop point, Ariel.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you could always just head off now if you need.
Okay, yeah, we've been, 6.5 here. I'm just going to bow out at this point. It was good. I'll talk to you later.
Take care. Have a good one.
Yep, talk to you later. Bye-bye.
See, is this the right way? Yep. It's kind of interesting. Just seems to... Wait, is this a... No, I can't harvest that. Honestly, I mean, I like streaming with Graham, but it's kind of nice not to have this pressure. I mean, given I know people are still watching, but I don't feel like I have to keep up conversation, which is kind of nice. Let's see. Is there more of these bloatflies around? Who's this? Oh, it's just another player. Never mind. Private property, no trespassing. I mean, it's the... What the fuck? What on earth? What on earth? What is he fighting? What is all this? Bloodstain. You found a pool of blood surrounded by lost fallen in battle. Someone must have taken their last stand, likely one of Craig's group. On the closer expansion, they took out the losses. They were chased. No matter, no drag marks. They may have survived. Oh shit! What the fuck? Alright, personal effects. Where's the... Well, okay, this is insane. Shit, I've got to make it in time for this event. Can I do it? Almost there. What is this event? Honestly, if people haven't gotten here yet, it might be kind of nice to just get a tiny break.
Right. Winner.
Huh?
So, this harvester needs some maintenance, and I'm hoping there's enough parts around here to fix it up. That's what I need you for. Once you've sorted that harvester,
Is there a decon station, or was it a scrap station?
and this lot in here can enjoy the view. Everyone wins. Aye, those are the ones. Go ahead and pump that, whatever that is, into one of them consoles. One of those boxes has instructions in them somewhere, man. Never doubted you for a second, man. Get the rest of it fixed. Keep going. Nearly there. Right. All the bars are at the top and flashing green, so that's probably a good thing. I'm no better at getting this thing online. Take a quick breather. Remember when I told you about them senators that want you? That's four. So I don't really know what happened at this house over time. I'm not whatever they said, interfere with the process. I don't like giving refunds. As these rocking here don't get what I promised them, they're probably going to want one. So
What's with the
there's
Scottish
another
accent?
reason to charge them up. Cool. Hang on. Killing that one made the habit to charge a bit more than it normally does.
Oh, who would have thought?
Killing them extra sparky ones will speed this up. Kill a few more and see.
crap, my eyes. Yeah, I'm going to. I actually have PT in a bit, so I'm going to head off. Yeah. What the fuck? What the fuck's a thunder crab?
What a roar, man! Well done, mate. I'm really solid effort. If you wanted, you could stay and take the bucket for a few moments. Well, then you'll just make sure to stay connected. Thank you. Cheers, mate. Big effort you made for me there. I won't forget it in a hurry.
Please, nobody take my shit. Oh, thank God, nobody took it. Alright, so we're going to decon all those. Seems like at the very least I am definitely getting some stuff out of it. Oof. I have to use the restroom, so I went and switched to something real quick. Let's see. Wait, what's this?
So Fallout 76 just got its next huge update, a 40 gigabyte one. Comes with a map expansion, new storyline, and weapons, and all kinds of other stuff. But in this video, I'm going to be covering what Bethesda brought around in the Atomic Shop. there's something actually really unique that I figured I'd share in this video. So first off, for the Fallout first, we can get the camp counselor tent. I'll go ahead and show y'all what this looks like. This is a new tent that we can have around in the game. I'll preview it actually in the game. But also this update came with a new bundle called Summer Camping. And this comes with a lot of stuff, a lot of greenery specifically. As you can see, it includes dead shrub, large green pine tree, medium brown pine tree, medium green pine tree, burned Pioneer Scouts flag, large pine tree, large brown pine tree, tall grass, bush, toxic ivy, equipment shed, stash box, summer camp shelter, pine tree stumps, and Revel wake up emotes. So yeah, loads of things with this camp bundle. It is worth 20 atoms though, so yeah, that's $20. But here's the emote, by the way. Here's what it'll look like. It states here, rouse the rabble with a bugle blast. I'll go ahead and preview that emote too. And I'll just
All right, let's see. Let's go back. Also, let me see. Am I unmuted? I want to make sure. Yeah, perfect. All right, here we go. Hi-ho, hi-ho. It's off to work we go. Oh, what's this? Someone set this up. Sweet. In that case, actually, okay, so I did that. Shit. Okay, so where on earth is this thing? So it's within this vicinity. Let's see, what would... So it's there. Wait. Something just triggered to it. Dark Hollow Manor. Wait, what the heck happened? Oh, that is so bizarre. Wait, but where's the... Oh, it was right here the whole time. No, come on. I looked. It was, I didn't see it there. The calm before. Ooh, what's this purple shit? Oh, ow, 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 ow. Interesting. So I don't know what this has in store for us. This should be very interesting. Okay, loading screens are kind of unimmersive. It would be nice if it kept to the location you were near. What the fuck? So we need to explore the manor. I guess for this, it's silent, so we could futz around with this. Same for your fusion door. Oh, wow. Also, wine is empty. Well, most of it.
Hello? Anyone there yet?
Boo.
I remember that voice. You're here. So here's the situation. You need to get into the vault. I need to get out. This door isn't intended for easy access, so it'll require joint authorization from both sides to open. I'm on this side and authorized. You're on that side and not authorized. But no worries. I've got a plan. All of the lost were once members of the vault and should have authorization.
Just get one of their
You
Pip Boys?
just need to get a hold of a hand and scan it. Easy peasy.
Interesting.
I promise I or someone in here will be more than happy to answer all of your questions. Let's just get you inside first. Don't be fussy. I'm sure you've done a lot worse out there.
Okay, maybe.
You didn't hear my last. Anyone should do. Just scan the hand once you got it. I'll be on stand for time to take it. Chop, chop. Anyway, gotta run, so I'll be back. Scan hands. Bye.
Can't help but feel like there's probably a reference to the Fallout TV show there. Alright, so we just from the Lost Corpse. Where's the here? 8. Wait, where? I thought I just saw. Seriously. To go back out. Just for this shit. Please tell me I don't have to load back in here.
Preview everything that you can get from this summer camping bundle. I definitely
Hey everyone, today I'm going going to share something very exciting that isn't in the game yet, but was just data mined. Thank you to Nuka Knights for bringing this to my attention. Be sure to check out their video.
Alright, here we go. Oh, thought it was loaded.
Hey guys, Tonic here. Last night the Fallout 76 PTS was updated, and with the update we got our first look at the main storyline for the new Skyline Valley update. I just played through some of the new main quest, so in this video we'll take a quick look at it, and then at the end I'll give my thoughts. Now there will be some spoilers in this video, nothing major or anything. I only played about the first 2 hours of the storyline so far.
Alright, let's see. So we have to retrieve a hand from a lost corpse. Alright, well, where are they? It's a pretty cool manor. I just wish there was more to it, at least. There probably is. I just need to find one of these stupid lost hands. Oh, what's this? You can go inside. So.
I have found you and you are mine. This is nothing. My core is filled with pain. Released.
Where on earth are these lost? Where on earth are these lost? I guess that's what they're called, lost. Literally so lost right now. I think I'm becoming lost. What's that? Retrieve a hand. How do I do? How the heck am I supposed to do this? Literally have no clue how they want me to do this. It makes no sense. Where are these damn lost? Seriously, what the heck? It's got to be in here. Are these different no, I thought they were plaques for a second. Screw this. It's got to be in here. Oh, and I mute so I can take some dabs. So if I don't talk, that's why. Shoot, I hope it didn't just crash. Shit. It might have. Dang. No, actually, it's probably just, I have a feeling it's still loading. Hopefully. Anyway, in the meantime.
So I will avoid talking about some major spoilers and cool things that you should find for yourself. I just want to give you the general idea of what this questline is all about. So with all of that being said, let's get right into it. Starting off, you will get a new quest in your Pip-Boy called an Unlikely Invitation. It says, I've picked up a Vault-Tec radio signal. I should tune my Pip-Boy to listen in. So going over to the radio and selecting the new broadcast, you will hear this.
It's an emergency broadcast signal from authentication code Barracuda. Emergency classification. Blast door integrity compromised. Any available Vault-Tec personnel are required to respond under emergency protocol Ep.8. This signal will repeat.
Then we will see an area to search on our map, just past the Overseer's camp, and once you get here, you will see the vault door smashed into the ground, and a new character named Alyssa standing next to it. Talking to her, she will mark Vault 63 on your map and tell you a little bit about the Ash Sheep, and from here we have to investigate the vault and see why the door ended up all the way over here. Once you arrive, the first quest will be completed, and we get a new quest that tells us to clear out the enemies in Vault 63. Here you will find the new enemies, the Lost, and there are a few in here, but once you take them out, you will hear a voice on the intercom.
Hello? Is anyone still sane out there? The entrance area you're in now was once a high-speed rail system for transporting supplies to the rest of the vault. But as you can see, it's completely caved in. You'll have to walk to another entrance closer to the vault's atrium. It's just a quick trip over the hills to the south. Look for the entrance to the Shenandoah National Park. If you need a landmark, just keep walking toward that teeny-tiny, giant, menacing storm in the sky.
So we have to hike over to the new region, and the map marker will take you to a building. Inside we find Craig. Craig is from Foundation, and he was sent here with a scouting group to check out what's going on. And he was separated from his group, so he will ask us to search for survivors. This will take you along the main road towards the middle of the storm. You will get areas to search on your map, and you can find the bodies. And if you have a high enough perception, you can actually find out what happened to them, which is pretty cool. There are 3 areas you have to search. Each goes deeper into the storm, and there are some ambushes along the way. But after you find all of that, you will end up right at Dark Hollow Manor. Going inside, you'll have to fight a ton of enemies, and there is a mini boss fight here with a lost champion. He used a Gauss minigun, and it's not a super hard fight, but again, there are a ton of enemies, so I was jumping around trying to dodge the ghouls and the gunfire while taking them out. It was pretty fun, but with the area clear, we can head down to the basement and use a hand from one of the Lost to enter the vault from the secret entrance. And once we get down there, we can finally meet Hilda.
Oh, good, you're here, and you're not lost, I assume. If you are, say so, because that would be a major breakthrough.
Let's see, it should be loaded soon, but I don't know what's going on. Let's see.
Hey, what's up, everyone? Appreciate y'all coming here and checking out this Fallout 76 video. In this one, I am going to be spoiling you guys with a lot of stuff.
Oh, I hear it's loading. At least I hear the music, which is a good sign. All right, here we go. All right. Come on, let's load in. Andale, andale. Andale, andale, andale. How did I end up here? Oh, please tell me that it... Oh, motherfucker. This is ridiculous. Well, I mean, I guess at least I can... Oh, wow, this is actually so much smoother. What is going on? This is weird. I mean, I'm not complaining. I really like this. In fact, it's maybe a bit too sensitive now. I don't know. What's wrong with
Stay
it?
quiet and they won't hear me. I saw the flares. They're all gone. Was there anything I can take back to their families? A trail, a body. Let me know if you find any. What did you find? Please, tell me. That belongs to Miles. Can't say I'm sad he's gone, but not like this. Ugh. What did you find? Please, tell me. That was Rob's. A friend of mine. They were an ass. They always had my back.
They were an ass. Wish I had his... I'm confused. So
What did you find?
Oh, maybe just
Please,
they,
tell me.
his. Maybe.
Hey, that belongs to Rebecca. If there was no body, she must have been
I could look for her.
There's a chance. Here's a little something for going out of your way. I can't thank you enough. It's good to have some closure. What did you need? Better. This whole thing. I'm gonna stick around, even if those weird ghouls aren't around anymore. Plus, if I leave that.
And Caddy.
There's an old radio in here. I'll see if I can get a signal going that can reach Pente. Even if I make it out of here, it doesn't do any good if I'm killed by a super mutant on the way back.
That is true.
Just gotta hope the signal can get through the storm.
Take her.
Be careful.
Wait, so this is Caddy? Alright, I'm going to dab now, so meeting. I'm sorry, did I just get struck by lightning? Definitely makes this place unique, but holy crap, that's kind of a pain, not gonna lie. Makes you second guess everything. So we're headed there. Junk and all. I don't know why. I just get a really occult like vibes from this place, this manor. But I don't know. All right, we're entering now. Now I'm muting again.
You're another one of those, huh? Oh, wonderful. I was getting worried. So, here's the situation. You need to get into the vault. I need to get out. I'm on this side and authorized. You're on that side and not authorized. But no worries. I've got a plan. All of the Lost were once members of the vault and should have authorization. You just need to get a hold of a hand and scan it. Easy peasy. Alright, let's just get you in. Find a nearby. Just scan the hand times the ticket. Anyway.
Let it soak into your roots. Let it show you the truth.
As an agent of the BADTFL, Curtis Wilson was sent on a mission to observe and investigate a group called the Free States. A band of people distrusting the overall government and trying to take matters into their own hands. Fortunately, Agent Wilson didn't have to work alone on this case. Initially assigned to assist the agent, the local sheriff became his friend quickly and assisted him through other investigations. This man's name was Scott Darcy. As part of these investigations, Wilson and Darcy had to look into the local Vault Tech University, where he encountered Shelby O'Rourke. a student at the time working on a thesis study on the existence of cryptids such as the Snallygaster and the Grafton monster. Checking her background did not reveal anything suspicious, but still Curtis saw.
Alright, so heated up the dab. So I stealthed my way in here before. Now, I guess the main reason for stealthing was so that we could still have these. Oh, wow. I feel dumb. It was literally just that I had to be in there. Alright, here we go. Hand scanner. Oh, this is so cool. Elevator time.
Oh, good for here. And they're not lost, I assume. If you are, say so, because that would be a major breakthrough.
Wait, you're a ghoul?
Cool? Isn't that, I don't know, a bit childish? Sure, I'm a ghoul and you're not lost. Well, we got that straightened out.
Ah, they're saying they can't reset the quest. That's fucking bullshit. It's like, in all seriousness, who develops a game and doesn't know how to? That's bullshit.
I'm a bit too busy for that, but someone inside would be very happy to answer all of your questions. Anyway, I'm Hilda Stoltz. Hi. I'm head of the organic sector, which is exactly where I'm about to run off to. But don't worry, my uncle Hugo is very eager to meet you. Just down the hall, in the overseer's office, as he is the overseer. Oh, and I've disabled the two-step lock, so coming and going should be easier now. Anyway, like I said, Uncle Hugo, down the hall. Toodaloo!
Fuck, that just really ruined my mood. They can't do anything about it. What's the point of having a fucking support team if they can't do any fucking support?
You come a different way. My niece told me to expect you, and do not mind my appearance. I can assure you I mean no harm. Can the same be said of you, though, outside? Do you intend to harm us? Where are my manners? I did not mean to be so standoffish. You are a most welcome guest here. I cannot be too careful. It has been a long time since I've spoken with anyone from the surface. Ah, fascinating. Is that the faint clicking of a pickpocket I hear? How grand. A colleague from another paradise below the ground. Vault 76, I take it? What a pleasant surprise.
One moment. Let's see.
Oh, don't be silly. You certainly aren't from any of the others nearby. There's no need to be coy. I think we can both gather why I come to such a conclusion. Wunderbar. Kiss me, even. We are having fun now, aren't we? Listen, my new friend. Regardless of what pretenses my dear niece may have brought you here with, I believe I can repay you for your effort.
Let's see.
No catch. Just opportunity. As you may have mentioned to guess on your trip here, our beloved Shenandoah has seen better days. Less stormy days. I'm in the midst of trying to get this under control, but our vault is still in a bit of a state of shock. If you'd be willing to engage in a bit of freelance work, I'm sure I can provide plenty of payment in kind.
Let's see.
As they say, lies have short legs, no? Rest assured, you'll see this is quite a legitimate operation we have here. Perhaps I should introduce myself to assuage any hesitation you have. I am Hugo Stolz, overseer of Vault 63, yes, but also a principled man of business from the world of yore. Founder and CEO of Stolz Enterprises, respected member of Vault Tech's board of directors, and overall international man of mystery. Allow me to formally welcome you to Vault 63 as our, let's say, outside consultant. Yes, that'll do perfectly.
Let's see. Outside consultant. Yes, I'll do. Happy to be on board.
Oh, please. Hugo is just fine. No, I'm sure you have many questions. I would expect no less, but I promise your first task will help you answer much. Speak with our chief of security, Trinity Oberlin, and fetch me his latest situation. I'd like to have him evacuated before we proceed any further. I'm sure we'd be happy to answer questions for you about our current predicament while you're at it.
James T. Overlay.
So curious. I love your enthusiasm. I knew I was right about you. Go on then.
Let's see.
Saw her as a handy asset for the future in his own investigations. Among his own investigations, Curtis became interested in multiple conspiracies originating from their own government. He later quit his job and started to work on these conspiracies. Both Scott Darcy and Curtis Wilson survived the bombs, and Curtis saw a unique opportunity in this, getting to places which were off limits to him. No law to follow. But before they could finish their investigations, Scott Darcy turned up dead, which led to Curtis locking down his notes and work and abandon their place. Nothing else was ever heard of Curtis Wilson after this event. But his logs and notes can still be found in a small cabin in the Savage Divide, abandoned and partially destroyed. Taking a closer look at the terminal and note reveals a little bit about his prior time and why he had left. But the most interesting thing are the investigation reports found on said terminal. 6 entries. Investigation reports on multiple mysteries. But when we try to open them, but luckily their names are still visible. Some of the entries don't make sense on first glance and some seem very familiar. A mysterious set of stones stand atop a cliff in the south of the Savage Divide, carved with various inscriptions that, on the first glance, don't make sense. The slabs depicting several lines, circles, and something that vaguely looks like written language are the mysterious guide stones. As part of huge speculations even in the community itself, they still are pretty much completely unexplained. Michael Blake, a professor teaching language at the Vault Tech University, proposed that the mysterious guide stones could be ancient petroglyphs left by the indigenous people of the region. As usually, the most simple is also the correct answer. To me, the inscriptions on the guide stones don't look like anything written and don't look like something that the people a few thousand years ago would draw. But yet they stand tall and the drawings on the stones are real. Jacqueline, a former VTU student, had a different idea. What if they are of extraterrestrial origin? They are written or drawn in a language not known to men and seem to depict what no one can make sense of. But for sure these two might have found out something they would not have imagined. Jacqueline instructed her teacher Michael Blake that she would feel safer if he moved the translation key offline and that she keeps the original notes on the subject with her. So if someone got onto them, they still wouldn't have all the pieces necessary. Does this mean Jacqueline and Blake managed to translate the guide stones? And if yes, what is written on them? The community has been trying to solve this mystery for a long time now. A lot of theories are floating around the internet, but none of these theories have been proven right yet. Some say it could be a map. Others say it is an inscription. And some think it's an instruction on the microchip. But ultimately we don't know. Curtis' involvement into the case is unknown. But he most certainly played his role in all this. As it was mentioned on Blake's terminal that even Agent Wilson was taking precautions. So someone was onto them. But who exactly is unknown. The Zetans are unlikely as they have other methods of solving their problems. It is possible that the government was behind this. The government probably knew about the Zetans and wanted to cover it up as this knowledge could lead to mass hysteria. And some suspect that some technological feats have been achieved through reverse engineering alien tech, such as plasma weapons. If someone would have the translation key to the guide stones and it would indeed originate from extraterrestrials, the government would be pretty interested in this and also would neutralize the people knowing about it.
See the world now through his eyes, children.
As part of Appalachian lore, the Mothman probably takes one of the biggest spots. A cryptid creature said to roam the Appalachian Mountains since decades, the very first sighting dating back to 1966. Soon after the Mothman started to appear, weird things started to happen. Lights in the sky, UFOs, and the so-called men in black visiting the town of Point Pleasant. Even in pre-war times, a cult already started to build up its ranks, holding meetings in secret and praying together to the Mothman. In the post-war era, the cult of the Mothman already is an impressively big group, covering a lot of ground in Appalachia. Multiple mysteries revolve around the cult and the Mothman. No other mysteries are quite as eerie as this one. Only days before the catastrophic event of the bombs falling, one of the brothers of the cult had terrible dreams and convinced the members of the cult to leave Point Pleasant, the at this moment only location of the cult, to flee to the Lucky Hole mine, where they stayed for a while and sat out the catastrophe. After a while, stories of strange sightings reached the Lucky Hole mine. It is said that creatures were seen, which descriptions vaguely resembled the Mothman. Trapped by the fallout, the cult had to wait to resurface. During this time, a part of the cult turned into darker forms of worship and communed with an entity known to them as the Firstborn of the Wood. The same brother who had the dreams took some of the cultists and set out into the world again to search for the fabled Mothman. This brother was Brother Charles. And with this act, he unknowingly caused a huge tear into the cult and basically created a new faction. The people who set out in search became known as the Enlightened. The people who chose to stay later became known as the Followers of the Winged One, with the First Priestess of the Woods as their leader. These followers later set out into the world in raging crusades, claiming their ground, and became what we encounter during our travels. Apart from the different Mothman factions, the cults are connected to a completely different mystery. The interloper and the visitor. The interloper is what the Mothman cult calls the firstborn of the wood. But basically everything around the interloper is pretty vague. But this is a rabbit hole for another day. What Curtis Wilson has found out or what he had to do with the cult is unknown yet again. But in the end there will be a connection to all of these mysteries that might be telling us something about the future of the game. Observatories are a place of knowledge, learning, and fascination, where great minds achieve great things and the very fabric of reality can be studied. One of these places was the Atlas Observatory, a massive research observatory studying the atmosphere and space. Although the people of Appalachia didn't seem to be suspicious, Curtis Wilson was. On a first glance, nothing seems to be out of the ordinary with the observatory. But he didn't trust this innocent image. While exploring the observatory before the Brotherhood of Steel moved in, multiple terminals could be found in the observatory which tell us an interesting story. Project Atlas was led by Major Kirk Bentley and its goal was to create an atmospheric terraforming laser accelerator system, or for short Atlas, using it in war to change the weather to their advantage. Under the guidance of Kirk Bentley, the project only showed moderate success and there was only very few progress made. So the U.S. Army, who was funding this whole project, replaced Kirk Bentley. On January 24, 2076, Lieutenant Colonel James Oberlin took over the project. After the change progress...
Wait a second, it is in the sky. It's actually eerie timing. I think it's Oberlin. Security? No, here.
Hopefully getting it reported soon.
James Oberlin.
James T. Oberlin, Chief of Security, Vault 63, formerly United States Army. Ordinarily an outsider would report directly to the security offices, but as you've seen, Mr. Stoltz isn't fond of ordinary. How exactly did you end up on our doorstep, outsider?
Well, we'll continue that next time, but in the meantime,
was quickly made and the project seemed to bear fruits. Some tests were made with Atlas which seemed to be promising, causing near whiteout blizzards in mid-August. But this wasn't as unnoticeable as the research team had hoped. Local media outlets were picking up on the strange weather behaviors. But to their luck, no one seemed to make a connection to Atlas. After the team's success, the project was fully approved and funded by the U.S. Army, sparking hope in the team to work on the project without getting defunded and with near limitless resources. But on October 16, 2077, James Oberlin, director of Project Atlas, received a letter from Washington. The project was to be defunded and shut down. But further instructions would follow. These instructions sadly never arrived James, as a few days later the bombs would fall. Curtis Wilson, just as the local media, picked up on this and started to investigate on his own. Unsure of what he found out, it must have been significant enough for him to write that all down and ultimately locking it up on the terminal. After the Steel Dawn update, the Brotherhood of Steel moved into the observatory, transforming it into their base of operations. After this, we sadly were not able to uncover this mystery anymore, as the Brotherhood seemed to got rid of the terminals and notes that were left there. But as it seems, the Brotherhood did not catch up to the true purpose of Atlas. Maybe for good. Curtis did not return to this place after the war as far as we know. But he most certainly was onto something. As we learned the last few years ourselves, a quarantine can be a harsh experience. It can be depressing, boring, and sometimes even life-changing. This is what the inhabitants of Huntersville had to go through too. A town-wide quarantine locking up the whole place. The entrances to the town blocked by soldiers of the Army. The U.S. Army guarding a quarantine zone is something unusual and always get people to speculate. But Scott Darcy and Curtis Wilson wanted to do more than just speculate. The two men waited for the right moment and tried to scoop out what was going on in Huntersville. In March 2075, Huntersville was given out a rural development grant from the government, with the goal of raising the living conditions of rural areas such as Huntersville. A few months into the program, things started to pick up quickly. West Tech just finished the construction of their new laboratory just outside of town, and with that a lot of traffic came into town. Money was spent and the inhabitants thought about opening their own new businesses. After a while, in February 2076, a lot of the townsfolk have fallen ill. And some inhabitants started to notice that traffic coming from West Tech has all but stopped. This trend continued for a while, and the doctors from West Tech helping out the time told the folks that it has to be a rare flu virus and that this will be over soon. Time passed and the conditions in town didn't get better. The sick were changing color, as if their skin changed completely. Their hair would fall out and the people started to get scared. People were slowly transforming over time, and guards with gas masks were guarding the entrances to Huntersville. The fear in the people rose and were clueless as to what to do. Apparently, even the soldiers of the 12th Mountain Division, the division assigned to contain Huntersville, didn't really had a clue of what was going on in town. Sergeant Jake Bianchi described his experience as strange, asking himself why the U.S. Army was guarding this place on behalf of West Tech. What could go on in there that a civilian organization had the command over parts of the U.S. Army? The soldiers were ordered to get some people out of there. One of these people was a child called Dalton Sherman, who most likely was brought to Sugar Grove for further experimentation. So what happened in Huntersville? You see, about 3 months into the rural development program, a new water recycling infrastructure was installed. This event was the catalysator for everything that happened in Huntersville. West Tech, the ones who installed the infrastructure, did not start the program out of kindness. They turned Huntersville into their playground, and the inhabitants were their test subjects. The primary focus of the water infrastructure was not to recycle the water but to contaminate it with the forced evolutionary virus. What the folks of Huntersville experiencing was not some flu. They mutated over time and thus became the super mutants inhabiting Huntersville post-war. There is actually a cut part to Huntersville relating to Curtis Wilson and Scott Darcy. At one point in development, you could find a holotape where Wilson and Darcy were scooping out the place but got caught and ran away, losing a holotape in the process. On this holotape would have been their experience scooping out the place and talking about what they see. But as I just mentioned, this holotape was cut and thus cannot be counted towards our investigations. This entry is the one giving me some stuff to think about. There are basically no informations, ties to someone or something, and no clue at all. This is the point where you, the viewer, are needed. Help to find clues and ties. Together we can find out more than we might think. If you know something or have an idea, tell us in the comments. So far we know nothing. I have been searching the internet for days and not a single explanation was good enough. This entry might be solved in the future, but for now it stays unexplained. I have some ideas what it could refer to, but nothing in this chapter is canon and
Anyway, we'll continue later, but until then, where is it? Until then.
Want to tell the Rebbe the words of the new song that we're singing with Mashiach, right? So I'm just going to read him. Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to wait. Okay? We want Mashiach now. We want Mashiach now. Oh yeah, Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be this year. Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now. We want Mashiach now. We don't want